Part 2.
Chapter 45 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 45. Deep and Shallow. Lawyer Larkin's mind was working more diligently than anyone suspected upon this puzzle of Mark Wylder. The investigation was a sort of scientific recreation to him, and something more. His sure instinct told him it was a secret well worth mastering. He had a growing belief that Lake, and perhaps he only, except Wylder himself, knew the meaning of all this mysterious marching and countermarching. Of course, all sorts of theories were floating in his mind, but there was none that would quite fit all the circumstances. The attorney, had he asked himself the question, what was his object in these inquisitions, would have answered, "I'm doing what few other men would. I am, heaven knows, giving to this affair of my absent clients gratuitously as much thought and vigilance as ever I did to any case in which I was duly remunerated. This is self-sacrificing and noble, and just the conscientious conduct I should expect from myself." But there was also this consideration which you failed to define. Yes, my respected client, Mr. Mark Wylder, is suffering under some acute pressure, applied perhaps by my friend Captain Lake. Why should not I share in the profit, if such there be, by getting my hand too upon the instrument of compression? It is worth trying. Let us try. The Reverend William Wylder was often at the lodge now. Larkin had struck out a masterly plan. The vicar's reversion, a very chimerical contingency, he would by no means consent to sell. His little man, little fairy! Oh, no, he could not. The attorney only touched on this, remarking in a friendly way, "But then, you know, it is so mere a shadow." This, indeed, poor William knew very well, but though he spoke quite meekly, the attorney looked rather black, and his converse grew somewhat dry and short. This sinister change was sudden, and immediately followed the suggestion about the reversion, and the poor vicar was a little puzzled, and began to consider whether he had said anything gauche or offensive. It would be so very painful to appear ungrateful. The attorney had the statement of title in one hand, and leaning back in his chair, read it demurely in silence, with the other tapping the seal end of his gold pencil-case between his lips. "Yes," said Mr. Larkin mildly, "it is so very shadowy, and that feeling, too, in the way. I suppose we had better, perhaps, put it aside, and maybe something else may turn up." And the attorney rose grandly to replace the statement of title in its tin box, intimating thereby that the audience was ended. But the poor vicar was in rather urgent circumstances just then, and his troubles had closed in recently with a noiseless but tremendous contraction, like that iron shroud in Mr. Mudford's fine tale, and to have gone away into outer darkness, with no project on the stalks and the attorney's countenance averted, would have been simply despair. "To speak frankly," said the poor vicar, with that hectic in his cheek that came with agitation, "I never fancied that my reversionary interest could be saleable." "Neither is it in all probability," answered the attorney. "As you are so seriously pressed, and your brother's return delayed, it merely crossed my mind as a thing worth trying." It was very kind and thoughtful, but that feeling that... My poor little man! However, I may be only nervous and foolish, and I think I'll speak to Lord Chelford about it." The attorney looked down, and took his nether lip gently between his finger and thumb. I rather think he had no particular wish to take Lord Chelford into counsel. "I think before troubling his lordship upon the subject, if indeed on reflection you should not think it would be a little odd to trouble him at all in reference to it, I had better look a little more carefully into the papers, and see whether anything in that direction is really practicable at all." "Do you think, Mr. Larkin, you can write that strong letter to stay proceedings which you intended yesterday?" The attorney shook his head and said, with a sad sort of dryness, "I can't see my way to it." The vicar's heart sank with a flutter, and then swelled and sank another bit, and his forehead flushed. There was a silence. "You see, Mr. Wylder, I relied, in fact, altogether upon this, arrangement, and I don't see that anything is likely to come of it." The attorney spoke in the same dry and reserved way, and there was a shadow on his long face. "I have forfeited his goodwill somehow. He has ceased to take any interest in my wretched affairs. I am abandoned, and must be ruined." These dreadful thoughts filled in another silence, and then the vicar said, I'm afraid I have quite unintentionally offended you, Mr. Larkin, perhaps in my ignorance of business, and I feel that I should be quite ruined if I were to forfeit your good offices. And pray tell me if I have said anything I ought not." "Oh, no, nothing, I assure you," replied Mr. Larkin with a lofty and gentle dryness. "Only I think I have perhaps a little mistaken the relation in which I stood, and fancied wrongly that was in the light somewhat of a friend as well as of a professional adviser, and I thought perhaps I had rather more of your confidence than I had any right to, and did not at first see the necessity of calling in Lord Chelford, whose experience of business is necessarily very limited, to direct you. You remember, my dear Mr. Wylder, that I did not at all invite these relations, and I don't think you will charge me with want of zeal in your business." "Oh, my dear Mr. Larkin, my dear sir, you have been my preserver, my benefactor, in fact, under heaven, very nearly my last and only hope." "Well, I had hoped I was not remiss or wanting in diligence." And Mr. Larkin took his seat in his most gentlemanlike fashion, crossing his long legs and throwing his tall head back, raising his eyebrows and letting his mouth languidly drop a little open. "My idea was that Lord Chelford would see more clearly what was best for little Fairy. I am so very slow and so silly about business, and you so much my friend. I have found you so that you might think only of me." "I should, of course, consider the little boy," said Mr. Larkin condescendingly, "a most interesting child. I'm very fond of children myself, and should, of course, put the entire case, as respected him as well as yourself, to the best of my humble powers before you. Is there anything else just now you think of? For time presses, and really we have ground to apprehend something unpleasant tomorrow. You ought not, my dear sir, pray permit me to say, you really ought not to have allowed it to come to this." The poor vicar sighed profoundly, and shook his head, a contrite man. They both forgot that it was arithmetically impossible for him to have prevented it, unless he had got some money. "Perhaps," said the vicar, brightening up suddenly, and looking in the attorney's eyes for answer, "perhaps something might be done with the reversion, as a security, to borrow a sufficient sum without selling." The attorney shook his high head, and whiskers grey and foxy, and meditated with the seal of his pencil-case between his lips. "I don't see it," said he, with another shake of that long head. "I don't know that any lender, in fact, would entertain such a security. If you wish it, I will write to Burlington, Smith and Company about it. They are largely in policies and post-obits." "It is very sad indeed. I wish so much, my dear sir, I could be of use to you. But you know the fact is, we solicitors seldom have the command of our own money, always in advance, always drained to the uttermost shilling, and I am myself in the predicament you will see there." And he threw a little note from the Dollington Bank to Josiah Larkin, Esquire, The Lodge, Gillingden, announcing the fact that he had overdrawn his account certain pounds, shillings, and pence, and inviting him forthwith to restore the balance. The vicar read it with a vague comprehension, and in his cold fingers shook the hand of his fellow sufferer. Less than £50 would not do. Oh, where was he to turn? It was quite hopeless, and poor Larkin pressed too. Now there was this consolation in poor Larkin's case, that although he was quite run aground, and a defaulter in the Dollington Bank to the extent of £7, 12 shillings, 4 pence, yet in that similar institution, which flourished at Naunton, only 9 miles away, there stood to his name the satisfactory credit of £564, 11 shillings, 7 pence. One advantage which the good attorney derived from his double account with the rival institutions was, that whenever convenient, he could throw one of these certificates of destitution and impotence sadly under the eyes of a client in want of money like poor Will Wylder. The attorney had no pleasure in doing people ill turns, but he had come to hear the distresses of his clients as tranquilly as doctors do the pangs of their patients. As he stood meditating near his window, he saw the poor vicar, with slow limbs and downcast countenance, walk under his laburnums and laurustinuses towards his little gate, and suddenly stop and turn round, and make about a dozen quick steps, like a man who has found a bright idea, towards the house, and then come to a thoughtful halt, and so turn and recommence his slow march of despair homeward. At 5 o'clock, it was dark now, there was a tread on the doorsteps, and a double tattoo at the tiny knocker. It was the lawyer. Mr. Larkin entered the vicar's study, where he was supposed to be busy about his sermon. My dear sir, thinking about you, and I have just heard from an old humble friend who wants high interest, and of course is content to take security somewhat personal in its nature. I have written already. He's in the hands of Burlington, Smith and Company. I have got exactly £55 since I saw you, which makes me all right at Dollington, and here's my cheque for £50, which you can send, or perhaps I had better send by this night's post, to those Cambridge people. It settles that, and you give me a line on this stamp, acknowledging the £50 on account of money to be raised on your reversion. So that's off your mind, my dear sir. Oh, Mr. Larkin, you don't know, sir, what you have done for me. The agony. Oh, thank God, what a friend is raised up. And he clasped and wrung the long hands of the attorney, and I really think there was a little moisture in that gentleman's pink eyes for a moment or two. When he was gone, the vicar returned from the doorstep, radiant, not to the study, but to the parlour. "Oh, Willie, darling, you look so happy. You were uneasy this evening," said his little ugly wife with a beautiful smile, jumping up and clasping him. "Yes, darling, I was very uneasy, but thank God it is over." And they cried and smiled together in that delightful embrace, while all the time little Fairy, with a paper cap on his head, was telling them half a dozen things together, and pulling Wopsy by the skirts. Then he was lifted up and kissed, and smiled on by that sunshine only remembered in the sad old days, parental love. And there was high festival kept in the parlour that night. I am told 6 crumpets and a new egg apiece besides at tea, to make merry with, and stories and little songs for Fairy. Willie was in his old college spirits. It was quite delightful, and little Fairy was up a great deal too late, and the vicar and his wife had quite a cheery chat over the fire, and he and she both agreed he would make a handsome sum by Eusebius. Thus, if there are afflictions, there are also comforts. Great consolations, great chastisements. There is a comforter, and there is a chastener. Every man must taste of death. Every man must taste of life. It shall not be all bitter nor all sweet for any. It shall be life. The unseen ministers of a stupendous equity have their eyes and their hands about every man's portion. As it is written, he that had gathered much had nothing over, and he that had gathered little had no lack. It is the same earth for all, the same earth for the dead, great and small, dust to dust, the same earth for the living. Thorns also, and thistles shall it bring forth, and God provides the flowers too. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 46, Debate and Interruption. Rachel beheld the things which were coming to pass like an awful dream. She had begun to think, and not without evidence, that Dorkas, for some cause or caprice, had ceased to think of Stanley as she once did, and the announcement, without preparation or apparent courtship, that her brother had actually won this great and beautiful heiress, and that, just emerged from the shades of death, he, a half-ruined scapegrace, was about to take his place among the magnates of the county, and, no doubt, to enter himself for the bold and splendid game of ambition, the stakes of which were now in his hand, towered before her like an incredible and disastrous illusion of magic. Stanley's uneasiness lest Rachel's conduct should compromise them increased. He grew more nervous about the relations between him and Mark Wylder in proportion as the world grew more splendid and prosperous for him. Where is the woman who will patiently acquiesce in the reserve of her husband who shares his confidence with another? How often had Stanley Lake sworn to her there was no secret, that he knew nothing of Mark Wylder beyond the charge of his money, and making a small payment to an old Mrs. Dutton in London by his direction, and that beyond this he was as absolutely in the dark as she or Chelford. What then did Rachel mean by all that escaped her when he was in danger? How the could he tell? He really believed she was a little, ever so little, crazed. He supposed she, like Dorkas, fancied he knew everything about Wylder. She was constantly hinting something of the kind, and begging of him to make a disclosure. Disclosure of what? It was enough to drive one mad, and would make a capital farce. Rachel has a ridiculous way of talking like an oracle, and treating as settled fact every absurdity she fancies. She is very charming and clever, of course, so long as she speaks of the kind of thing she understands. But when she tries to talk of serious business, poor Ratty, she certainly does talk such nonsense. She can't reason. She runs away with things. It is the most tiresome thing you can conceive. But you have not said, Stanley, that she does not suspect the truth. Of course I say it. I have said it. I swear it, if you like. I've said plainly, and am ready to swear it. Upon my honor and soul, I know no more of his movements, plans, or motives than you do. If you reflect, you must see it. We were never good friends, Mark and I. It was no fault of mine, but I never liked him, and he, consequently, I suppose, never liked me. There was no intimacy or confidence between us. I was the last man on earth he would have consulted with. Even Larkin, his own lawyer, is in the dark. Rachel knows all this. I have told her 50 times over, and she seems to give way at the moment. Indeed, the thing is too plain to be resisted. But as I said, poor Ratty, she can't reason, and by the time I see her next, her old fancy possesses her. I can't help it, because with more reluctance than I can tell, I at length consent, at Larkin's entreaty, I may say, to bank and fund his money. But Dorcas's mind retained its first impression. Sometimes his plausibilities, his vehemence, and his vows disturbed it for a time, but there it remained like the picture of a camera obscura, into which a momentary light has been admitted, unseen for a second, but the images return with the darkness, and group themselves in their old colors and places again. Whatever it was, Rachel probably knew it. There was a painful confidence between them, and there was growing in Dorcas's mind a feeling towards Rachel which her pride forbade her to define. She did not like Stanley's stealthy visits to Redmond's farm. She did not like his moods or looks after those visits, of which he thought she knew nothing. She did not know whether to be pleased or sorry that Rachel had refused to reside at Brenden. Neither did she like the stern gloom that overcast Rachel's countenance when Stanley was in the room, nor those occasional walks together up and down the short yew-walk, in which Lake looked so cold and angry, and Rachel so earnest. What was this secret? How dared her husband mask from her what he confided to another? How dared Rachel confer with him, influence him, perhaps, under her very eye, walking before the windows of Brenden, that Brenden which was hers, and to which she had taken Stanley, passing her gate a poor and tired wayfarer of the world, and made him what? Oh, mad caprice! Oh, fit of retribution! A wild voice was talking this way, to and fro, and up and down, in the chambers of memory, but she would not let it speak from her proud lips. She smiled, and to outward seeming was the same, but Rachel felt that the fashion of her countenance towards her was changed. Since her marriage she had not hinted to Rachel the subject of their old conversations. Burning beneath her feeling about it was now a deep-rooted anger and jealousy. Still, she was Stanley's sister, and to be treated accordingly. The whole household greeted her with proper respect, and Dorcas met her graciously, and with all the externals of kindness. The change was so little that I do not think any but she and Rachel saw it, and yet it was immense. There was a dark room, a sort of ante-room to the library, with only 2 tall and narrow windows, and hung with old Dutch tapestries, representing the battles and sieges of men in periwigs, pikemen, dragoons in buff coats, and musketeers with matchlocks, all the grim faces of soldiers, generals, drummers, and the rest, grown pale and dusky by time, like armies of ghosts. Rachel had come one morning to see Dorcas, and, awaiting her appearance, sat down in this room. The door of the library opened, and she was a little surprised to see Stanley enter. "Why, Stanley, they told me you were gone to Naunton." "Oh, did they? Well, you see, I'm here, Raddy." Somehow he was not very well pleased to see her. "I think you'll find Dorcas in the drawing-room, or else in the conservatory," he added. "I'm glad, Stanley, I happened to meet you. Something must be done in the matter I spoke of immediately. Have you considered it?" "Most carefully," said Stanley quietly. "But you have done nothing. It is not a thing to be done in a moment. You can, if you please, do a great deal in a moment." "Certainly, but I may repent it afterwards. Stanley, you may regret postponing it much more. You have no idea, Rachel, how very tiresome you've grown." "Yes, Stanley, I can quite understand it. It would have been better for you, perhaps for myself, I had died long ago." "Well, that is another thing. But in the meantime, I assure you, Rachel, you are disposed to be very impertinent." "Very impertinent. Yes, indeed, Stanley, and so I shall continue to be until—" "Pray, how does it concern you? I say it is no business on earth of yours." Stanley Lake was growing angry. "Yes, Stanley, it does concern me." "That is false." "True, true, sir. Oh, Stanley, it is a load upon my conscience, a mountain between me and my hopes. I can't endure the misery to which you would consign me. You shall do it, immediately, too." She stamped wildly as she said it. "And if you hesitate, Stanley, I shall be compelled to speak, though the thought of it makes me almost mad with terror." "What is he to do, Rachel?" said Dorcas, standing near the door. It was a very awkward pause. The splendid young bride was the only person on the stage who looked very much as usual. Stanley turned his pale glare of fury from Rachel to Dorcas, and Dorcas said again, "What is it, Rachel, darling?" Rachel, with a bright blush on her cheeks, stepped quickly up to her, put her arms about her neck and kissed her, and over her shoulder she cried to her brother, "Tell her, Stanley." And so she quickly left the room and was gone. "Well, Dorky, love, what's the matter?" said Stanley sharply, at last breaking the silence. "I really don't know. You perhaps can tell," answered she coldly. "You have frightened Rachel out of the room, for one thing," answered he with a sneer. "I simply asked her what she urged you to do. I think I have a claim to know. It is strange so reasonable a question from a wife should scare your sister from the room." "I don't quite see that, for my part. I don't think anything strange in a woman. Rachel has been talking the rankest nonsense, in the most unreasonable temper conceivable, and because she can't persuade me to accept her views of what is Christian and sensible, she threatens to go mad. I think that is her phrase." "I don't think Rachel is a fool," said Dorcas quietly, her eye still upon Stanley. "Neither do I, when she pleases to exert her good sense. But she can, when she pleases, both talk and act like a fool." "And pray, what does she want you to do, Stanley?" "The merest nonsense." "But what is it?" "I really can hardly undertake to say. I very well understand it myself, and I have half a dozen letters to write. And really, if I were to stay here and try to explain, I very much doubt whether I could. Why don't you ask her? If she has any clear ideas on the subject, I don't see why she should not tell you. For my part, I doubt if she understands herself. I certainly don't." Dorcas smiled bitterly. "Mystery already. Mystery from the first. I am to know nothing of your secrets. You confer and consult in my house. You debate and decide upon matters most nearly concerning, for aught I know, my interests and my happiness. certainly deeply affecting you, and therefore which I have a right to know, and my entering the room is the signal for silence, a guilty silence, for departure and for equivocation. Stanley, you are isolating me. Beware, I may entrench myself in that isolation. You are choosing your confidant and excluding me. Rest assured you shall have no confidence of mine while you do so." Stanley Lake looked at her with a gaze at once peevish and inquisitive. "You take a wonderfully serious view of Rachel's nonsense?" "I do." "Certainly you women have a marvelous talent for making mountains of molehills. You and Raddy are adepts in the art. Never was a poor devil so lectured about nothing as I between you. Come now, Dorky, be a good girl. You must not look so vexed." "I'm not vexed." "What then?" "I'm only thinking." She said this with the same bitter smile. Stanley Lake looked for a moment disposed to break into one of his furies, but instead he only laughed his unpleasant laugh. "Well, I'm thinking too, and I find it quite possible to be vexed at the same time. I assure you, Dorcas, I really am busy, and it is too bad to have one's time wasted in solemn lectures about stuff and nonsense. Do make Rachel explain herself if she can. I have no objection, I assure you. But I must be permitted to decline undertaking to interpret that oracle." And so saying, Stanley Lake glided into the library and shut the door with an angry clap. Dorcas did not deign to look after him. She had heard his farewell address, looking from the window at the towering and sombre clumps of her ancestral trees, pale, proud, with perhaps a peculiar gleam of resentment, or malignity, in her exquisite features. So she stood, looking forth on her noble possessions, on terraces, long rows of urns, noble timber, all seen in slanting sunlight and long shadows, and seeing nothing but the great word "Fool" in letters of flame in the air before her. End of chapter 46. Recording by Diane Lanning. Chapter 47 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 47. A Threatening Notice. Stanley Lake was not a man to let the grass grow under his feet when an object was to be gained. It was with a sure prescience that Mark Wylder's letter had inferred that Stanley Lake would aspire to the representation either of the county or of the borough of Dollington. His mind was already full of these projects. Electioneering schemes are conducted, particularly at their initiation, like conspiracies. In fact, they are conspiracies, and therefore there was nothing remarkable in the intense caution with which Stanley Lake set about his. He was not yet feeling his way. He was only preparing to feel his way. All the data, except the muster roll of electors, were in nimbibus. Who would retire? Who would step forward? As yet altogether in the region of conjecture. There are men to whom the business of elections, a life of secrecy, excitement, speculation, and combat, has all but irresistible charms, and Tom Wylder, the town clerk, was such a spirit. A bold, frank, good-humoured fellow, he played at elections as he would at cricket. Every faculty of eye, hand, and thought, his whole heart and soul in the game, but no ill will, no malevolence in victory, no sourness in defeat. A successful coup made Tom Wylder split with laughing. A ridiculous failure amused him nearly as much. He celebrated his last great defeat with a picnic in the romantic scenery of Knowlton, where he and his comrades in disaster had a roaring evening and no end of chaff when he and Josiah Larkin carried the last close contest at Dollington by a majority of 2. He kicked the crown out of the grave attorney's chimney pot and flung his own, wide awake, into the river. He did not show much. His official station precluded prominence. He kept in the background and did his spiriting gently. But Tom Wylder, it was known, as things are known without evidence, was at the bottom of all the clever dodges and long-headed manoeuvres. When, therefore, Mr. Larkin heard from the portly and voracious Mr. Larkham, who was on very happy relations with the proprietor of the lodge, that Tom Wylder had been twice quietly to Brenden to lunch, and had talked an hour alone with the captain in the library each time, and that they seemed very harnessed-like, and stopped of talking directly he, Mr. Larkham, entered the room with the post-bag, the attorney knew very well what was in the wind. Now, it was not quite clear what was right, by which the good attorney meant prudent, under the circumstances. He was in confidential, which meant lucrative, relations with Mark Wylder, ditto with Captain Lake, of Brenden. He did not wish to lose either. Was it possible to hold to both, or must he cleave only to one and despise the other? Wylder might return any day, and Tom Wylder would probably be one of the first men whom he would see. He must hang out the signal in Galliani. Lake could never suspect its meaning, even were he to see it. There was but one risk in it, which was in the coarse perfidy of Mark Wylder himself, who would desire no better fun in some of his moods than boasting to Lake of the whole arrangement in Josiah Larkin's presence. However, on the whole, it was best to obey Mark Wylder's orders, and accordingly Galignani said, "Mr. Smith will take notice that the other party is desirous to purchase and becoming very pressing." In the meantime, Lake was pushing his popularity among the gentry with remarkable industry and with tolerable success. Wylder's 2 little visits explain perfectly the active urbanities of Captain Stanley Lake. About 3 weeks after the appearance of the advertisement in Galignani, one of Mark Wylder's letters reached Larkin. It was dated from Geneva, and said, "Dear Larkin, I saw my friend Smith here in the cafe, who has kept a bright lookout, I dare say, and tells me that Captain Stanley Lake is thinking of standing either for the county or for Dollington. I will thank you to apprise him that I mean to take my choice first, and please hand him the enclosed notice open as you get it. And, if you please, to let him run his eye also over this note to you, as I have my own reasons for wishing him to know that you have seen it. This is all I will probably trouble you about elections for some months to come, or at least weeks, it being time enough when I go back, and no squalls ahead just now at home, though foreign politics look muggy enough. I have nothing particular at present about tenants or timber, except the 3 acres of oak behind Farmer Tenby's, have it took down. Thomas Jones and me went over it last September, and it ought to bring near £3,000. I must have a good handful of money by May next. Yours, my dear Larkin, very truly, Mark Wylder." Folded in this was a thin slip of foreign paper, on which were traced these lines: "Private. Dear Larkin, don't funk the interview with the beast Lake. A hyena has no pluck in him. When he reads what I send him by your hand, he'll be as mild as you please. Parkes must act for me as usual. No bluster about giving up. Lake's afraid of yours, M.W." Within was what he called his notice to Stanley Lake, and it was thus conceived. Private. Dear Lake, I understand you are trying to make all safe for next election in Dollington or the county. Now, understand at once that I won't permit that. There is not a country gentleman on the grand jury who is not your superior, and there is no extremity I will not make you feel, and you know what I mean, if you dare despise this first and not unfriendly warning. Yours truly, Mark Wylder. Now there certainly was need of Wylder's assurance that nothing unpleasant should happen to the conscious bearer of such a message to an officer and a gentleman. Joseph Larkin did not like it. Still, there was a confidence in his own conciliatory manners and exquisite tact. Something, too, might be learned by noting Lake's looks, demeanour, and language under this direct communication from the man to whom his relations were so mysterious. Larkin looked at his watch. It was about the hour when he was likely to find Lake in his study. The attorney withdrew the little private enclosure and slipped it, with a brief endorsement, into the neat sheaf of Wylder's letters, all similarly noted, and so locked it up in the iron safe. He intended being perfectly ingenuous with Lake, and showing him that he had no secrets, no concealments, all open as the day, by producing the letter in which the notice was enclosed, and submitting it for Captain Lake's perusal. When Lawyer Larkin reached the dim chamber with the Dutch tapestries, where he had for a little while to await Captain Lake's leisure, he began to anticipate the scene now so immediately impending more uncomfortably than before. The notice was indeed so outrageous in its spirit, and so intolerable in its language, that, knowing something of Stanley's wild and truculent temper, he began to feel a little nervous about the explosion he was about to provoke. The Brenden connection, one way or other, was worth to the attorney in hard cash between $500 and $600 a year. In influence and what is termed position, it was, of course, worth a great deal more. It would be a very serious blow to lose this. He did not, he hoped, care for money more than a good man ought, but such a loss, he would say, he could not afford. Precisely the same, however, was to be said of his connection with Mark Wylder. And, in fact, of late years, Mr. Joseph Larkin of the Lodge had begun to put by money so fast that he was growing rapidly to be a very considerable man indeed. Everything, as he said, was doing very nicely, and it would be a deplorable thing to mar, by any untoward act, this pilgrim's quiet and prosperous progress. In this stage of his reverie he was interrupted by a tall, powdered footman in the Brenden livery, who came respectfully to announce that his master desired to see Mr. Larkin. Larkin's soul sneered at this piece of state. Why could he not put his head in at the door and call him? But still I think it impressed him, and that, diplomatically, Captain Lake was in the right to environ himself with the ceremonial of a lord of Brenden. "Well, Larkin, how'd you do? Anything about Rakey's lease?" said the great Captain Lake, rising from behind his desk with his accustomed smile and extending his gentlemanlike hand. "No, sir, nothing, Captain Lake. He has not come, and I don't think we should show any anxiety about it," replied the attorney, taking the captain's thin hand rather deferentially. "I've had such a letter from my client, Mr. Mark Wylder. He writes in a violent passion, and I am really placed in a most disagreeable position." "Won't you sit down?" Thanks. Well, I thought, on the whole, having received the letter and the enclosure, which I must say very much surprises me, very much indeed," and Larkin looked reprovingly on an imaginary Mark Wylder, and shook his head a good deal. "He has not appointed another man of business?" "Oh, dear, no," said Larkin quickly, with a faint, supercilious smile. "No, nothing of that kind. The thing, in fact, there has been some gossiping fellow. Do you happen to know a person at all versed in Gillingden matters? Or perhaps a member of your club named Smith?" "Smith? I don't, I think, recollect any particular Smith just at this moment. And what is Smith doing or saying?" "Why, he has been talking over election matters. It seems Wylder, Mr. Wylder, has met him in Geneva, from whence he dates, and he says, oh, here's the letter, and you'll see it all there." He handed it to Lake, and kept his eye on him while he read it. When he saw that Lake, who bit his lip during the perusal, had come to the end, by his glancing up again at the date, Larkin murmured, "Something, you see, has gone wrong with him. I can't account for the temper otherwise so violent." "Quite so," said Lake quietly. "And where is the notice he speaks of here?" "Why, really, Captain Lake, I did not very well know. It is such a production. I could not say whether you would wish it presented, and in any case you will do me the justice to understand that I, for my part, I really don't know how to speak of it." "Quite so," repeated Lake softly, taking the thin, neatly folded piece of paper which Larkin, with a sad inclination of his body, handed to him. Lake, under the lawyer's small, vigilant eyes, quietly read Mark Wylder's awful threatenings through, twice over, and Larkin was not quite sure whether there was any change of countenance to speak of as he did so. "This is dated the 29th, said Lake, in the same quiet tone. "Perhaps you will be so good as to write a line across it, stating the date of your handing it to me?" Of course, I can see no objection. I may mention, I suppose, that I do so at your request?" And Larkin made a neat little endorsement to that effect, and he felt relieved. The hyena certainly was not showing fight. "And now, Mr. Larkin, you'll admit, I think, that I've exhibited no ill temper, much less violence, under the provocation of that note?" "Certainly, none whatever, Captain Lake." "And you will therefore perceive that whatever I now say, speaking in cool blood, I am not likely to recede from." Lawyer Larkin bowed. "And I may particularly ask that you will so attend to what I am about to say as to be able to make a note of it for Mr. Wylder's consideration?" "Certainly, if you desire. But I wish to say that in this particular matter I beg it may be clearly understood that Mr. Wylder is in no respect more my client than you, Captain Lake, and that I merely act as a most reluctant messenger in the matter." "Just so," said Captain Lake. "Now, as to my thinking of representing either county or borough," he resumed, after a little pause, holding Mark Wylder's notice between his finger and thumb, and glancing at it from time to time, as a speaker might at his notes. "I am just as well qualified as he in every respect, and if it lies between him and me, I will undoubtedly offer myself, and accompany my address with the publication of this precious document which he calls his notice, the composition in all respects of a ruffian, and which will inspire every gentleman who reads it with disgust, abhorrence, and contempt. His threat I don't understand. I despise his machinations. I defy him utterly, and the time is coming when, in spite of his manoeuvring, I'll drive him into a corner and pin him to the wall. He very well knows that flitting and skulking from place to place, like an escaped convict, he is safe in writing what insults he pleases through the post. I can't tell how or where to find him. He is not only no gentleman, but no man, a coward as well as a ruffian. But his game of hide-and-seek cannot go on forever, and when next I can lay my hand upon him, I'll make him eat that paper on his knees, and place my heel upon his neck." The peroration of this peculiar invective was emphasized by an oath, at which the half-dozen short grizzled hairs that surmounted the top of Mr. Josiah Larkin's shining bald head no doubt stood up in silent appeal. The attorney was standing during this sample of Lake's parliamentary rhetoric, a little flushed, for he did not know the moment when a blue flicker from the rhetorical thunderstorm might splinter his own bald head and forever end his connection with Brenden. There was a silence, during which pale Captain Lake locked up Mark Wylder's warning, and the attorney twice cleared his voice. "I need hardly say, Captain Lake, how I feel in this business. "Quite so," said the captain in his soft, low tones. "I assure you I altogether acquit you of sympathy with anything so utterly ruffianly." And he took the hand of the relieved attorney with a friendly condescension. "The only compensation I exact for your involuntary part in the matter is that you distinctly convey the tenor of my language to Mr. Wylder on the first occasion on which he affords you an opportunity of communicating with him. And as to my ever again acting as his trustee, though, yes, I forgot." He made a sudden pause, and was lost for a minute in annoyed reflection. "Yes, I must for a while. It can't last very long. He must return soon, and I can't well refuse to act until at least some other arrangement is made. There are quite other persons, and I can't allow them to starve." So saying, he rose with his peculiar smile, and extended his hand to signify that the conference was at an end. "And I suppose," he said, "we are to regard this little conversation for the present as confidential?" "Certainly, Captain Lake, and permit me to say that I fully appreciate the just and liberal construction which you have placed upon my conduct, a construction which a party less candid and honourably minded than yourself might have failed to favour me with." And with this pretty speech, Larkin took his hat and gracefully withdrew. End of chapter 47. Recording by Diane Lanning at dianelanning.com. Chapter 48 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 48, in which I go to Brenden and see an old acquaintance in the tapestry room. To my surprise, a large letter bearing the Gillingden postmark, and with a seal as large as a florin, showing, had I examined the heraldry, the Brenden arms with the Lake bearings quartered thereon, and proving to be a very earnest invitation from Stanley Lake, found me in London just about this time. I paused. I was doubtful about accepting it, for the business of the season was just about to commence in earnest, and the country had not yet assumed its charms. But I now know very well that from the first it was quite settled that down I should go. I was too curious to see the bride in her new relations, and to observe something of the conjugal administration of Lake, to allow anything seriously to stand in the way of my proposed trip. There was a postscript to Lake's letter, which might have opened my eyes as to the motives of this pressing invitation, which I pleased myself by thinking, though penned by Captain Lake, came in reality from his beautiful young bride. This small appendix was thus conceived. P.S. Tom Wylder, as usual, deep in elections, under the rose, begs you kindly to bring down whatever you think to be the best book or books on the subject, and he will remit to your bookseller. Order them in his name, but bring them down with you. So I was a second time going down to Brenden as honorary consul, without knowing it. My invitations, I fear, were obtained, if not under false pretences, at least upon false estimates, and the laity rated my legal lore too highly. I reached Brenden rather late. The bride had retired for the night. I had a very late dinner, in fact, a supper, in the parlour. Lake sat with me, chatting, rather cleverly, not pleasantly. Wylder was at Brenden about sessions business, and as usual full of election stratagems and calculations. Stanley volunteered to assure me he had not the faintest idea of looking for a constituency. I really believe, and at this distance of time I may use strong language in a historical sense, that Captain Lake was the greatest liar I ever encountered with. He seemed to do it without a purpose, by instinct or on principle, and would contradict himself solemnly twice or thrice in a week, without seeming to perceive it. I dare say he lied always and about everything, but it was in matters of some moment that one perceived it. What object could he gain, for instance, by the fib he had just told me? On second thoughts, this night he coolly apprised me that he had some idea of sounding the electors. So my meal ended, we went into the tapestry room where, the night being sharp, a pleasant bit of fire burned in the grate, and Wylder greeted me. My journey, though by rail, and as easy as that of the Persian gentleman who skimmed the air, seated on a piece of carpet, predisposed me to sleep. Such volumes of fine and various country air, and such an 8 hours' procession of all sorts of natural pictures are not traversed without effect. Sitting in my well-stuffed chair, my elbows on the cushioned arms, the conversation of Lake and the town clerk now and then grew faint, and their faces faded away, and little fights and fragments of those light and pleasant dreams, like fairy tales, which visit such stolen naps, superseded with their picturesque and musical illusions the realities and recollections of life. Once or twice a nod a little too deep or sudden called me up, but Lake was busy about the Dollington constituency, and the town clerk's bluff face was serious and thoughtful. It was the old question about Rogers the brewer, and whether Lord Addleston and Sir William could not get him, or else it had gone on to the great railway contractor, Dobbs, and the question how many votes his influence was really worth, and somehow I never got very far into the pros and cons of these discussions, which soon subsided into the fairy tale I have mentioned, and that sweet perpendicular sleep, all the sweeter, like everything else, for being contraband and irregular. For one bout, I fancy a good deal longer than the others, my nap was much sounder than before, and I opened my eyes at last with the shudder and a half-horror that accompany an awakening from a general chill, a dismal and frightened sensation. I was facing a door about 20 feet distant, which, exactly as I opened my eyes, turned slowly on its hinges, and the figure of Uncle Lorne in his loose flannel habiliments ineffaceably traced upon my memory, like every other detail of that ill-omened apparition, glided into the room, and crossing the thick carpet with long, soft steps, passed near me, looking upon me with a malign sort of curiosity for some 2 or 3 seconds, and sat down by the declining fire, with a sidelong glance still fixed upon me. I continued gazing on this figure with a dreadful incredulity and the indistinct feeling that it must be an illusion, and that if I could only wake up completely it would vanish. The fascination was disturbed by a noise at the other end of the room, and I saw Lake standing close to him, and looking both angry and frightened. Tom Wylder, looking odd, too, was close at his elbow, and had his hand on Lake's arm, like a man who would prevent violence. I do not know in the least what had passed before, but Lake said, "How the devil did he come in?" "Hush," was all that Tom Wylder said, looking at the gaunt spectre with less of fear than inquisitiveness. "What are you doing here, sir?" demanded Lake in his most unpleasant tones. "Prophesying," answered the phantom. "You had better write your prophecies in your room, sir, had not you? And give them to the Archbishop of Canterbury to proclaim when they are finished. We are busy here just now, and don't require revelations, if you please." The old man lifted up his long, lean finger and turned on him with a smile which I hate even to remember. "Let him alone," whispered the town clerk in significant whisper. "Don't cross him, and he'll not stay long." "You're here, a scribe," murmured Uncle Lorne, looking upon Tom Wylder. "Aye, sir, a scribe and a Pharisee, a Sadducee and a publican, and a priest and a Levite," said the functionary, with a wink at Lake. "Thomas Wylder, sir. Happy to see you, sir. So well and strong, and likely to enlighten the religious world for many a day to come. It's a long time, sir, since I had the honor of seeing you, and I'm always, of course, at your command." "Pshaw!" said Lake angrily. The town clerk pressed his arm with significant side nod and wink, which seemed to say, "I understand him. Can't you let me manage him?" The old man did not seem to hear what they said, but his tall figure rose up, and he extended the fingers of his left hand close to the candle for a few seconds, and then held them up to his eyes, gazing on his fingertips with a horrified sort of scrutiny, as if he saw signs and portents gathered there, like Thomas Aquinas' angels at the needle's points. And then the same cadaverous grin broke out over his features. "Mark Wylder is in an evil plight," said he. "Is he?" said Lake with a sly scoff, though he seemed to me a good deal scared. "We hear no complaints, however, and fancy he must be tolerably comfortable notwithstanding." "You know where he is?" said Uncle Lorne. "Aye, in Italy. Everyone knows that," answered Lake. "In Italy," said the old man reflectively, as if trying to gather up his ideas. "Italy. Oh, yes. Vallombrosa. Aye, Italy. I know it well." "So do we, sir. Thank you for the information," said Lake, who nevertheless appeared strangely uneasy. "He has had a great tour to make. It is nearly accomplished now. When it is done, he will be like me, humano major. He has seen the places which you are yet to see." "Nothing I should like better, particularly Italy," said Lake. "Yes," said Uncle Lorne, lifting up slowly a different finger at each name in his catalogue. "First Lucas Mortis, then Terra Tenebrosa, next Tartarus, after that Terra Oblivionis, then Herbus, then Barathrum, then Gehenna, and then Stagium Ignis." "Of course," acquiesced Lake, with an ugly sneer and a mock bow. "And to think that all the white citizens were once men and women, murmured Uncle Lorne with a scowl.
Quite so,
whispered Luke. I know where he is, resumed the old man, with his finger on his long chin and looking down upon the carpet. It would be very convenient if you would favor us with his address, said Stanley with a gracious sneer. I know what became of him, continued the oracle. You are more in his confidence than we are, said Lake. Don't be frightened, but he's alive. I think they'll make him mad. It is a frightful plight. 2 angels buried him alive in Vallombrosa by night. I saw it, standing among the lotus and hemlock. A Negro came to me, a black clergyman with white eyes, and remained beside me. And the angels imprisoned Mark. They put him on duty 40 days and 40 nights, with his ear to the river, listening for voices. And when it was over, we blessed them, and the clergyman walked with me a long while, to and fro upon the earth, telling me the wonders of the abyss. And is it from the abyss, sir, he writes his letters? Inquired the town clerk, with a wink at Lake. Yes, very diligent. It behooves him, and his hair is always standing straight on his head for fear. But he'll be sent up again at last, 1,000, 110 and 1. Black marble steps. And then it will be the other one's turn. So it was prophesied by the black magician. I thought, sir, you mentioned just now he was a clergyman, suggested Mr. Wylder, who evidently enjoyed this wonderful yarn. Clergyman and magician both, and the chief of the lying prophets with thick lips. He'll come here some night and see you, said Uncle Lorne, looking with a cadaverous apathy on Lake, who was gazing at him in return with a sinister smile. Maybe it was a vision, sir, suggested the town clerk. Yes, sir, a vision. Maybe, echoed the cavernous tones of the old man, but in the flesh or out of the flesh. I saw it. You have had revelations, sir, I've heard, said Stanley's mocking voice. Many, said the seer, but a prophet is never honored. We live in solitude and privations. The world hates us. They stone us. They cut us asunder, even when we are dead. Feel me. I'm cold and white all over. I died too soon. I'd have had wings now only for that pistol. I'm as white as Gehazi, except on my head when that blood comes. Saying which, he rose abruptly, and with long jerking steps limped to the door, at which I saw, in the shade, the face of a dark-featured man looking gloomily in. When he reached the door, Uncle Lorne suddenly stopped and faced us with a countenance of wrath and fear, and threw up his arms in an attitude of denunciation, but said nothing. I thought for a moment the gigantic spectre was about to rush upon us in an excess of frenzy, but whatever the impulse, it subsided, or was diverted by some new idea. His countenance changed, and he beckoned as if to someone in the corner of the room behind us, and smiled this dreadful smile, and so left the apartment. "That old madman is madder than ever," said Lake, in his fellest tones, looking steadfastly with his peculiar gaze upon the closed door. "Jermyn is with him, but he'll burn the house or murder someone yet. It's all damned nonsense keeping him here. Did you see him at the door? He was on the point of assailing some of us. He ought to be in a madhouse." "He used to be very quiet," said the town clerk, who knew all about him. "Oh, very quiet. Yes, of course, very quiet. And quite harmless to people who don't live in the house with him, and see him but once in half a dozen years. But you can't persuade me it is quite so pleasant for those who happen to live under the same roof, and are liable to be intruded upon as we have been to-night every hour of their existence." "Well, certainly it is not pleasant, especially for ladies," admitted the town clerk. "No, not pleasant, and I've quite made up my mind it shan't go on. It is too absurd, really, that such a monstrous thing should be enforced. I'll get a private act next session and regulate those absurd conditions in the will. The old fellow ought to be under restraint, and I rather think it would be better for himself that he were." "Who is he?" I asked, speaking for the first time. "I thought you'd seen him before now," said Lake. "So I have, but quite alone, and without ever learning who he was," I answered. "Oh, he is the gentleman, Julius, for whom in the will under which we take, those very odd provisions are made, such as I believe no one but a Wylder or a Brenden would have dreamed of. It is an odd state of things to hold one's estate under conditions of letting a madman wander about your house and place, making everybody in it uncomfortable and insecure, and exposing him to the imminent risk of making away with himself, either by accident or design. I happen to know what Mark Wylder would have done, for he spoke very fiercely on the subject. Perhaps he consulted you?" "No." "No? Well, he intended locking him quietly into the suite of 3 apartments, you know, at the far end of the old gallery, and giving him full command of the mulberry garden by the little private stair, and putting a good iron door to it, so that my beloved brother Julius, at present afflicted in mind," Lake quoted the words of the will with an unpleasant sneer, "should have had his apartments and his pleasure grounds quite to himself." "And would that arrangement of Mr. Wylder's have satisfied the conditions of the will?" said the town clerk. "I rather think, with proper precautions, it would. Mark Wylder was very shrewd, and would not have run himself into a fix," answered Lake. "I don't know any man shrewder. He is, certainly." And Lake looked at us as he added these last words, in turn, with a quick, suspicious glance, as if he had said something rash, and doubted whether we had observed it. After a little more talk, Lake and the town clerk resumed their electioneering conference, and the lists of electors were passed under their scrutiny, name by name, like slides under the microscope. There is a great deal in nature, physical and moral, that had as well not be ascertained. It is better to take things on trust, with something of a distance and indistinctness. What we gain in knowledge by scrutiny is sometimes paid for in a ghastly sort of disgust. It is marvellous, in a small constituency of 300 average souls, what a queer moral result one of these business-like and narrow investigations which precede an election will furnish. How you find them rated and classified, what odd notes you make to them in the margin, and after the trenchant and rapid vivisection, what sinister scars and seams remain, and how gaunt and repulsive old acquaintances stand up from it. The town clerk knew the constituency of Dollington at his fingers' ends, and Stanley Lake quietly enjoyed, as certain minds will, the nefarious and shabby metamorphosis which every now and then some familiar and respectable burgess underwent, in the spell of half a dozen dry sentences whispered in his ear, and all this minute information, is trustworthy and quite without malice. I went to my bedroom and secured the door, lest Uncle Lorne or Julius should make me another midnight visit. So that mystery was cleared up. Neither ghost nor spectral illusion, but flesh and blood, though in my mind there has always been a horror of a madman akin to the ghostly or demonic. I do not know how late Tom Wylder and Stanley Lake sat up over their lists, but I dare say they were in no hurry to leave them, for a dissolution was just then expected, and no time was to be lost. When I saw Tom Wylder alone next day in the street of Gillingden, he walked a little way with me, and said Tom, with a grave wink, "Don't let the captain up there be hard on the poor old gentleman. He's quite harmless. He would not hurt a fly. I know all about him, for Jack Ford and I spent 5 weeks in the hall about 12 years ago, when the family were away and thought the keeper was not kind to him. He's quite gentle, and sometimes he'd make you die a-laughing. He fancies, you know, he's a prophet, and says he's that old Salon Brenden that shot himself in his bedroom. Well, he is a rum one, and we used to draw him out, poor Jack and me. I never laughed so much, I don't think, in the same time before or since. But he's as innocent as a child, and you know them directions in the will is very strong, and they say Joseph Larkin does not like the captain a bit too well, and he has the will off, every word of it, and I think if Captain Lake does not take care, he may get into trouble, and maybe it would not be amiss if you gave him a hint. Tom Wylder, indeed, was a good-natured fellow, and if he had had his way, I think the world would have gone smoothly enough with most people." End of chapter 48. Recording by Diane Lanning.
Chapter 49. The Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Tina Broughton. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 49. Larcom the Butler Visits the Attorney. Now I may as well mention here an occurrence which, seeming very insignificant, has yet a bearing upon the current of this tale, and it is this. About 4 days after the receipt of the dispatches to which the conference of Captain Lake and the attorney referred, there came a letter from the same prolific correspondent, dated 20th March, from Genoa, which altogether puzzled Mr. Larkin. It commenced thus. Genoa, 20th March. Dear Larkin, I hope you did the 3 commissions all right. Wylder won't refuse, I reckon. But don't let Lake guess what the £150 is for. Pay Martin for the job when finished. It's under £60, mind, and get it looked at first. There was a great deal more, but these were the passages which perplexed Larkin. He unlocked the iron safe and took out the sheaf of Wylder's letters, and conned the last one over very carefully. "Why," said he, holding the text before his eyes in one hand, and with the fingers of the other touching the top of his bald forehead, "Tom Wylder is not once mentioned in this, nor in any of them, and this palpably refers to some direction. And £150? No such sum has been mentioned. And what is this job of Martin's? Is it Martin of the China Kilns, or Martin of the Bank? That, too, plainly refers to a former letter. Not a word of the sort. This is very odd indeed." Larkin's fingertips descended over his eyebrow, and scratched in a miniature way there for a few seconds, and then his large, long hand descended further to his chin, and his underlip was, as usual in deep thought, fondled and pinched between his finger and thumb. "There has plainly been a letter lost, manifestly. I never knew anything wrong in this Gillingden office. Driver has been always correct, but it is hard to know any man for certain in this world. I don't think the captain would venture anything so awfully hazardous. I really can't suspect so monstrous a thing, but, unquestionably, a letter has been lost, and who's to take it?" Larkin made a fuller endorsement than usual on this particular letter, and ruminated over the correspondence a good while, with his lip between his finger and thumb, and a shadow on his face, before he replaced it in its iron drawer. "It is not a thing to be passed over," murmured the attorney, who had come to a decision as to the first step to be taken.
and he thought with a qualm of the effect of one of Wylder's confidential notes getting into Captain Lake's hands. While he was buttoning his walking boots, with his foot on the chair before the fire, a tap at his study door surprised him. A hurried glance on the table satisfying him that no secret paper or dispatch lay there, he called, "Come in." And Mr. Larcom, the grave butler of Brenden, wearing outside his portly person a black garment then known as a zephyr, a white choker and black trousers, and well-polished but rather splayed shoes, and, on the whole, his fat and serious aspect considered, being capable of being mistaken for a church dignitary, or at least for an eminent undertaker, entered the room with a solemn and gentlemanlike reverence. "Oh, Mr. Larcom, a message? Or business?" said Mr. Larkin urbanely. "Not a message, sir, only an inquiry about them few shares," answered Mr. Larcom with another serene reverence, and remaining standing, hat in hand, at the door. "Oh, yes. And how do you do, Mr. Larcom? Quite well, I trust? Yes, about the Naughton Junction. Well, I'm happy to tell you, but pray take a chair, that I have succeeded and the directors have allotted you 5 shares. And it is your own fault if you don't make 2 10 and 6 a share. The Chowleys are up to 6.5, I see here," and he pointed to the Times. Mr. Larcom's fat face smiled, in spite of his endeavor to keep it under. It was part of his business to look always grave, and he coughed and recovered his gravity. "I'm very thankful, sir," said Mr. Larcom, "very." "But do sit down, Mr. Larcom. Pray, do," said the attorney, who was very gracious to Larcom. "You'll get the scrip, you know, on executing, but the shares are allotted. They sent the notice for you here. And how are the family at Brenden? All well, I trust?" Mr. Larcom blew his nose. "All, sir, well. And let me give you a glass of sherry, Mr. Larcom, after your walk. I can't compete with the Branden sherry, Mr. Larcom. Wonderful fine wine, that. But still I'm told this is not a bad wine, notwithstanding." Larcom received it with grave gratitude, and sipped it, and spoke respectfully of it. And any news in that quarter of Mr. Mark Wylder? Any surmise? You know, I'm interested for all parties." "Well, sir, of Mr. Wylder, I can't say as I know no more than he's been a subject of much unpleasant feeling, which I should say there's been a great deal of angry talk since I last saw you, sir, between Miss Lake and the captain." "Ah, yes, you mentioned something of the kind, and your own impression that Captain Lake, which I trust may turn out to be so, knows where Mr. Mark Wylder is at present staying?" "I much misdoubt, sir, it won't turn out to be no good story for no one," said Mr. Larcom, in a low and sad tone, and with a long shake of his head. "No good story, hey? How do you mean, Larcom?" "Well, sir, I know you won't mention me, Mr. Larkin." "Certainly not. Go on." "When people gets hot a-talking, they won't mind a body coming in, and that's how the captain and Miss Rachel Lake, they carried on their dispute like, though me coming into the room." "Just so. And what do you found your opinion about Mr. Mark Wylder on?" "Well, sir, I could not hear more than a word now and a sentence again, and picking what meaning I could out of what Miss Lake said, and the captain could not deny, I do suspect, sir, most serious, as how they have put Mr. Mark Wylder into a madhouse, and that's how I think it's gone with him, and you'll never see him out again if the captain has his will." "Do you mean to say you actually think he's shut up in a madhouse at this moment?" demanded the attorney, his little pink eyes opened quite round, and his lank cheeks and tall forehead flushed, at the rush of wild ideas that whirred round him, like a covey of birds at the startling suggestion. The butler nodded gloomily. Larkin continued to stare on him in silence, with his round eyes, for some seconds after. "In a madhouse? Puh! Puh! Incredible! Puh! Impossible! Quite impossible! Did either Miss Lake or the captain use the word madhouse?" "Well, no." "Or any other word? Lunatic asylum, or a bedlam, or any other word meaning the same thing?" "Well, I can't say, sir, as I remember, but I rather think not. I only know for certain I took it so, and I do believe as how Mr. Mark Wylder is confined in a madhouse, and the captain knows all about it, and won't do nothing to get him out." Very odd. Very strange. But it is only from the general tenor of what passed, by a sort of guesswork, you have arrived at that conclusion?" Larcom assented. "Well, Mr. Larcom, I think you have been led into an erroneous conclusion. Indeed, I may mention I have reason to think so. In fact, to know that such is the case. What you mentioned to me, you know, as a friend of the family, and holding, as I do, a confidential position, in fact, a very confidential one, alike in relation to Mr. Wylder and to the family of Brenden Hall, is, of course, sacred. And anything that comes from you, Mr. Larkham, is never heard in connection with your name beyond these walls. And let me add, it strikes me as highly important, both in the interests of the leading individuals in this unpleasant business, and also as pertaining to your own comfort and security, that you should carefully avoid communicating what you have just mentioned to any other party. You understand?" Larkham did understand perfectly, and so this little visit ended. Mr. Larkin took a turn or two up and down the room thinking. He stopped, with his fingertips to his eyebrow, and thought more. Then he took another turn, and stopped again, and threw back his head, and gazed for a while on the ceiling. And then he stood for a time at the window, with his lip between his finger and thumb. No, it was a mistake. It could not be. It was Mark Wylder's penmanship. He could swear to it. There was no trace of madness in his letters, nor of restraint. It was not possible, even, that he was wandering from place to place under the coercion of a couple of keepers. No, Wylder was an energetic and somewhat violent person, with high animal courage, and would be sure to blow up and break through any such machination. No, with Mark Wylder it was quite out of the question, altogether visionary and impracticable. Persons like Larkham do make such absurd blunders, and so misapprehend the conversation of educated people. Notwithstanding all which, there remained in his mind an image of Mark Wylder, in the straw and darkness of a solitary continental madhouse, squalid, neglected, and becoming gradually that which he was said to be. And he always shaped him somehow, after the outlines of a grisly print he remembered in his boyish days, of a maniac, chained in a Sicilian cell, groveling under the lash of a half-seen jailer, and with his teeth buried in his own arm. Quite impossible. Mark Wylder was the last man in the world to submit to physical coercion. The idea, besides, could not be reconciled with the facts of the case. It was all a blundering chimera. Mr. Larkin walked down direct to Gillingden, and paid a rather awful visit to Mr. Driver of the post office. A foreign letter addressed to him had most positively been lost. He had called to mention the circumstance, lest Mr. Driver should be taken by surprise by official investigation. Was it possible that the letter had been sent by mistake to Brenden, to Captain Lake? Lake and Larkin, you know, might be mistaken. At all events, it would be well to make your clerks recollect themselves. Mr. Larkin knew that Mr. Driver's clerks were his daughters. It is not easy to meet with a young fellow that is quite honest, but if they knew that they would be subject to a sifting examination on oath on the arrival of the commissioner, they might possibly prefer finding the letter, in which case there would be no more about it. Mr. Driver knew him, Mr. Larkin, and he might tell his young men, if they got the letter for him, they should hear no more of it. The people of Gillingden knew very well that when the rat-like glitter twinkled in Mr. Larkin's eyes, and the shadow came over his long face, there was mischief brewing. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand, by J. Sheridan LaFanu. Chapter 50. New Lights. A few days later, Josiah Larkin, Esquire, The Lodge, Gillingden, received from London a printed form, duly filled in, and with the official signature attached, informing him that inquiry having been instituted in consequence of his letter, no result had been obtained. The hiatus in his correspondence caused Mr. Larkin extreme uneasiness. He had a profound distrust of Captain Lake. In fact, he thought him capable of everything, and if there should turn out to be anything not quite straight going on at the post office of Gillingden, hitherto an unimpeached institution, he had no doubt whatsoever that that dark and sinuous spirit was at the bottom of it. Still, it was too prodigious and too hazardous to be probable. But the captain had no sort of principle, and a desperately strong head. There was not, indeed, when they met yesterday, the least change or consciousness in the captain's manner. That, in another man, would have indicated something, But Stanley Lake was so deep, such a mask, in him it meant nothing. Mr. Larkin's next step was to apply for a commissioner to come down and investigate. But before he had time to take this step, an occurrence took place to arrest his proceedings. It was the receipt of a foreign letter, of which the following is an exact copy. Venice, March 28th. Dear Larkin, I read a rumor of a dissolution during the recess. Keep a bright lookout. Here's 3 things for you. 1. Try and get Tom Wylder. He is a sine qua non. Mark's Latin was sailor-like. 2. Cash the enclosed order for £150 more for the same stake. 3. Tell Martin the tiles I saw in August last will answer for the cowhouse, and let him put them down at once. In haste, yours truly, M. Wylder. Enclosed was an order on Lake for £150. When Larkin got this, he was in his study. Why, this, positively, this is the letter. How's this? And Mr. Larkin looked as much scared and astonished as if a spirit rose up before him. This is the letter. Aye, this is the letter. He repeated this from time to time as he turned it over and looked at the postmark, and back again at the letter, and looked up at the date, and down at the signature, and read the note through. Yes, this is it. Here it is. This is it. There's no doubt whatever. This is the letter referred to in the last. Wylder, Martin, and the £150. And the attorney took out his keys, looking pale and stern like a man about to open the door upon a horror, and unlocked his safe, and took out the oft-consulted and familiar series, letters tied up and bearing the label, Mark Wylder, Esquire. Aye, here it is. Genoa, 20th, and this, Venice, 28th. Yes, the postmarks correspond. Yet the letter from Genoa, dated 20th, refers back to the letter from Venice, written 8 days later. Well, I can't comprehend. How in the name? He placed the 2 letters on his desk, and read them over, and up and down, and pondered darkly over them. It is Mark Wylder's writing. I'll swear to it. What on earth can he mean? He can't possibly want to confuse us upon dates as well as places, because that would simply render his letters for purposes of business negatory, and there are many things he wishes attended to. Josiah Larkin rose from his desk, ruminating, and went to the window, and placed the letter against the pane. I don't think he had any definite motive in doing this, but something struck him that he had not remarked before. There was something different in the quality of the ink that wrote the number of the date 28th from that used in the rest of the letter. What can that mean? Muttered Larkin, with a sort of gasp at his discovery, and shading his eyes with his hand, he scrutinized the numerals, 28th, again. A totally different ink. He took the previous letter and frowned on it fiercely from his rat-like eyes, and then, with an ejaculation as like an oath so good a man could utter, he exclaimed, I have it! Then came a pause, and he said, Both alike. Blanks left when the letters were written, and the dates filled in afterward. Not the same hand, I think. No, not the same. Positively a different hand. Then Josiah Larkin examined these mysterious epistles once more. There may be something in what Larcom said, a very great deal possibly. If he was shut up somewhere, they could make him write a set of these letters off at a sitting, and send them from place to place to be posted, to make us think he was traveling, and prevent our finding where they keep him. Here it is plain there was a slip in posting the wrong one first. Trepanned, kidnapped, hid away in the crypts of some remote madhouse, reduced to submission by privation and misery, a case as desperate as that of a prisoner in the Inquisition. What could be the motive for this elaborate and hideous fraud? Would it not be a more convenient course, as well as more merciful, to put him to death? The crime would hardly be greater. Why should he be retained in that ghastly existence? Well, if Stanley Lake were at the bottom of this horrid conspiracy, he certainly had a motive in clearing the field of his rival. And then, for the attorney had all the family settlements present to his mind, there was this clear motive for prolonging his life, that by the slip in the will under which Dorkas Brenden inherited, the bulk of her estate would terminate with the life of Mark Wylder. And this other motive too existed for retaining him in the house of bondage, that by preventing his marriage, and his having a family to succeed him, the reversion of his brother William was reduced to a certainty, and would become a magnificent investment for Stanley Lake, whenever he might choose to purchase. Upon that purchase, however, the good attorney had cast his eye. He thought he now began to discern the outlines of a gigantic and symmetrical villainy emerging through the fog. If this theory were right, William Wylder's reversion was certain to take effect, and it was exasperating that the native craft and daring of this inexperienced captain should forestall so accomplished a man of business as Josiah Larkin. The attorney began to hate Stanley Lake as none but a man of that stamp can hate the person who mars a scheme of aggrandizement. But what was he to do exactly? If the captain had his eye on the reversion, it would require nice navigation to carry his plan successfully through. On the other hand, it was quite possible that Wylder was a free agent, and yet, for purposes of secrecy, employing another person to post his letters at various continental towns. And this blunder might just as well have happened in this case as in any other that supposed the same machinery. On the whole, then, it was a difficult question, but there were Larcom's conclusions about the madhouse to throw into the balance. And though, as respected Mark Wylder, they were grisly, the attorney would not have been sorry to be quite sure that they were sound. What he most needed were ascertained data. With these, his opportunities were immense. Mr. Larkin eyed the Wylder correspondence now with a sort of reverence that was new to him. There was something supernatural and talismanic in the mystery. The sheaf of letters lay before him on the table, like Cornelius Agrippa's bloody book, a thing to conjure with. What prodigies might it not accomplish for its happy possessor, if only he could read it aright, and command the spirits, which its spells might call up before him? Yes, it was a stupendous secret. Who knew to what it might conduct? There was a shade of guilt in his tamperings with it, akin to the black art, which he felt without acknowledging. This little parcel of letters was, in its evil way, a holy thing. While it lay on the table, the room became the holy of holies in his dark religion, and the lank attorney, with tall bald head, shaded face, and hungry dangerous eyes, a priest or a magician. The attorney quietly bolted his study door and stood erect with his hands in his pockets, looking sternly down on the letters. Then he took a little gazetteer off a tiny shelf near the bell rope, where was a railway guide, an English dictionary, a French ditto, and a Bible, and with his sharp penknife he deftly sliced from its place in the work of reference the folded map of Europe. It was destined to illustrate the correspondence, and Larkin sat down before it and surveyed with a solemn stare the wide scene of Mark Wylder's operations, as a general would the theater of his rival's strategy. Referring to the letters as he proceeded, with a sharp pen in red ink, he made his natty little note upon each town or capital in succession, from which Wylder had dated a dispatch. Bologna, for instance, a neat little red cross over the town, and beneath, 12th October, 1854. Brighton, ditto, 20th October, 1854. Paris, ditto, 17th November, 1854. Marseille, ditto, 26th November, 1854. Frankfurt, ditto, 22nd February, 1855. Geneva, ditto, 10th March, 1855. Genoa, ditto, 20th March, 1855. Venice, ditto, 28th March, 1855. I may here mention that in the preceding notation I have marked the days and months exactly, but the years fancifully. I don't think that Mr. Larkin had read The Wandering Jew. He had no great taste for works of fancy. If he had, he might have been reminded, as he looked down upon the wild field of tactics just noted by his pen, of that globe, similarly starred all over with little red crosses, which M. Rodin was wont to consult. Now he was going into this business as he did into others, methodically. He, therefore, read what his gazetteer had to say about these towns and cities, standing, for better light, at the window. But though, the type being small, his eyes were more pink than before, he was nothing wiser, the information being of that niggardly historical and statistical kind, which availed nothing in his present scrutiny. He would get Murray's handbooks, and all sorts of works. He was determined to read it up. He was going into this as into a great speculative case, in which he had a heavy stake, with all his activity, craft, and unscrupulousness. It might be the making of him. his treasure, his oracle, his book of power, the labeled parcel of Wylder's letters with the annotated map folded beside them, he replaced in their red-tape ligature in his iron safe, and with Chubb's key in his pocket, took his hat and cane, the day was fine, and walked forth for Brenden and the captain's study. A pleasant day, a light air, a frosty sun. On the green, the vicar, with his pretty boy by the hand, passed him not 100 yards off, like a ship at sea. There was a waving of hands and smiles, and a shouted, "Beautiful day!" What a position that poor fellow has got himself into, good Mr. Larkin thought with a shrug of compassion to himself. That reversion, why, it's nothing. I really don't know why I think about it at all. If it were offered me this moment, positively I would not have it. Anything certain, anything would be better. Little Fairy grew grave, in spite of the attorney's smiles whenever he saw him. He was now saying, as holding his Wopsy's hand, he capered round in front, looking up in his face, "Why has Mr. Larkin no teeth when he laughs? Is he ever angry when he laughs? Is he, Wopsy? Oh, Wopsy, is he? Would you let him whip me if I was naughty? I don't like him. Why does Mamma say he's a good man, Wopsy?" "Because, little man, he is a good man," said the vicar, recalled by the impiety of the question. "The best friend that Wopsy ever met with in his life. But you would not give me to him, Wopsy?" "Give you, darling? No, to no one but to God, my little man. For richer, for poorer, you're my own. You're Wopsy's little man." And he lifted him up and carried him in his arms against his loving heart, and the water stood in his eyes as he laughed fondly into that pretty face. But little man by this time was struggling to get down, and give chase to a crow grubbing near them for dainties, with a muddy beak, and Wopsy's eyes followed, smiling, the wild vagaries of his little fairy. In the meantime, Mr. Larkin had got among the noble trees of Brenden, and was approaching the lordly front of the hall. His mind was busy. He had not very much fact to go upon. His theories were built chiefly of vapor, and every changing light or breath therefore altered their coloring and outlines. Maybe Mark Wylder is mad, and wandering in charge of a keeper. Maybe he is in some mad doctor's house, and not mad. Maybe in England, and there writes these letters, which are sent from one continental town to another to be posted, and thus the appearance of locomotion is kept up. Perhaps he has been inveigled into the hands of ruffians, and is living, as it were, under the vault of an inquisition, and compelled to write whatever his jailers dictate. Maybe he writes not under physical, but moral coercion. Be the fact how it may, those Lakes, brother and sister, have a guilty knowledge of the affair. I will be firm. It is my duty to clear this matter up, if I can. We must do as we would be done by. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 51. A Fracas in the Library. It was still early in the day. Larkin received him gravely in the hall. Captain Lake was at home, as usual, up to 1 o'clock in the library, the most diligent administrator that Brenden had perhaps ever known. "Well, Larkin, letters perpetually, you see. Quite well, I hope. Won't you sit down? No bad news? You look rather melancholy. Your other client is not ill. Nothing sad about Mark Wylder, I hope." "No, nothing sad, Captain Lake. Nothing, but a good deal that is strange." "Oh, is there?" said Lake in his soft tones, leaning forward in his easy-chair and looking on the shining points of his boots. "I have found out a thing, Captain Lake, which will no doubt interest you as much as it does me. It will lead, I think, to a much more exact guess about Mr. Mark Wylder." There was a sturdy emphasis in the attorney's speech, which was far from usual, and indicated something. "Oh, you have. May one hear it?" said Lake, in the same silken tone, and looking down as before on his boots. "I've discovered something about his letters," said the attorney, and paused. "Satisfactory, I hope," said Lake as before. "Foul play, sir." "Foul play, is there? What is he doing now?" said Lake in the same languid way, his elbows on the arms of his chair, stooping forward and looking serenely on the floor, like a man who is tired of his work and enjoys his respite. Why, Captain Lake, the matter is this. It amounts, in fact, to fraud. It is plain that the letters are written in batches, several at a time, and committed to someone to carry from town to town, and post, having previously filled in dates to make them correspond with the exact period of posting them. The attorney's searching gaze was fixed on the captain as he said this, with all the significance consistent with civility, but he could not observe the slightest indication of change. I dare say the captain felt his gaze upon him, and he undoubtedly heard his emphasis, but he plainly did not take either to himself. "Indeed, that is very odd," said Captain Lake. "Very odd," echoed the attorney. It struck Mr. Larkin that his gallant friend was a little overacting, and showing perhaps less interest in the discovery than was strictly natural. "But how can you show it?" said Lake with a slight yawn. "Wylder is such a fellow. I don't the least pretend to understand him. It may be a freak of his." "I don't think, Captain Lake, that is exactly a possible solution here. I don't think, sir, he would write 2 letters, one referring back to the other at the same time, and post and date the latter more than a week before the other." "Oh," said Lake quietly, for the first time exhibiting a slight change of countenance, and looking peevish and excited. "Yes, that certainly does look very oddly. And I think, Captain Lake, it behooves us to leave no stone unturned to sift this matter to the bottom." "With what particular purpose? I don't quite see," said Lake. "Don't you think possibly Mark Wylder might think us very impertinent?" "I think, Captain Lake, on the contrary, we might be doing that gentleman the only service he is capable of receiving, and I know we should be doing something toward tracing and exposing the machinations of a conspiracy." "A conspiracy! I did not quite see your meaning. Then you really think there is a conspiracy? Formed by him or against him? Which?" "Against him, Captain Lake. Did the same idea never strike you?" "Not, I think, that I can recollect." "In none of your conversations upon the subject with members of your family?" continued the attorney with a grave significance. "I say, sir, I don't recollect," said Lake, glaring for an instant in his face very savagely, "and it seems to me that sitting here you fancy yourself examining some vagrant or poacher at Gillingden Sessions. And pray, sir, have you no evidence in the letters you speak of but the insertion of dates and the posting them in inverse order to lead you to that strong conclusion?" "None as supplied by the letters themselves," answered Larkin a little doggedly, "and I venture to think that is rather strong." "Quite so, to a mind like yours," said Lake, with a faint gleam of his unpleasant smile thrown upon the floor. "But other men don't see it, and I hope at all events there's a likelihood that Mark Wylder will soon return and look after his own business. I'm quite tired of it, and of—" he was going to say you, "of everything connected with it. This delay is attended with more serious mischief. The vicar, his brother, had a promise of money from him, and is disappointed in very great embarrassments. And in fact, were it not for some temporary assistance, which I may mention, although I don't speak of such things, I afforded him myself, he must have been ruined." "It is very sad," said Lake, "but he ought not to have married without an income." "Very true, Captain Lake. There is no defending that. It was wrong, but the retribution is terrible," and the righteous man shook his tall head. "Don't you think he might take steps to relieve himself considerably?" "I don't see it, Captain Lake," said the attorney sadly and dryly. "Well, you know best, but are not there resources?" "I don't see, Captain Lake, what you point at." "I'll give him something for his reversion if he chooses, and make him comfortable for his life." The attorney somehow didn't seem to take kindly to this proposition. We know he had imagined for himself some little flirtation on this behalf, and cherished a secret tendre for the same reversion. Perhaps he had other plans, too. At all events, it flashed the same suspicion of Lake upon his mind again, and he said, "I don't know, sir, that the Reverend Mr. Wylder would entertain anything in the nature of a sale of his reversion. I rather think the contrary. I don't think his friends would advise it." "And why not? It was never more than a contingency. And now they say Mark Wylder is married and has children. They tell me he was seen at Ancona," said Lake tranquilly. "They tell you? Who are they?" said the attorney, and his dove's eyes were gone again, and the rat's eyes unequivocally looking out of the small pink lids. They, repeated Captain Lake. "Why, of course, sir, I use the word in its usual sense. That is, there was a rumor when I was last in town, and I really forget who told me. Someone, 2 or 3, perhaps." "Do you think it's true, sir?" persisted Mr. Larkin. "No, sir, I don't," said Captain Lake, fixing his eyes for a moment with a frank stare on the attorney's face. "But it is quite possible it may be true." "If it is, you know, sir," said Josiah Larkin, "the reversion would be a bad purchase at a halfpenny." "I don't believe it either, sir," resumed the attorney after a little interval, "and I could not advise the party you named, sir, to sell his remainder for a song." "You'll advise as you please, sir, and no doubt not without sufficient reason," retorted Captain Lake. There was a suspicion of a sneer, not in his countenance, not in his tone, not necessarily in his words, but somehow a suspicion which stung the attorney like a certainty, and a pinkish flush tinged his forehead. Perhaps Mr. Larkin had not yet formed any distinct plans, and was really in considerable dubitation. But as we know, perceiving that the situation of affairs, like all uncertain conjunctures, offered manifestly an opportunity for speculation, he was perhaps desirous, like our old friend Sinbad, of that gleam of light which might show him the gold and precious stones with which the floor of the catacomb was strewn. "You see, Captain Lake, to speak quite frankly, there's nothing like being perfectly frank and open. Although you have not treated me with confidence, which of course was not called for in this particular instance, I may as well say, in passing, that I have no doubt on my mind you know a great deal more than you care to tell about the fate of Mr. Mark Wylder. I look upon it, sir, that that party has been made away with." "Old villain!" exclaimed Lake, starting up with a sudden access of energy, and his face looked whiter still than usual. Perhaps it was only the light. "It won't do, sir," said Larkin, with a sinister quietude. "I say there's been foul play. I think, sir, you've got him into some foreign madhouse or place of confinement, and I won't stop till it's sifted to the bottom. It is my duty, sir." Captain Lake's slender hand sprang on the attorney's collar, coat, and waistcoat together, and his knuckles, hard and sharp, were screwed against Mr. Larkin's jawbone as he shook him, and his face was like a drift of snow with two yellow fires glaring in it. It was ferine and spectral, and so tremendously violent that the long attorney, expecting nothing of the sort, was thrown out of his balance against the chimney-piece. "You damned old miscreant! I'll pitch you out of the window." "I say, let go! You're mad, sir," said the attorney, disengaging himself with a sudden and violent effort, and standing with the back of a tall chair grasped in both hands, and the seat interposed between himself and Captain Lake. He was twisting his neck uncomfortably in his shirt collar, and for some seconds was more agitated in a different way than his patron was. The fact was that Mr. Larkin had a little mistaken his man. He had never happened before to see him in one of his violent moods, and fancied that his apathetic manner indicated a person more easily bullied. There was something, too, in the tone and look of Captain Lake, which went a good way to confound and perplex his suspicions, and he half fancied that the master stroke he had hazarded was a rank and irreparable blunder. Something of this, I am sure, appeared in his countenance, and Captain Lake looked awfully savage, and each gentleman stared the other full in the face with more frankness than became two such diplomatists. "Allow me to speak a word, Captain Lake." "You damned old miscreant," repeated the candescent captain. "Allow me to say, you misapprehend." "You infernal old cur!" "I mean no imputation upon you, sir. I thought you might have committed a mistake. Any man may. Perhaps you have. I have acted, Captain Lake, with fidelity in all respects to you, and to every client for whom I've been concerned. Mr. Wylder is my client, and I was bound to say I was not satisfied about his present position, which seems to me unaccountable, except on the supposition that he is under restraint of some sort. I never said you were to blame, but you may be in error respecting Mr. Wylder. You may have taken steps, Captain Lake, under a mistake. I never went further than that. On reflection, you'll say so. I didn't, upon my honour." "Then you did not mean to insult me, sir," said Lake. "Upon my honour and conscience and soul, Captain Lake," said the attorney, stringing together in his vindication all the articles he was assumed most to respect. "I am perfectly frank, I do assure you. I never supposed for an instant more than I say. I could not imagine. I'm amazed you have so taken it. But you think I exercise some control or coercion over my cousin, Mr. Mark Wylder. He's not a man, I can tell you, wherever he is, to be bullied, no more than I am. I don't correspond with him. I have nothing to do with him or his affairs. I wash my hands of him." Captain Lake turned and walked quickly to the door, but came back as suddenly. "Shake hands, sir. We'll forget it. I accept what you say, but don't talk that way to me again. I can't imagine what the devil put such stuff in your head. I don't care twopence. No one's to blame but Wylder himself. I say I don't care a farthing. Upon my honour, I quite see. I now acquit you. You could not mean what you seem to say, and I can't understand how a sensible man like you, knowing Mark Wylder and knowing me, sir, could use such ambiguous language. I have no more influence with him, and can no more affect his doings, or what you call his fate, and to say the truth, care about them no more than the child unborn. He's his own master, of course. What the devil can you have been dreaming of? I don't even get a letter from him. He's nothing to me. You have misunderstood me, but that's over, sir. I may have spoken with warmth, fearing that you might be acting under some cruel misapprehension, that's all. And you don't think worse of me, I'm very sure, Captain Lake, for a little indiscreet zeal on behalf of a gentleman who has treated me with such unlimited confidence as Mr. Wylder. I'd do the same for you, sir. It's my character. The two gentlemen, you perceive, though still agitated, were becoming reasonable and more or less complimentary and conciliatory, and the masks which an electric gust had displaced for a moment, revealing gross and somewhat repulsive features, were being readjusted, while each looked over his shoulder. I am sorry to say that when that good man Mr. Larkin left his presence, Captain Lake indulged in a perfectly blasphemous monologue. His fury was excited to a pitch that was very nearly ungovernable, and after it had exhibited itself in the way I have said, Captain Lake opened a little dispatch-box, and took therefrom a foreign letter, but 3 days received. He read it through. His ill-omened smile expanded to a grin that was undisguisedly diabolical. With the scissors he clipped his own name where it occurred from the thin sheet, and then in red ink and Roman capitals he scrawled a line or two across the interior of the letter, enclosed it in an envelope, directed it, and then rang the bell. He ordered the tax-cart and 2 horses to drive tandem. The captain was rather a good whip, and he drove at a great pace to Dollington, took the train on to Charteris, there posted his letter, and so returned, his temper continuing savage all that evening, and in a modified degree in the same state for several days after. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 52. An old friend looks into the garden at Redman's farm. Lady Chelford, with one of those sudden changes of front which occur in female strategy, on hearing that Stanley Lake was actually accepted by Dorkas, had assailed both him and his sister, whom heretofore she had a good deal petted and distinguished, with a fury that was startling. As respects Rachel, we know how unjust was the attack. And when the dowager opened her fire on Rachel, the young lady replied with a spirit and dignity to which she was not at all accustomed. So soon as Dorkas obtained a hearing, which was not for some time, for she, as a miserable and ridiculous victim and idiot, was nearly as deep in disgrace as those shameless harpies, the Lakes, she told the whole truth as respected all parties, with her superb and tranquil frankness. Lady Chelford ordered her horses, and was about to leave Brenden next morning. But rheumatism arrested her indignant flight, and during her week's confinement to her room her son contrived so that she consented to stay for the odious ceremony, and was even sourly civil to Miss Lake, who received her advances quite as coldly as they were made. To Miss Lake, Lord Chelford, though not in set terms, yet in many pleasant ways, apologized for his mother's impertinence. Dorkas had told him also the story of Rachel's decided opposition to the marriage. He was so particularly respectful to her, he showed her by the very form into which he shaped his good wishes that he knew how frankly she had opposed the marriage, how true she had been to her friend Dorkas, and she understood him and was grateful. In fact, Lord Chelford, whatever might be his opinion of the motives of Captain Lake and the prudence of Dorkas, was clearly disposed to make the best of the inevitable, and to stamp the new Brenden alliance with whatever respectability his frank recognition could give it. Old Lady Chelford's bitter and ominous acquiescence also came, and the presence of mother and son at the solemnity averted the family scandal which the old lady's first access of frenzy threatened. This duty discharged, she insisted, in the interest of her rheumatism, upon change of air, and on arriving at Duxley was quite surprised to find Lady Dulhampton and her daughters there upon a similar quest. About the matrimonial likelihoods of gentlemen with titles and estates fame, that most tuft-hunting of divinities, is always distending her cheeks, and blowing the very finest flourishes her old trumpet affords. Lord Chelford was not long away when the story of Lady Constance was again alive and vocal. It reached old Jackson through his sister, who was married to the brother of the Marquis of Dulhampton's solicitor. It reached Lake from Tom Twitters of his club, who kept the Brenden captain au courant of the town talk, and it came to Dorkas in a more authentic fashion, though mysteriously, and rather in the guise of a conundrum than of a distinct bit of family intelligence, from no less a person than the old Dowager Lady Chelford herself. Stanley Lake, who had begun to entertain hopes for Rachel in that direction, went down to Redmond's farm, and after his bleak and bitter fashion rated the young lady for having perversely neglected her opportunities and repulsed that most desirable parti. In this he was intensely in earnest, for the connection would have done wonders for Captain Lake in the county. Rachel met this coarse attack with quiet contempt, told him that Lord Chelford had, she supposed, no idea of marrying out of his own rank, and further that he, Captain Lake, must perfectly comprehend, if he could not appreciate, the reasons which would forever bar any such relation. But Rachel, though she treated the subject serenely in this interview, was sadder and more forlorn than ever, and lay awake at night, and perhaps, if we knew all, shed some secret tears, and then with time came healing of these sorrows. It was a fallacy, a mere chimera that was gone, an impracticability too. She had smiled at it as such when Dorcas used to hint at it. But are there no castles in the clouds which we like to inhabit, although we know them altogether air-built, and whose evaporation desolates us? Rachel's talks with the vicar were frequent, and poor little Mrs. William Wylder, who knew not the reason of his visits, fell slowly, and to the good man's entire bewilderment, into a chronic jealousy. It expressed itself enigmatically. It was circumlocutory, sad, and mysterious. Little Fairy was so pleased with his visit to Redmond's farm to-day. He told me all about it, did not you, little man? But still you love poor old mamma best of all. You would not like to have a new mamma. Ah, no, you'd rather have your poor old ugly Mussy. I wish I was handsome, my little man, and clever, but wishing is vain. Ah, Willie, there was a time when you could not see how ugly and dull your poor foolish little wife was, but it could not last forever. How did it happen? Oh, how? You, such a scholar, so clever, so handsome, my beautiful Willie, how did you ever look down on poor wretched me? I think it will be fine, Willie, and Miss Lake will expect you at Redmond's farm, and little Fairy will go too. Yes, you'd like to go, and mamma will stay at home, and try to be useful in her poor miserable way, and so on. The vicar, thinking of other things, never seeing the reproachful irony in all this, would take it quite literally, assent sadly, and with little Fairy by the hand, set forth for Redmond's farm, and the good little body, to the amazement of her two maids, would be heard passionately weeping in the parlour in her forsaken state. At last there came a great upbraiding, a great éclaircissement, and laughter and crying and hugging, and the poor little woman, quite relieved, went off immediately in her gratitude to Rachel, and paid her quite an affectionate little visit. Jealousy is very unreasonable, but have we no compensation in this, that the love which begets it is often as unreasonable? Look in the glass, and then into your own heart, and ask your conscience next, am I really quite a hero, or altogether so lovely as I am beloved? Keep the answer to yourself, but be tender with the vehement follies of your jealous wife. Poor mortals, it is but a short time we have to love, and be jealous, and love again. One night, after a long talk in the morning with good William Wylder, and great dejection following, all on a sudden Rachel sat up in her bed, and in a pleasant voice, and looking more like herself than she had for many months, she said, I think I have found the true way out of my troubles, Tamar. At every sacrifice, to be quite honest, and to that, Tamar, I have made up my mind at last, thank God. Come, Tamar, and kiss me, for I am free once more. So that night passed peacefully. Rachel, a changed Rachel still, though more like her early self, was now in the tiny garden of Redmond's farm. The early spring was already showing its bright green through the brown of winter, and sun and shower alternating, and the gay gossiping of sweet birds among the branches, were calling the young creation from its slumbers. The air was so sharp, so clear, so sunny, the mysterious sense of coming life so invigorating, and the sounds and aspect of nature so rejoicing, that Rachel, with her gauntlets on, her white basket of flower seeds, her trowel, and all her garden implements beside her, felt her own spring of life return, and rejoiced in the glad hour that shone round her. Lifting up her eyes, she saw Lord Chelford looking over the little gate. "What a charming day," said he, with his pleasant smile, raising his hat, "and how very pleasant to see you at your pretty industry again." As Rachel came forward in her faded gardening costume, an old silk shawl about her shoulders and hoodwise over her head, somehow very becoming, there was a blush, he could not help seeing it, on her young face, and for a moment her fine eyes dropped, and she looked up, smiling a more thoughtful and a sadder smile than in old days. The picture of that smile, so gay and fearless, and yet so feminine, rose up beside the sadder smile that greeted him now, and he thought of Undine without, and Undine with a soul. "I'm afraid I am very impertinent, at least a very inquisitive wayfarer, but I could not pass by without a word, even at the risk of interrupting you. And the truth is, I believe, if it had not been for that chance of seeing and interrupting you, I should not have passed through Redmond's Dell today." He laughed a little as he said this, and held her hand some seconds longer than is strictly usual in such a greeting. "You are staying at Brenden," said Rachel, not knowing exactly what to say. "Yes. Dorkas, who is always very good to me, made me promise to come whenever I was at Drackley. I arrived yesterday, and they tell me you stay so much at home that possibly you might not appear in the upper world for 2 or 3 days, so I had not patience, you see." It was now Rachel's turn to laugh a musical little roulade, but somehow her talk was neither so gay nor so voluble as it used to be. She liked to listen. She would not for the world their little conversation ended before its time, but there was an unwonted difficulty in finding anything to say. "It is quite true. I am more a stay-at-home than I used to be. I believe we learn to prize home more the longer we live." "What a wise old lady! I did not think of that. I have only learned that whatever is most prized is hardest to find." "And spring is come again," continued Rachel, passing by this little speech, "and my labours recommence. And though the day is longer, there is more to do in it, you see. I don't wonder at your being a stay-at-home, for to my eyes it is the prettiest spot of earth in all the world, and if you find it half as hard to leave it as I do, your staying here is quite accounted for." This little speech also Rachel understood quite well, though she went on as if she did not. "And this little garden costs, I assure you, a great deal of wise thought. In sowing my annuals I have so much to forecast and arrange, suitability of climate, for we have sun and shade here, succession of bloom and contrast of colour, and ever so many other important things. I can quite imagine it, though it did not strike me before," he said, looking on her with a smile of pleasant and peculiar interest, which somehow gave a reality to this playful talk. "It is quite true, and I should not have thought of it. It is very pretty," and he laughed a gentle little laugh, glancing over the tiny garden. "But after all, there is no picture of flowers or still life, or even of landscape, that will interest long. You must be very solitary here at times. That is, you must have a great deal more resource than I, or indeed almost anyone I know, or this solitude must at times be oppressive. I hope so at least, for that would force you to appear among us sometimes." "No, I am not lonely, that is, not lonelier than is good for me. I have such a treasure of an old nurse, poor old Tamar, who tells me stories and reads to me, and listens to my follies and temper, and sometimes says very wise things too. And the good vicar comes often, this is one of his days, with his beautiful little boy, and talks so well, and answers my follies and explains all my perplexities, and is really a great help and comfort." "Yes," said Lord Chelford with the same pleasant smile, "he told me so, and seemed so pleased to have met with so clever a pupil. Are you coming to Brenden this evening? Lake asked William Wylder, perhaps he will be with us. I do hope you will come. Dorkas says there is no use in writing, but that you know you are always welcome. May I say you'll come?" Rachel smiled sadly on the snowdrops at her feet, and shook her head a little. "No, I must stay at home this evening. I mean I have not spirits to go to Brenden. Thank Dorkas very much from me. That is, if you really mean that she asked me." "I am so sorry. I am so disappointed," said Lord Chelford, looking gravely and inquiringly at her. He began, I think, to fancy some estrangement there. "But perhaps tomorrow? Perhaps even today you may relent, you know. Don't say it is impossible." Rachel smiled on the ground as before, and then, with a little sigh and a shake of her head, said, "No." "Well, I must tell Dorcas she was right. You are very inexorable and cruel." "I am very cruel to keep you here so long, and I, too, am forgetting the vicar, who will be here immediately, and I must meet him in a costume less like the woman of Endor." Lord Chelford, leaning on the little wicket, put his arm over, and she gave him her hand again. "Good-bye," said Rachel. "Well, I suppose I, too, must say good-bye, and I'll say a great deal more," said he, in a peculiar odd tone that was very firm, and yet indescribably tender, and he held her slender hand, from which she had drawn the gauntlet, in his. "Yes, Rachel, I will. I'll say everything. We are old friends now. You'll forgive me calling you Rachel. It may be, perhaps, the last time." Rachel was standing there with such a beautiful blush and downcast eyes, and her hand in his. "I liked you always, Rachel, from the first moment I saw you. I liked you better and better. Indescribably, indeed, I do. And I've grown to like you so that if I lose you, I think I shall never be the same again." There was a very little pause. The blush was deeper, her eyes lower still. "I admire you, Rachel. I like your character. I have grown to love you with all my heart and mind, quite desperately, I think. I know there are things against me. There are better-looking fellows than I, and a great many things, and I know very well that you will judge for yourself quite differently from other girls, and I can't say with what fear and hope I await what you may say, but this you may be sure of, you will never find anyone to love you better, Rachel. I think so well, and now that is all. Do you think you could ever like me?" But Rachel's hand on a sudden, with a slight quiver, was drawn from his. "Lord Chelford, I can't describe how grateful I am, and how astonished, but it could never be. No, never. Rachel, perhaps you mean my mother. I have told her everything. She will receive you with all the respect you so well deserve, and with all her faults she loves me, and will love you still more." "No, Lord Chelford, no." She was pale now, and looking very sadly in his eyes. "It is not that, but only that you must never, never speak of it again." "Oh, Rachel, darling, you must not say that. I love you so desperately. You don't know." "I can say nothing else, Lord Chelford. My mind is quite made up. I'm inexpressibly grateful. You will never know how grateful, but except as a friend. And won't you still be my friend? I never can regard you." Rachel was so pale that her very lips were white as she spoke this in a melancholy but very firm way. "Oh, Rachel, it is a great blow. Maybe if you thought it over—" "I'll wait any time." "No, Lord Chelford, I'm quite unworthy of your preference, but time cannot change me, and I am speaking not from impulse, but conviction. This is our secret, yours and mine, and we'll forget it. And I could not bear to lose your friendship. You'll be my friend still, won't you? Good-bye." "God bless you, Rachel." And he hurriedly kissed the hand she had placed in his, and without a word more, or looking back, he walked swiftly down the wooded road towards Skillingdon. So then it had come and gone forever. "Marjorie, bring the basket in. I think a shower is coming." And she picked up her trowel and other implements, and placed them in the porch, and glanced up towards the clouds, as if she saw them, and had nothing to think of but her gardening and the weather, and as if her heart was not breaking. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan LeFanu. Chapter 53. The Vicar's Complications, which lively people had better not read. William Wylder's reversion was very tempting, but Lawyer Larkin knew the value of the precious metals, and waited for more data. The more he thought over his foreign correspondence and his interview with Lake, the more steadily returned upon his mind the old conviction that the gallant captain was deep in the secret, whatever it might be. Whatever his motive, and he always had a distinct motive, though sometimes not easily discoverable, He was a good deal addicted now to commenting in his confidential talk, with religious gossips and others, upon the awful state of the poor vicar's affairs, his inconceivable prodigality, the unaccountable sums he had made away with, and his own anxiety to hand over the direction of such a hopeless complication of debt, and abdicate in favour of any competent skipper the command of the water-logged and foundering ship. Why, his brother Mark could get him cleverly out of it, could not he? wheezed the pork-butcher. "More serious than you suppose," answered Larkin, with a shake of his head. "It can't go beyond 500, or say 900, eh, at the outside?" 900, say double as many thousand, and I'm afraid you'll be nearer the mark. You'll not mention, of course, and I'm only feeling my way just now, and speaking conjecturally altogether, but I'm afraid it is enormous. I need not remind you not to mention. I cannot, of course, say how Mr. Larkin's conjectures reached so prodigious an elevation, but I can now comprehend why it was desirable that this surprising estimate of the vicar's liabilities should prevail. Mr. Josiah Larkin had a weakness for enveloping much of what he said and wrote in an honourable mystery. He liked writing private or confidential at top of his notes, without apparent right or even reason to impose either privacy or confidence upon the persons to whom he wrote. There was, in fact, often in the good attorney's mode of transacting business, just a soupçon or flavour of an arrière-pensée, of a remote and unseen plan, which was a little unsatisfactory. Now with the vicar he was imperative that the matter of the reversion should be strictly confidential, altogether sacred, in fact. You see, the fact is, my dear Mr. Wylder, I never meddle in speculative things. It is not a class of business that I like or would touch with one of my fingers, so to speak, and he shook his head gently. And I may say, if I were supposed to be ever so slightly engaged in these risky things, it would be the ruin of me. I don't like, however, sending you into the jaws of the city sharks. I use the term, my dear Mr. Wylder, advisedly, and I make a solitary exception in your case. But the fact is, if I thought you would mention the matter, I could not touch it even for you. There's Captain Lake of Brenden, for instance. I should not be surprised if I lost the Brenden business the day after the matter reached his ears. All men are not like you and me, my dear Mr. Wylder. The sad experience of my profession has taught me that a suspicious man of the world without religion, my dear Mr. Wylder, and he lifted his pink eyes and shook his long head and long hands in unison, without religion will imagine anything. They can't understand us. Now the £50 which good Mr. Larkin had procured for the improvident vicar bore interest, I am almost ashamed to say, at 30% per annum, and 10% more the first year. But you are to remember that the security was altogether speculative, and Mr. Larkin, of course, made the best terms he could. Annual premium on a policy for £100, double insurance being insisted upon by a lender to cover contingent expenses, and life not insurable, a delicacy of the lungs, being admitted, on the ordinary scale, £100. Annuity payable to lender, clear of premium, the security being unsatisfactory, £71. Total, £171. £10 of which, the premium, together with £4 10s for expenses, etc., were payable in advance, so that £32 out of his borrowed 50 were forfeit for these items within a year and a month. In the meantime, the £50 had gone, as we know, direct to Cambridge, and he was called upon to pay forthwith £10 for premium and £4 10s for expenses. Quod impossibili. The attorney had nothing for it but to try to induce the lender to let him have another £50, pending the investigation of title, another 50 of which he was to get, in fact, £18. Somehow the racking off of this bitter vintage from one vessel into another did not seem to improve its quality. On the contrary, things were growing decidedly more awful. Now there came from Messrs. Burlington and Smith a peremptory demand for the £14 10s, and an equally summary one for £28 14s and 8p, their costs in this matter. When the poor vicar received this latter blow, he laid the palm of his hand on the top of his head, as if to prevent his brain from boiling over. £28 14s and 8p. Quod impossibili. Again. When he saw Larkin, that conscientious guardian of his client's interests scrutinized the bill of costs very jealously, and struck out between £4 and £5. He explained to the vicar the folly of borrowing insignificant and insufficient sums, the trouble and consequently the cost of which were just as great as of an adequate one. He was determined, if he could, to pull him through this, but he must raise a sufficient sum, for the expense of going into title would be something, and he would write sharply to Burlington, Smith and Company, and had no doubt the cost would be settled for £23. And Mr. Josiah Larkin's opinion upon the matter was worthy of respect, inasmuch as he was himself, under the rose, the company of that firm, and ministered its capital. The fact is, you must, my dear Mr. Wylder, make an effort. It won't do peddling and tinkering in such a case. You will be in a worse position than ever, unless you boldly raise £1,000, if I can manage such a transaction upon a security of the kind. Consolidate all your liabilities, and keep a sum in hand. You are well connected, powerful relatives. Your brother has Huxton 400 a year whenever the present incumbent goes, and there are other things beside, but you must not allow yourself to be ruined through timidity, and if you go to the wall without an effort, and allow yourself to be slurred in public, what becomes of your chance of preferment? And now title went up to Burlington, Smith and Co. to examine and approve, and from that firm, I am sorry to say, a bill of costs was coming, when deeds were prepared and all done, exceeding £350, and there was a little reminder from good Josiah Larkin for £250 more. This, of course, was to await Mr. Wylder's perfect convenience. The vicar knew him. He never pressed any man. Then there would be insurances in proportion, and interest, as we see, was not trifling. And altogether, I am afraid, our friend the vicar was being extricated in a rather embarrassing fashion. Now I have known cases in which good-natured debauchees have interested themselves charitably in the difficulties of forlorn families, and I think I knew, almost before they suspected it, that their generous interference was altogether due to one fine pair of eyes, and a pretty tournure in the distressed family circle. Under a like half-delusion, Mr. Josiah Larkin, in the guise of charity, was prosecuting his designs upon the vicar's reversion, and often most cruelly and most artfully when he frankly fancied his conduct most praiseworthy. And really I do not myself know that, considering poor William's liabilities and his means, and how many chances there were against that reversion ever becoming a fact, that I would not myself have advised his selling it, if a reasonable price were obtainable. All this power will I give thee, said the devil, and the glory of them, for that is delivered unto me, and to whomsoever I will give it. The world belongs to the rascals. It is like the turf, where every one admits an honest man can hardly hold his own. Josiah Larkin looked down on the seedy and distracted vicar from an immense moral elevation. He heard him talk of religion with disgust. He owed him costs, and beside costs also to Burlington, Smith and Co. Was there not talkative in Pilgrim's Progress, I believe there are few things more provoking than that a man who owes you money and can't pay the interest should pretend to religion to your face, except perhaps his giving sixpence in charity. The attorney was prosperous. He accounted for it by his attributes and the blessing that waits on industry and integrity. He did not see that luck and selfishness had anything to do with it. No man ever failed but through his own fault. None ever succeeded but by his deservings. The attorney was in a position to lecture the Reverend Mr. Wylder. In his presence, religion in the vicar's mouth was an impertinence. The vicar, on the other hand, was all that we know. Perhaps, in comparison, his trial is in some sort a blessing, and that there is no greater snare than the state of the man with whom all goes smoothly, and who mistakes his circumstances for his virtues. The poor vicar and his little following were got pretty well into the Furcae Caudinae. Mr. Josiah Larkin, if he did not march him out, to do him justice, had had no hand in primarily bringing him there. There was no reason, however, why the respectable lawyer should not make whatever was to be fairly made of the situation. The best thing for both was perhaps that the one should sell and the other buy the reversion. Larkin had no apprehensions about the nature of the dealing. He was furnished with an excellent character. His cheques were always honoured, his tots always unexceptionable, his vouchers never anything but exact. He had twice been publicly complimented in this sense when managing Lord Hedgerow's estate. No man had, I believe, a higher reputation in his walk. Few men were more formidable. I think it was Lawyer Larkin's private canon in his dealings with men that everything was moral that was not contrary to an Act of Parliament. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 54. Brenden Chapel on Sunday. For a month and 3 days, Mr. Josiah Larkin was left to ruminate without any new light upon the dusky landscape now constantly before his eyes. At the end of that time, a foreign letter came for him to the lodge. It was not addressed in Mark Wylder's hand, not the least like it. Mark's was a bold, free hand, and if there was nothing particularly elegant, neither was there anything that could be called vulgar in it. But this was a decidedly villainous scrawl. In fact, it was written as a self-educated butcher might pen a bill. There was nothing impressed on the wafer but a poke of something like a ferrule of a stick. The interior corresponded with the address, and the lines slanted confoundedly. It was, however, on the whole, better spelled and expressed than the penmanship would have led one to expect. It said, "Mr. Larkins, respected sir, I write you, sir, to let you know as how there is no more chance you should hear of poor Mr. Mark Wylder, of whose horrible death I make bold to acquaint you by this writing, which is secret as yet from all, he being hid and made away with in the dark. It is only right is family should know all, and is sad ending, which I will tell before you, sir, in full, according to my best guess, as been the family lawyer. And, sir, you will find it useful to tell this in secret to Captain Lake of Brandon Hall, but not on no account to any other. It is horrible, sir, to think a young gentleman, with everything the world can give, should be made away with so cruel in the dark. Though you do not recollect me, sir, I know you well, Mr. Larkins, having seen you often when a boy. I would not wish, sir, no noise made till I come, which I am returning home, and will then travel to Gillingden, straightways to see you. Sir, your obedient servant, James Dutton." This epistle disturbed Mr. Josiah Larkin profoundly. He could recollect no such name as James Dutton. He did not know whether to believe this letter or not. He could not decide what present use to make of it, nor whether to mention it to Captain Lake, nor if he did so, how it was best to open the matter. Captain Lake, he was confident, knew James Dutton. Why, otherwise, should that person have desired his intelligence communicated to him? At least it proved that Dutton assumed the captain to be specially interested in what concerned Mark Wylder's fate, and in so far it confirmed his suspicions of Lake. Was it better to wait until he had seen Dutton, and heard his story, before hinting at his intelligence and his name? Or was it wiser to do that at once, and watch its effect upon the gallant captain narrowly, and trust to inspiration and the moment for striking out the right course? If this letter was true, there was not a moment to be lost in bringing the purchase of the vicar's reversion to a point. The possibilities were positively dazzling. They were worth risking something. I am not sure that Mr. Larkin's hand did not shake a little as he took the statement of title again out of the Wylder tin box No. 2. Now, under the pressure of this inquiry, a thing struck Mr. Larkin, strangely enough, which he had quite overlooked before. There were certain phrases in the will of the late Mr. Wylder which limited a large portion of the great estate in strict settlement. Of course, an attorney's opinion upon a question of real property is not conclusive. Still, they can't help knowing something of the barrister's special province, and these words were very distinct. In fact, they stunted down the vicar's reversion in the greater part of the property to a strict life estate. Long did the attorney pore over his copy of the will, with his finger and thumb closed on his underlip. The language was quite explicit. There was no way out of it. It was strictly a life estate. How could he have overlooked that? His boy, indeed, would take an estate tail, and could disentail whenever, if ever, he came of age. But that was in the clouds. Maccleston on the Moor, however, and the great Barnford estate were unaffected by these limitations, and the rental which he now carefully consulted told him these jointly were in round numbers worth £2,300 a year, and improvable. This letter of Dutton's, to be sure, may turn out to be all a lie or a blunder, but it may prove to be strictly true, and in that case it will be everything that the deed should be executed, and the purchase completed before the arrival of this person and the public notification of Mark Wylder's death. What a world it is, to be sure, thought Mr. Larkin as he shook his long head over Dutton's letter. How smoothly and simply everything would go, if only men would stick to truth. Here's this letter. How much time and trouble it costs me, how much opportunity possibly sacrificed, simply by reason of the incurable mendacity of men. and he knocked the back of his finger bitterly on the open page. Another thought now struck him for the first time. Was there no mode of hedging, so that whether Mark Wylder were living or dead, the attorney should stand to win? Down came the Brenden boxes. The prudent attorney turned the key in the door, and forth came the voluminous marriage settlement of Stanley Williams Lake, of Slobberley, in the county of Devon, late captain, etc., etc., of the second part, and Dorkas Adderley Brenden of Brandon Hall, in the county of etc., etc., of the second part, and so forth. And as he read this pleasant composition through, he 2 or 3 times murmured approvingly, "Yes, yes, yes." His recollection had served him quite rightly. There was the Five Oaks estate, specially excluded from settlement, worth £1,400 a year, but it was conditioned that the said Stanley Williams Lake was not to deal with the said lands, except with the consent in writing of the said Dorkas, etc., who was to be a consenting party to the deed. If there was really something unsound in the state of Lake's relations, and that he could be got to consider Lawyer Larkin as a friend worth keeping, that estate might be had a bargain. Yes, a great bargain. Larkin walked off to Brandon, but there he learned that Captain Brenden Lake, as he now chose to call himself, had gone that morning to London. Business, I venture to say, and he went into that electioneering without ever mentioning it either. So thought Larkin, and he did not like this. It looked ominous, and like an incipient sliding away of the Brandon business. Well, no matter, all things worked together for good. It was probably well that he should not be too much shackled with considerations of that particular kind in the important negotiation about Five Oaks. That night he posted a note to Burlington, Smith and Company, and by Saturday night's post there came down to the sheriff an execution for £123 and some odd shillings, upon a judgment on a warrant to confess at the suit of that firm for costs and money advanced against the poor vicar, who never dreamed, as he conned over his next day's sermon with his solitary candle, that the blow had virtually descended, and that his homely furniture, the silver spoons his wife had brought him, and the 2 shelves half full of old books which he had brought her, and all the rest of their little frugal trumpery, together with his own thin person, had passed into the hands of Messrs. Burlington, Smith and Company. The vicar, on his way to the chapel, passed Mr. Josiah Larkin on the green, not near enough to speak, only to smile and wave his hand kindly, and look after the good attorney with one of those yearning, grateful looks which cling to straws upon the drowning stream of life. The sweet chapel bell was just ceasing to toll, as Mr. Josiah Larkin stalked under the antique ribbed arches of the little aisle. Slim and tall he glided, a chastened dignity in his long upturned countenance, and a faint halo of sainthood round his tall bald head. Having whispered his orisons into his well-brushed hat and taken his seat, his dove-like eyes rested for a moment upon the Brandon seat. There was but one figure in it, slender, light-haired, with his yellow moustache and pale face, grown of late a little fatter. Captain Brenden Lake was a very punctual churchgoer, since the idea of trying the county at the next election had entered his mind. Dorkas was not very well. Lord Chelford had taken his departure, and your humble servant, who pens these pages, had gone for a few days to Malwich. There was no guest just then at Brandon, and the captain sat alone on that devotional dais, the elevated floor of the great oaken Brandon seat. There were old Brandon and Wylder monuments built up against the walls. Figures cut in stone and painted and gilded in tarnished splendour, according to the gorgeous barbarism of Elizabeth's and the first James' age. Tablets in brass, marble-pillared monuments, and a couple of life-sized knights, armed cap à pie on their backs in the aisle. There is a stained window in the east which connoisseurs in that branch of medieval art admire. There is another very fine one over the Brandon pew, a freak, perhaps, of some of those old Brandons or Wylders, who had a strange spirit of cynicism mingling in their profligacy and violence. Reader, you have looked on Hans Holbein's Dance of Death, that grim phantasmal pageant, symbolic as a dream of Pharaoh, and perhaps you bear in mind that design called the Elector, in which the prince, emerging from his palace gate, with a cloud of courtiers behind, is met by a poor woman, her little child by the hand, appealing to his compassion, despising whom he turns away with a serene disdain. Beneath, in black letter, is inscribed the text, Princeps induetur merore e quiescere faciam superbiam potentium, and gigantic death lays his fingers on the great man's ermine tippet. It is a copy of this which, in very splendid colouring, fills the window that lights the Brenden state seat in the chapel. The gules and gold were reflected on the young man's head, and with a vain augury the attorney read again the solemn words from Holy Writ, Princeps induetur merore. The golden glare rested like a glory on his head, but there was also a gorgeous stain of blood that bathed his ear and temple. His head was busy enough at that moment, though it was quite still, and his sly eyes rested on his prayer-book. For Sparks, the millionaire clothier, who had purchased Beverley and was a potent voice in the Dollington Bank, and whose politics were doubtful and relations amphibious, was sitting in the pew nearly opposite, and showed his red fat face and white whiskers over the oak wainscoting. Josiah Larkin, like the rest of the congregation, was by this time praying, his elbows on the edge of the pew, his hands clasped, his thumbs under his chin, and his long face and pink eyes raised heavenward, with now and then a gentle downward dropping of the latter. He was thinking of Captain Lake, who was opposite, and like him, praying. He was thinking how aristocratic he looked, and how well, in externals, he became the Brenden seat. And there were one or two trifles in the captain's attitude and costume, of which the attorney, who, as we know, was not only good, but elegant, made a note. He respected his audacity and his mystery, and he wondered intensely what was going on in that small skull under the light and glossy hair, and anxiously guessed how vitally it might possibly affect him, and wondered what his schemes were after the election. Quisere faciam superbium potentium, and more darkly about his relations with Mark Wylder. Princeps induetur merore. His eye was on the window now, and then it dropped, with a vague presage, upon the sleek head of the daring and enigmatical captain, reading the litany, from battle, murder, and sudden death, good Lord deliver us, and he almost fancied he saw a yellow skull over his shoulder glowering cynically on the prayer-book. So the good attorney prayed on, to the edification of all who saw, and mothers in the neighbouring seats were specially careful to prevent their children from whispering or fidgeting. When the service was over, Captain Lake went across to Mr. Sparks and asked him to come to Brenden to lunch, but the clothier could not, and his brougham whirled him away to Naunton Friars. So Stanley Lake walked up the little aisle toward the communion table, thinking, and took hold of the railing that surrounded the brass monument of Sir William de Brenden, and seemed to gaze intently on the effigy, but was really thinking profoundly of other matters, and once or twice his sly sidelong glance stole ominously to Josiah Larkin, who was talking at the church door with the good vicar. In fact, he was then and there fully apprising him of his awful situation, and poor William Wylder, looking straight at him, with white face and damp forehead, was listening stunned, and hardly understanding a word he said, and only the dreadful questions rising to his mouth. "Can anything be done? Will the people come to-day?" Mr. Larkin explained the constitutional respect for the Sabbath. "It would be better, sir, the publicity of an arrest." It was a hard word to utter. "In the town would be very painful. It would be better, I think, that I should walk over to the prison, it is only 6 miles, and see the authorities there, and give myself up." And his lip quivered. He was thinking of the leave-taking, of poor Dolly and little Fairy. "I've a great objection to speak of business to-day," said Mr. Larkin holily, "but I may mention that Burlington and Smith have written very sternly, and the fact is, my dear sir, we must look the thing straight in the face. They are determined to go through with it, and you know my opinion all along about the fallacy. You must excuse me, seeing all the trouble it has involved you in, the infatuation of hesitating about the sale of that miserable reversion which they could have disposed of on fair terms. In fact, sir, they look upon it that you don't want to pay them, and of course they are very angry." "Oh, I'm sure I was wrong. I'm such a fool. I must only go to the sheriff the first thing in the morning, and beg of him to hold over that thing, you know, until I have heard from Burlington and Smith. And I suppose I may say to them that you see the necessity of disposing of the reversion, and agree to sell it if it be not too late." The vicar assented. Indeed, he had grown under this urgent pressure as nervously anxious to sell as he had been to retain it. "And they can't come to-day?" "Certainly not." And poor William Wylder breathed again in the delightful sense of even momentary escape, and felt he could have embraced his preserver. "I'll be very happy to see you tomorrow if you can conveniently look in, say at 12 or half-past, to report progress." So that was arranged, and again, in the elusive sense of deliverance, the poor vicar's hopes brightened and expanded. Hitherto his escapes had not led to safety, and he was only raised from the pit, to be sold to the Ishmaelites. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 55. The captain and the attorney converse among the tombs. I cannot tell whether that slender, silken machinator, Captain Lake, loitered in the chapel for the purpose of talking to or avoiding Josiah Larkin, who was standing at the doorway, in sad but gracious converse with the vicar. He was certainly observing him from among the tombs in his sly way, and the attorney, who had a way, like him, of noting things without appearing to see them, was conscious of it, and was perhaps decided by this trifle to accost the gallant captain. So he glided up the short aisle with a sad religious smile, suited to the place, and inclined his lank back and his tall bald head toward the captain in ceremonious greeting as he approached. "How do you do, Larkin? The fog makes one cough a little this evening." Larkin's answer, thanks, and inquiries came gravely in return, and with the same sad smile he looked round on the figures, some marble, some painted stone, of departed Brendens and Wylders, with garrulous epitaphs, who surrounded them in various costumes, quite a family group, in which the attorney was gratified to mingle. Ancestry, Captain Lake, your ancestry, noble assemblage, monuments and timber. Timber like the Brenden oaks, and monuments like these. These are things which, whatever else he may acquire, the novus homo, Captain Brenden Lake, the parvenu, can never command. Mr. Josiah Larkin had a smattering of school Latin, and knew half a dozen French words, which he took out on occasion. Certainly our good people do occupy some space here, more regular attendants in church than I fear they formerly were, and their virtues more remarked, perhaps, than before the stone-cutter was instructed to publish them with his chisel, answered Lake, with one of his quiet sneers. "Beautiful chapel, this, Captain Lake, beautiful chapel, sir," said the attorney, again looking round with a dreary smile of admiration. But though his accents were engaging, and he smiled, of course a Sabbath-day smile, yet Captain Lake perceived that it was not the dove's, but the rat's eyes that were doing duty under that tall, bald brow. "Solemn thoughts, sir, solemn thoughts, Captain Lake, silent mentors, eloquent monitors," and he waved his long, lank hand toward the monumental groups. "Yes," said Lake, in the same mocking tone that was low and sweet, and easily mistaken for something more amiable. "You and they go capitally together, so solemn and eloquent and godly. Capital fellows. I'm not half good enough for such company, and the place is growing rather cold, is not it? A great many Wylders, sir, a great many Wylders." And the attorney dropped his voice, and paused at this emphasis, pointing a long finger toward the surrounding effigies. Captain Lake, after his custom, glared a single full look upon the attorney, sudden as the flash of a pair of guns from their embrasures in the dark, and he said quietly, with a wave of his cane in the same direction, "Yes, a precious lot of Wylders. Is there a Wylder vault here, Captain Brenden Lake?" "Hanged if I know. What the devil's that to you or me, sir?" answered the captain, with a peevish sullenness. "I was thinking, Captain Lake, whether in the event of its turning out that Mr. Mark Wylder was dead, it would be thought proper to lay his body here." "Dead, sir? And what the plague puts that in your head? You are corresponding with him, aren't you?" "I'll tell you exactly how that is, Captain Lake. May I take the liberty to ask you for one moment to look up?" As between these two gentlemen, this, it must be allowed, was an impertinent request. But Captain Lake did look up, and there was something extraordinarily unpleasant in his yellow eyes, as he fixed them upon the contracted pupils of the attorney, who, nothing daunted, went on, "Pray excuse me. Thank you, Captain Lake. They say one is better heard when looked at than when not seen, and I wish to speak rather low, for reasons." Each looked the other in the eyes, with that uncertain and sinister gaze which has a character both of fear and menace. "I have received those letters, Captain Lake, of which I spoke to you when I last had the honour of seeing you, as furnishing, in certain circumstances connected with them, grave matter of suspicion, since when I have not received one with Mr. Wylder's signature. But I have received, only the other day, a letter from a new correspondent, a person signing himself James Dutton, announcing his belief that Mr. Mark Wylder is dead. is dead, and has been made away with by foul means, and I have arranged, immediately on his arrival at his desire, to meet him professionally, and to hear the entire narrative, both of what he knows and of what he suspects." As Josiah Larkin delivered this with stern features and emphasis, the captain's countenance underwent such a change as convinced the attorney that some indescribable evil had befallen Mark Wylder, and that Captain Brenden Lake had a guilty knowledge thereof. With this conviction came a sense of superiority and a pleasant confidence in his position, which betrayed itself in a slight frown and a pallid smile as he looked steadily in the young man's face with his small, crafty, hungry eyes. Lake knew that his face had betrayed him. He had felt the livid change of colour and that twitching at his mouth and cheek which he could not control. The mean, tyrannical, triumphant gaze of the attorney was upon him, and his own countenance was his accuser. Lake ground his teeth, and returned Josiah Larkin's intimidating smirk with a look of fury, which, for he now believed he held the winning cards, did not appall him. Lake cleared his throat twice, but did not find his voice, and turned away and read half through the epitaph on Lady Mary Brandon, which is a pious and somewhat puritanical composition. I hope it did him good. "You know, sir," said Captain Lake, but a little huskily, turning about and smiling at last, "that Mark Wylder is nothing to me. We don't correspond. We have not corresponded. I know, upon my honour and soul, sir, nothing on earth about him, what he's doing, where he is, or what's become of him. But I can't hear a man of business like you assert, upon what he conceives to be reliable information, situated as the Brandon title is, depending, I mean, in some measure upon his life, that Mark Wylder is no more, without being a good deal shocked." "I quite understand, sir, quite, Captain Lake. It is very serious, sir, very. But I can't believe it has gone that length, quite. I shall know more, of course, when I've seen James Dutton. I can't think, I mean, he's been made away with in that sense, nor how that could benefit anyone, and I'd much rather, Captain Lake, move in this matter, since move I must, in your interest, I mean as your friend and man of business, than in any way, Captain Lake, that might possibly involve you in trouble." "You are my man of business, aren't you, and have no grounds for ill will, eh?" said the captain dryly. "No ill will, certainly, quite the reverse. Thank heaven, I think I may truly say I bear ill will to no man living, and wish you, Captain Lake, nothing but good, sir, nothing but good." "Except a hasty word or two, I know no reason you should not," said the captain in the same tone. "Quite so. But, Captain Brenden Lake, there is nothing like being completely above board. It has been my rule through life, and I will say, it would not be frank and candid to say anything else, that I have of late been anything but satisfied with the position which, ostensibly your professional adviser and confidential man of business, I have occupied. Have I been consulted? I put it to you. Have I been trusted? Has there been any real confidence, Captain Lake, upon your part? You have certainly had relations with Mr. Mark Wylder, correspondence for anything I know. You have entertained the project of purchasing the Reverend William Wylder's reversion, and you have gone into electioneering business, and formed connections of that sort, without once doing me the honour to confer with me on the subject. Now, the plain question is, do you wish to retain my services?" "Certainly," said Captain Lake, biting his lip with a sinister little frown. "Then, Captain Lake, upon the same principle, and speaking quite above board, you must dismiss at once from your mind the idea that you can do so upon the terms you have of late seen fit to impose. I am speaking frankly when I say there must be a total change. I must be in reality what I am held out to the world as being, your trusted and responsible and sole adviser. I don't aspire to the position. I am willing at this moment to retire from it, but I never yet knew a divided direction come to good. It is an office of great responsibility, and I, for one, will not consent to touch it on any other conditions than those I have taken the liberty to mention." "These are easily complied with. In fact, I undertake to show you they have never been disturbed," answered Lake, rather sullenly. "So that being understood, I suppose we have nothing particular to add?" And Captain Lake extended his gloved hand to take leave. But the attorney looked down and then up, with a shadow on his face, and his lip in his finger and thumb, and he said, That's all very well, and a sine qua non, so far as it goes, but my dear Captain Lake, let us be plain. You must see, my dear sir, with such rumours possibly about to get afloat, and such persons about to appear as this James Dutton, that matters are really growing critical, and there's no lack of able solicitors who would on speculation undertake a suit upon less evidence, perhaps, than may be forthcoming, to upset your title under the will through Mrs. Dorkas Brenden Lake, your joint title, in favour of the reversioner. Lake only bit his lip and shook his head. The attorney knew, however, that the danger was quite appreciated, and went on. You will, therefore, want a competent man, who has the papers at his fingers' ends, and knows how to deal ably, sir, with a fellow of James Dutton's stamp, at your elbow. The fact is, to carry you safely through, you will need pretty nearly the undivided attention of a well-qualified, able, and confidential practitioner, and I need not say such a man is not to be had for nothing. Lake nodded a seeming assent, which seemed to say, I have found it so. Now, my dear Captain Lake, I just mention this, I put it before you, that is, because you know the county is not to be contested for nothing, and you'll want a very serious sum of money for the purpose, and possibly a petition, and I can, one way or another, make up, with an effort, about £15,000. Now, it strikes me that it would be a wise thing for you, the wisest thing, perhaps, my dear Captain Lake, you ever did, to place me in the same boat with yourself. I don't exactly see. I'll make it quite clear. The attorney's tall forehead had a little pink flush over it at this moment, and he was looking down a little and poking the base of Sir William de Branden's monument with the point of his umbrella. I wish, Captain Lake, to be perfectly frank, and as I said, above board. You'll want the money, and you must make up your mind to sell 5 Oaks. Captain Lake shifted his foot as if he had found it on a sudden on a hot flag. Sell 5 Oaks? That's £1,400 a year, said he. Hardly so much, but nearly, perhaps. £43,000 were offered for it. Old Chudworth offered that about 10 years ago. Of course, Captain Lake, if you are looking for a fancy price from me, I must abandon the idea. I was merely supposing a dealing between friends, and in that sense I ventured to name the extreme limit to which I could go. Little more than 5% for my money if I insure, and possibly to defend an action before I have been 6 months in possession. I think my offer will strike you as a great one, considering the posture of affairs. Indeed, I apprehend my friends will hardly think me justified in offering so much. The sexton was walking back and forward near the door, making the best clatter he decently could, and wondering the captain and Lawyer Larkin could find no better place to talk in than the church. In a moment, said the lawyer, signalling to him to be quiet, as loftily as if chapel, hall, and sexton were his private property. It was one of those moments into which a good deal of talk is fitted, and which seems somewhat of the longest to those who await its expiration. The chapel was growing dark, and its stone and marble company of bygone Wylders and Brandens were losing themselves in shadow. Part of the periwig and cheek of Sir Marcus Branden still glimmered whitish, as at a little distance did also the dim marble face and arm of the young Countess of Liddingworth, mourning these 130 years over her dead baby. Sir William Wylder, in ruff, rosettes, and full dress of James I's fashion, on his back, defunct, with children in cloaks kneeling at head and foot, was hardly distinguishable, and the dusky crimson and tarnished gold had gone out of view till morning. The learned Archbishop Brenden, a cadet who filled the See of York in his day, and was the only unexceptionably godly personage of that long line, was praying, as usual, at his desk, perhaps to the saints and Virgin, for I believe he was before the Reformation, in beard and skull-cap, as was evident from the black profile of head and uplifted hands, against the dim sky seen through the chapel window. A dusky glow from the west still faintly showed Hans Holbein's proud Elector in the Brandon window, fading with death himself and the dread inscription Princeps Induetur Merore into utter darkness. The ice once broken, Josiah Larkin urged his point with all sorts of arguments, always placing the proposed transaction in the most plausible lights and attitudes, and handling his subject in round and flowing sentences. This master of persuasion was not aware that Captain Lake was arguing the question for himself on totally different grounds, and that it was fixed in his mind pretty much in these terms. That old villain wants an exorbitant bribe. Is he worth it? He knew what the lawyer thought he did not know. that Five Oaks was held by the lawyers to be possibly without those unfortunate limitations which affected all the rest of the estate. It was only a moot point, but the doubt had led Mr. Josiah Larkin to the selection. "I'll look in upon you between 8 and 9 in the morning, and I'll say yes or no then," said the captain, as they parted under the old stone porch, the attorney with a graceful inclination, a sad smile, and a wave of his hand, the captain with his hands in the pockets of his loose coat, and a sidelong glance from his yellow eyes. The sky, as he looked toward Brenden, was draped in black cloud, intensely black, meeting a black horizon, except for one little rent of deep crimson which showed westward behind those antique gables and lordly trees, like a lake of blood. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 56. The Brenden Conservatory. Captain Lake did look in at the lodge in the morning, and remained an hour in conference with Mr. Josiah Larkin. I suppose everything went off pleasantly, for although Stanley Lake looked very pale and vicious as he walked down to the iron gate of the lodge among the evergreens and bass mats, the good attorney's countenance shone with a serene and heavenly light, so pure and bright indeed that I almost wonder his dazzled servants, sitting along the wall while he read and expounded that morning, did not respectfully petition that a veil, after the manner of Moses, might be suspended over the seraphic effulgence. Somehow his Times did not interest him at breakfast. These parliamentary wrangles, commercial speculations, and foreign disputes, are they not, after all, but melancholy and dreary records of the merest worldliness? And are there not moments when they become almost insipid? Josiah Larkin tossed the paper upon the sofa. French politics, relations with Russia, commercial treaties, party combinations, how men can so wrap themselves up in these things! And he smiled ineffable pity over the crumpled newspaper on the poor souls in that sort of worldly limbo. In which frame of mind he took from his coat pocket a copy of Captain Lake's marriage settlement, and read over again a covenant on the captain's part, that with respect to this particular estate of Five Oaks, he would do no act and execute no agreement, deed, or other instrument whatsoever, in any wise affecting the same, without the consent in writing of the said Dorkas Brenden, and a second covenant binding him and the trustees of the settlement against executing any deed, etc., without a similar consent, and especially directing that in the event of alienating the estate, the said Dorkas must be made an assenting party to the deed. He folded the deed, and replaced it in his pocket with a peaceful smile, and closed eyes, murmuring, "I'm much mistaken if the grey mare's the better horse in that stud." He laughed gently, thinking of the captain's formidable and unscrupulous nature, exhibitions of which he could not fail to remember. "No, no, Miss Dorky won't give us much trouble." He used to call her Miss Dorky, playfully, to his clerks. It gave him consideration, he fancied. And now, with this Five Oaks to begin with, £1,400 a year, a great capability, immensely improvable, he would stake half his worth on making it more than £2,000 within 5 years, and with other things at his back, an able man like him might before long look as high as she. And visions of the grand jury rose dim and splendid, an heiress and a seat for the county. Perhaps he and Lake might go in together, though he'd rather be associated with the Honourable James Clutworth, or young Lord Grittlestone. Lake, you see, wanted weight, and notwithstanding his connections, was, it could not be denied, a new man in the county. So Wylder, Lake, and Josiah Larkin had each projected for himself pretty much the same career, and probably each saw glimmering in the horizon the golden round of a coronet. And I suppose other modest men are not always proof against similar flatteries of imagination. Josiah Larkin had also the vicar's business and reversion to attend to. The Reverend William Wylder had a letter containing 3 lines from him at 8 o'clock, to which he sent an answer, whereupon the solicitor dispatched a special messenger, one of his clerks, to Dollington, with a letter to the sheriff's deputy, from whom he received duly a reply, which necessitated a second letter with a formal undertaking, to which came another reply, whereupon he wrote to Burlington, Smith and Company, acquainting them respectfully, in diplomatic fashion, with the attitude which affairs had assumed. With this went a private and confidential, non-official note to Smith, desiring him to answer stiffly and press for an immediate settlement, and to charge costs fairly, as Mr. William Wylder would have ample funds to liquidate them. Smith knew what fairly meant, and his entries went down accordingly. By the same post went up to the same firm a proposition, an afterthought, sanctioned by a second miniature correspondence with his client, now sailing before the wind, to guarantee them against loss consequent against staying the execution in the sheriff's hands for a fortnight, which if they agreed to, they were further requested to send a draft of the proposed undertaking by return, at foot of which, in pencil, he wrote, N.B. Yes. This arrangement necessitated his providing himself with a guarantee from the vicar, and so the little account as between the vicar and Josiah Larkin, solicitor, and the vicar and Messrs. Burlington Smith and Company, solicitors, grew up and expanded with a tropical luxuriance. About the same time, while Mr. Josiah Larkin, was thinking over Miss Dorky's share in the deed, with a complacent sort of interest anticipating a struggle, but sure of victory, that beautiful young lady was walking slowly from flower to flower in the splendid conservatory which projects southward from the house, and rears itself in glacial arches high over the short sward and flowery patterns of the outer garden of Brenden. The unspeakable sadness of wounded pride was on her beautiful features, and there was a fondness in the gesture with which she laid her fingers on these exotics and stooped over them, which gave to her solitude a sentiment of the pathetic. From the high glass doorway, communicating with the drawing-rooms at the far end, among towering ranks of rare and gorgeous flowers, over the encaustic tiles, and through this atmosphere of perfume, did Captain Stanley Lake, in his shooting-coat, glide, smiling toward his beautiful young wife. She heard the door close, and looking half over her shoulder, in a low tone indicating surprise, she merely said, "Oh!" receiving him with a proud, sad look. "Yes, Dorky, I'm here at last. I've been for some weeks so insufferably busy," and he laid his white hand lightly over his eyes, as if they and the brain within were alike weary. "How charming this place is, the temple of Flora, and you the divinity!" And he kissed her cheek. "I am now emancipated, for I hope a week or 2. I've been so stupid and inattentive. I'm sure, Dorky, you must think me a brute. I've been shut up so in the library, and keeping such tiresome company, you've no idea. But I think you'll say it was time well spent. At least I'm sure you'll approve the result. And now that I have collected the facts and can show you, darling, exactly what the chances are, you must consent to hear the long story, and when you have heard, give me your advice." Dorcas smiled and only plucked a little flowery tendril from a plant that hung in a natural festoon above her. "I assure you, darling, I am serious. You must not look so incredulous, and it is the more provoking because I love you so. I think I have a right to your advice, Dorky." "Why don't you ask Rachel? She's cleverer than I, and you are more in the habit of consulting her." "Now, Dorky is going to talk her wicked nonsense over again as if I had never answered it. What about Ratty? I do assure you, so far from taking her advice, and thinking her an oracle, as you suppose, I believe her, in some respects, very little removed from a fool." "I think her very clever, on the contrary," said Dorcas enigmatically. "Well, she is clever in some respects. She is gay. At least she used to be, before she fell into that transcendental parson's hands. Poor dear William Wylder. And she can be amusing, and talks very well, but she has no sense. She's utterly quixotic. She's no more capable of advising than a child." "I should not have fancied that, although you say so, Stanley," she answered carelessly, adding a geranium to her bouquet. "You are thinking, I know, because you have seen us once or twice talking together." Stanley paused, not knowing exactly how to construct the remainder of his sentence. Dorcas added another blossom. "I think that blue improves it wonderfully, don't you?" "The blue? Oh, yes, certainly." "And now that little star of yellow will make it perfect," said Dorcas. "Yes, yellow, quite perfect," said Stanley. "But when you saw Rachel and me talking together, or rather Rachel talking to me, I do assure you, Dorcas, upon my sacred honour, one half of what she said I do not to this moment comprehend, and the whole was based on the most preposterous blunder. And I will tell you in a little time everything about it. I would this moment. I'd be delighted, only just until I have got a letter which I expect. A letter, I assure you, nothing more. And until I have got it, it would be simply to waste your time and patience to weary you with any such. "Secret," said Dorcas. "Secret, then, if you will have it so," retorted Stanley, suddenly, with one of those glares that lasted for just one fell moment, but he instantly recovered himself. Secret, yes, but no secret in the evil sense, a secret only awaiting the evidence which I daily expect, and then to be stated fully and frankly to you, my only darling, and as completely blown to the winds." Dorcas looked in his strange face with her proud, sad gaze, like one guessing at a funereal allegory. He kissed her cheek again, placing one arm round her slender waist, and with his other hand taking hers. "Yes, Dorcas, my beloved, my only darling, you will yet know all it has cost me to retain from you even this folly, and when you have heard all, which upon my soul and honour you shall the moment I am enabled to prove all, you will thank me for having braved your momentary displeasure, to spare you a great deal of useless and miserable suspense. I trust you, Dorcas, in everything implicitly. Why won't you credit what I say?" "I don't urge you, I never have, to reveal that which you describe so strangely as a concealment, yet no secret, as an absurdity, and yet fraught with miserable suspense. Ah, Dorcas, why will you misconstrue me? Why will you not believe me? I long to tell you this, which after all is an utter absurdity, 1,000 times more than you can desire to hear it, but my doing so now, unfortified by the evidence I shall have in a very few days, would be attended with a danger which you will then understand. Won't you trust me?" "And now for my advice," said Dorcas, smiling down in her mysterious way upon a crimson exotic near her feet. "Yes, darling, thank you." "In sober earnest, your advice," answered Lake, "and you must advise me. Several of our neighbours, the Hilliards, the Ledwiches, the Windermeres, and ever so many more, have spoken to me very strongly about contesting the county, on the old Whig principles, at the election which is now imminent. There is not a man with a chance of acceptance to come forward if I refuse. Now, you know what even moderate success in the House, when family and property go together, may accomplish. There are the Dodminsters. Do you think they would ever have got their title by any other means? There are the Foresters. I know it all, Stanley, and at once I say, go on. I thought you must have formed some political project. Mr. Wylder has been with you so often, but you tell me nothing, Stanley." "Not, darling, till I know it myself. This plan, for instance, until you spoke this moment, was but a question, and one which I could not submit until I had seen Wylder, and heard how matters stood, and what chances of success I should really have. So, darling, you have it all, and I am so glad you advise me to go on. It is 35 years since anyone connected with Brenden came forward, but it will cost a great deal of money, Dorky." "Yes, I know. I've always heard it cost my uncle and Sir William Camden £15,000. Yes, it will be expensive, Weldon thinks. Very, this time. The other side will spend a great deal of money. It often struck me as a great mistake, that where there is a good income and a position to be maintained, there is not a little put by every year to meet cases like this, what they call a reserve fund in trading companies. I do not think there is much money. You know, Stanley. Whatever there is under settlement, and we cannot apply it, Dorky. The only thing to be done, it strikes me, is to sell a part of 5 Oaks. I'll not sell any property, Stanley." "And what do you propose, then?" "I don't know. I don't understand these things, but there are ways of getting money by mortgages and loans, and paying them off without losing the property. I've the greatest possible objection to raising money in that way. It is, in fact, the first step towards ruin, and nobody has ever done it who has not regretted that he did not sell instead." "I won't sell 5 Oaks, Stanley," said the young lady seriously. "I only said a part," replied Stanley. "I won't sell at all." "Oh, and I won't mortgage," said Stanley. "Then the thing can't go on." "I can't help it." "But I'm resolved it shall," answered Stanley. "I tell you, Stanley, plainly, I will not sell. The Brenden estate shall not be diminished in my time." "Why, you perverse idiot, don't you perceive you impair the estate as much by mortgaging as by selling, with 10 times the ultimate danger? I tell you I won't mortgage, and you shall sell." "This, sir, is the first time I have been spoken to in such terms. And why do you contradict and thwart me upon business of which I know something and you nothing? What object on earth can I have in impairing the estate? I've as deep an interest in it as you. It is perfectly plain we should sell, and I am determined we shall. Come now, Dorcas, I'm sorry. I'm such a brute, you know, when I'm vexed. You mustn't be angry, and if you'll be a good girl, and trust me in matters of business, Stanley, I tell you plainly once more, I never will consent to sell 1 acre of the Brenden estates." "Then we'll see what I can do without you, Dorky," he said in a pleasant, musing way. He was now looking down with a sly, malign smile, and Dorcas could almost fancy 2 yellow lights reflected upon the floor. I shall protect the property of my family, sir, from your folly or your machinations, and I shall write to Chelford as my trustee to come here to advise me. And I snap my fingers at you both, and meet you with défiance." And Stanley's singular eyes glared upon her for a few seconds. Dorcas turned in her grand way, and walked slowly toward the door. "Stay a moment, I'm going," said Stanley, overtaking and confronting her near the door. "I've only one word. I don't think you quite know me. It will be an evil day for you, Dorky, when you quarrel with me." He looked steadily on her, smiling for a second or two more, and then glided from the conservatory. It was the first time Dorcas had seen Stanley Lake's features in that translated state which indicated the action of his evil nature, and the apparition haunted her for many a day and night. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 57, concerning a new danger which threatened Captain Stanley Lake. The ambitious captain walked out, sniffing, white and incensed. There was an air of immovable resolution in the few words which Dorcas had spoken, which rather took him by surprise. The captain was a terrorist. He acted instinctively on the theory that any good that was to be got from human beings was to be extracted from their fears. He had so operated on Mark Wylder, and so sought to coerce his sister Rachel. He had hopes, too, of ultimately catching the good attorney napping, and leading him, too, bound and docile, into his ergastulum, although he was himself just now in jeopardy from that quarter. James Dutton, too. Sooner or later he would get Master Jim into a fix, and hold him also spellbound in the same sort of nightmare. It was not from malice. The worthy attorney had much more of that leaven than he. Stanley Lake did not care to smash any man, except such as stood in his way. He had a mercantile genius, and never exercised his craft, violence, and ferocity on men or objects when no advantage was obtainable by so doing. When, however, fortune so placed them that one or other must go to the wall, Captain Stanley Lake was awfully unscrupulous. But having disabled and struck him down, and won the stakes, he would have given what remained of him his cold white hand to shake, or sipped claret with him at his own table, and told him stories, and entertained him with sly, sarcastic sallies, and thought how he could make use of him in an amicable way. But Stanley Lake's cold commercial genius, his craft and egotism, were frustrated occasionally by his temper, which I am afraid, with all its external varnish, was of the sort which is styled diabolical. People said also, what is true of most terrorists, that he was himself quite capable of being frightened, and also that he lied with too fertile an audacity, and like a man with too many bills afloat, forgot his endorsements occasionally, and did not recognize his own acceptances when presented after an interval. Such were some of this dangerous fellow's weak points. But on the whole it was by no means a safe thing to cross his path, and few who did so came off altogether scatheless. He pursued his way with a vague feeling of danger and rage, having encountered an opposition of so much more alarming a character than he had anticipated, and found his wife not only competent, fere aspectum, to endure his maniacal glare and scowl, but serenely to defy his violence and his wrath. He had abundance of matter for thought and perturbation, and felt himself, when the images of Larcom, Larkin, and Jim Dutton crossed the retina of his memory, some thrill of the fear which hath torment, the fear of a terrible coercion, which he liked so well to practice in the case of others. In this mood he paced, without minding in what direction he went, under those great rows of timber which overarched the pathway leading toward Redmond's Dell, the path that he and Mark Wylder had trod in that misty moonlight walk on which I had seen them set out together. Before he had walked 5 minutes in this direction, he was encountered by a little girl in a cloak, who stopped and dropped a courtesy. The captain stopped also, and looked at her with a stare which I suppose had something forbidding in it, for the child was frightened. But the wild and menacing look was unconscious, and only the reflection of the dark speculations and passions which were tumbling and breaking in his soul. "Well, child," said he gently, "I think I know your face, but I forget your name." "Little Marjorie, please, sir, from Miss Lake at Redmond's farm," she replied with a courtesy. "Oh, to be sure, yes. And how is Miss Rachel?" "Very bad with a headache, please, sir." "Is she at home?" "Yes, sir, please." "Any message?" Yes, sir, please, a note for you, sir, and she produced a note, rather, indeed, a letter. She desired me, sir, please, to give it into your own hand if I could, and not to leave it, please, sir, unless you were at home when I reached. He read the direction, and dropped it unopened into the pocket of his shooting coat. The peevish glance with which he eyed it betrayed a presentiment of something unpleasant. Any answer required? No, sir, please, only to leave it. And Miss Lake is quite well? No, sir, please, a bad headache to-day. Oh, I'm very sorry indeed. Tell her so. She is at home, is she? Yes, sir. Very well, that's all. Say I am very sorry to hear she is suffering, and if I can find time, I hope to see her to-day. And remember to say I have not read her letter, but if I find it requires an answer, it shall have one. He looked round like a man newly awakened, and up among the great boughs and interlacing foliage of the noble trees, and the child made him 2 courtesies, and departed towards Redmond's farm. Lake sauntered back slowly toward the hall. On his way, a rustic seat under the shadow invited him, and he sat down, drawing Rachel's letter from his pocket. What a genius they have for teasing! How women do contrive to waste our time and patience over nonsense! How ingeniously perverse their whimsies are! I do believe Beelzebub employs them still, as he did in Eden, for the special plague of us, poor devils. Here's a lecture or an exhortation from Miss Ratty, and a quantity of infinitely absurd advice, all which I am to read and inwardly digest, and discuss with her whenever she pleases. I've a great mind to burn it quietly. But he applied his match instead to his cigar, and having got it well lighted, he leaned back, and broke the seal, and read this letter, which I suspect, notwithstanding his preliminary thoughts, he fancied might contain matter of more practical import. I write to you, my beloved and only brother Stanley, in an altered state of mind, and with clearer views of duty than I think I have ever had before. Just as I conjectured, muttered Stanley, with a bitter smile, as he shook the ashes off the top of his cigar. A woman's homily. He read on, and a livid frown gradually contracted his forehead as he did so. I do not know, Stanley, what your feelings may be. Mine have been the same ever since that night in which I was taken into a confidence so dreadful. The circumstances are fearful, but far more dreadful to me the mystery in which I have lived ever since. I sometimes think I have only myself to blame, but you know, my poor brother, why I consented, and with what agony. Ever since I have lived in terror, and worse, in degradation. I did not know, until it was too late, how great was my guilt. Heaven knows when I consented to that journey I did not comprehend its full purpose, though I knew enough to have warned me of my danger, and undertook it in great fear and anguish of mind. I can never cease to mourn over my madness. Oh, Stanley, you do not know what it is to feel, as I do, the shame and treachery of my situation, to try to answer the smiles of those who at least once loved me, and to take their hands, to kiss Dorkas and good Dolly, and feel that all the time I am a vile impostor, stained incredibly, from whom if they knew me they would turn in horror and disgust. Now, Stanley, I can bear anything but this baseness, anything but the lifelong practice of perfidy. That I will not and cannot endure. Dorkas must know the truth. That there is a secret jealously guarded from her she does know. No woman could fail to perceive that. And there are few, Stanley, who would not prefer the certainty of the worst to the anguish of such relations of mystery and reserve with a husband. She's clever. She is generous, and has many noble qualities. She will see what is right, and do it. Me she may hate, and must despise, but that were to me more endurable than friendship gained on false pretenses. I repeat, therefore, Stanley, that Dorkas must know the whole truth. Do not suppose, my poor brother, that I write from impulse. I have deeply thought on the subject. Deeply, repeated Stanley with a sneer. And the more I reflect, the more am I convinced, if you will not tell her, Stanley, that I must. But it will be wiser and better, terrible as it may be, that the revelation should come from you, whom she has made her husband. The dreadful confidence would be more terrible from any other. Be courageous then, Stanley. You will be happier when you have disclosed the truth, and released at all events one of your victims. Your sorrowful and only sister, Rachel. On finishing the letter, Stanley rose quickly to his feet. He had become gradually so absorbed in reading it that he laid his cigar unconsciously beside him, and suffered it to go out. With downcast look and an angry contortion, he tore the sheets of note-paper across, and was on the point of reducing them to 1,000 little snowflakes, and giving them to the wind, when on second thoughts he crumpled them together, and thrust them into his breast-pocket. His excitement was too intense for foul terms, or even blasphemy. With the edge of his nether lip nipped in his teeth, and his clenched hands in his pockets, he walked through the forest trees to the park, and in his solitudes hurried onward as if his life depended on his speed. Gradually he recovered his self-possession. He sat down under the shade of a knot of beech trees, overlooking that ill-omened tarn, which we have often mentioned, upon a lichen-stained rock, his chin resting on his clenched hand, his elbow on his knee, and the heel of his other foot stamping out bits of the short green sod. "That damned girl deserves to be shot for her treachery," was the first sentence that broke from his white lips. It certainly was an amazing outrage upon his self-esteem, that the secret which was the weapon of terror by which he meant to rule his sister Rachel should by her slender hand be taken so easily from his grasp and lifted to crush him. The captain's plans were not working by any means so smoothly as he had expected. That sudden stab from Josiah Larkin, whom he always despised and now hated, whom he believed to be a fifth-rate, pluckless rogue, without audacity, without invention, whom he was on the point of tripping up, that he should have turned short and garroted the gallant captain, was a provoking turn of fortune. That when a dire necessity subjugated his will, his contempt, his rage, and he inwardly decided that the attorney's extortion must be submitted to, his wife, whom he never made any account of in the transaction, whom he reckoned carelessly on turning about as he pleased, by a few compliments and cajoleries, should have started up, cold and inflexible as marble, in his path to forbid the payment of the blackmail, and expose him to the unascertained and formidable consequences of Dutton's story and the disappointed attorney's vengeance, was another stroke of luck which took him altogether by surprise. And to crown all, Miss Ratty had grown tired of keeping her own secret, and must needs bring to light the buried disgraces which all concerned were equally interested in hiding away for ever. Stanley Lake's position, if all were known, was at this moment formidable enough. But he had been 50 times over, during his brief career, in scrapes of a very menacing kind. Once or twice, indeed, of the most alarming nature. His temper, his craft, his impetus, were always driving him into projects and situations more or less critical. Sometimes he won, sometimes he failed, but his audacious energy hitherto had extricated him. The difficulties of his present situation were, however, appalling, and almost daunted his semi-diabolical energies. From Rachel to Dorkas, from Dorkas to the attorney, and from him to Dutton and back again, he rambled in the infernal litany he muttered over the inauspicious tarn, among the enclosing banks and undulations, and solitary and lonely woods. Lake Avernus, said a hollow voice behind him, and a long grisly hand was laid on his shoulder. A cold breath of horror crept from his brain to his heel, as he turned about and saw the large blanched features and glassy eyes of Uncle Lorne bent over him. "Oh, Lake Avernus, is it?" said Lake with an angry sneer, and raising his hat with a mock reverence. "Aye, it is the window of hell, and the spirits in prison come up to see the light of it. Did you see him looking up?" said Uncle Lorne with his pallid smile. "Oh, of course, Napoleon Bonaparte leaning on old Dr. Simcock's arm," answered Lake. It was odd, in the sort of ghastly banter in which he played off this old man, how much hatred was perceptible. "No, not he. It is Mark Wylder," said Uncle Lorne. "His face comes up like a white fish within a fathom of the top. It makes me laugh. That's the way they keep holiday. Can you tell by the sky when it is holiday in hell? I can." And he laughed and rubbed his long fingers together softly. "Look! Ha ha! Look! Ha ha! Look!" he resumed, pointing with his cadaverous forefinger towards the middle of the pool. "I told you this morning it was a holiday," and he laughed very quietly to himself. "Look how his nostrils go like a fish's gills. It is a funny way for a gentleman, and he's a gentleman. Every fool knows the Wylders are gentlemen, all gentlemen in misfortune. He has a brother that is walking about in his coffin. Mark has no coffin, it is all marble steps, and a wicked seraph received him, and blessed him till his hair stood up. Let me whisper you." "No, not just at this moment, please," said Lake, drawing away, disgusted, from the maniacal leer and titter of the gigantic old man. "Aye, aye, another time. Some night there's aurora borealis in the sky. You know this goes underground all the way to Vallombrosa." "Thank you, I was not aware. That's very convenient. Had you not better go down and speak to your friend in the water?" "Young man, I bless you for remembering," said Uncle Lorne solemnly. "What was Mark Wylder's religion, that I may speak to him comfortably?" "An Anabaptist, I conjecture, from his present situation," replied Lake. No, that's in the lake of fire, where the wicked seraphim and cherubim baptize and anabaptize, and hold them under, with a great stone laid across their breasts. I only know two of their clergy, the African vicar, quite a gentleman, and speaks through his nose, and the archbishop with wings. His face is so burnt, he's all eyes and mouth, and on one hand has only one finger, and he tickles me with it till I almost give up the ghost. The ghost of Miss Bailey is a lie, he said, by my soul, and he likes you, he loves you. Shall I write it all in a book and give it you? I meet Mark Wylder in 3 places sometimes. Don't move till I go down. He's as easily frightened as a fish. And Uncle Lorne crept down the bank, tacking and dodging, and all the time laughing softly to himself, and sometimes winking with a horrid, wily grimace at Stanley, who fervently wished him at the bottom of the tarn. "I say," said Stanley, addressing the keeper, whom by a beck he had brought to his side, "you don't allow him surely to go alone now?" "No, sir, since your order, sir," said the stern, reserved official. "Nor to come into any place but this, the park, I mean." "No, sir." "And do you mind? Try and get him home always before nightfall. It is easy to frighten him. Find out what frightens him, and do it or say it. It is dangerous, don't you see? And he might break his damned neck any time among those rocks and gullies, or get away altogether from you in the dark." So the keeper, at the water's brink, joined Uncle Lorne, who was talking, after his fashion, into the dark pool, and Stanley Lake, a general in difficulties, retraced his steps toward the park gate through which he had come, ruminating on his situation and resources. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 58. Miss Rachel Lake becomes violent. So soon as the letter, which had so surprised and incensed Stanley Lake, was dispatched and beyond recall, Rachel, who had been indescribably agitated before, grew all at once calm. She knew that she had done right. She was glad the die was cast, and that it was out of her power to retract. She kneeled at her bedside and wept and prayed, and then went down and talked with old Tamar, who was knitting in the shade by the porch. Then the young lady put on her bonnet and cloak and walked down to Gillingden with an anxious but still a lighter heart to see her friend Dolly Wylder. Dolly received her in a glad sort of fuss. "I'm so glad to see you, Miss Lake." "Call me Rachel, and won't you let me call you Dolly?" "Well, Rachel, dear," replied Dolly, laughing, "I'm delighted you're come. I have such good news, but I can't tell it till I think for a minute. I must begin at the beginning." "Anywhere, everywhere. Only if it is good news, let me hear it at once. I'll be sure to understand." "Well, Rachel, dear, you know, I may tell you now, the vicar, my dear Willie, he and we've been in great trouble. Oh, such great trouble, heaven only knows." And she dried her eyes quickly. "Money, my dear." And she smiled with a bewildered shrug. "Some debts at Cambridge. No fault of his. You can't imagine what a saving darling he is. But these were a few old things that mounted up with interest, my dear, you understand. And law costs. Oh, you can't think. And indeed, dear Rachel, I forgot. I sometimes thought we must be quite ruined." "Oh, Dolly, dear," said Rachel, very pale. "I feared it. I thought you might be troubled about money. I was not sure, but I was afraid, and to say truth, it was partly to try your friendship with a question on that very point that I came here, and not indeed, Dolly dear, from impertinent curiosity, but in the hope that maybe you might allow me to be of some use." "How wonderfully good you are! How friends are raised up!" And with a smile that shone like an April sun through her tears, she stood on tiptoe and kissed the tall young lady, who, not smiling but with a pale and very troubled face, bowed down and returned her kiss. "You know, dear, before he went, Mark promised to lend dear Willie a large sum of money. Well, he went away in such a hurry that he never thought of it. And though he constantly wrote to Mr. Larkin, you have no idea, my dear Miss Lake, what a blessed angel that man is. Oh, such a friend as has been raised up to us in that holy and wise man, words cannot express. But what was I saying? Oh, yes, Mark, you know, it was very kind, but he has so many things on his mind it quite escaped him. And he keeps, you know, wandering about on the continent and never gives his address, so he can't, you see, be written to, and the delay. But Rachel, darling, are you ill?" She rang the bell and opened the window and got some water.
My darling, you walked too fast here. You were very near fainting. No, dear, nothing. I am quite well now. Go on. But she did not go on immediately, for Rachel was trembling in a kind of shivering fit, which did not pass away till after poor Dolly, who had no other stimulant at command, made her drink a cup of very hot milk. Thank you, darling. You are too good to me, Dolly. Oh, Dolly, you are too good to me. Rachel's eyes were looking into hers with a careworn, entreating gaze, and her cold hand was pressed on the back of Dolly's. Nearly 10 minutes passed before the talk was renewed. Well, now, what do you think? That good man, Mr. Larkin, just as things were at the worst, found a way to make everything, oh, blessed mercy, the hand of heaven, my dear, quite right again, and will be so happy. Like a bird I could sing and fly almost, the foolish old thing. Ha, 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 such an old goose. And she wiped her eyes again. Hush, is that Fairy? Oh, no, it is only Anne singing. Little man has not been well yesterday and today. He won't eat and looks pale. But he slept very well, my darling man, and Dr. Buttle, I met him this morning, so kindly took him into his room and examined him, and says it may be nothing at all, please heaven. And she sighed, smiling still. Dear little Fairy, where is he? Asked Rachel, her sad eyes looking toward the door. In the study with his Wopsy. Mrs. Wollaston, she is such a kind soul, lent him such a beautiful old picture book, Woodward's Eccentricities it is called, and he's quite happy, little Fairy, on his little stool at the window. No headache or fever? Asked Miss Lake cheerfully, though she knew not why there seemed something ominous in this little ailment. None at all. Oh, none, thank you, none in the world. I'd be so frightened if there was, but thank heaven Dr. Buttle says there's nothing to make us at all uneasy, my blessed little man. And he has his canary in the cage in the window, and his kitten to play with in the study. He's quite happy. Please heaven he'll be quite well tomorrow, the darling little man, said Rachel, all the more fondly for that vague omen that seemed to say, he's gone. Here's Mr. Larkin, cried Dolly, jumping up and smiling and nodding at the window to that long and natty apparition, who glided to the hall door with a sad smile, raising his well-brushed hat as he passed, and with one grim glance beyond Mrs. Wylder, for his sharp eye half detected another presence in the room. He was followed, not accompanied, for Mr. Larkin knew what a gentleman he was, by a young and bilious clerk with black hair and a melancholy countenance, and by old Bugs, his conducting man, always grinning, whose red face glared in the little garden like a great bunch of hollyhocks. He was sober as a judge all the morning, and proceeded strictly on the principle of business first and pleasure afterward, but his orgies when off duty were such as to cause the good attorney, when complaints reached him, to shake his head and sigh profoundly, and sometimes to lift up his mild eyes and long hands. And indeed, so scandalous an appendage was Bugs, that if he had been less useful, I believe the pure attorney, who, in the uncomfortable words of John Bunyan, had found a cleaner road to hell, would have cashiered him long ago. There is that awful Mr. Bugs, said Dolly, with a look of honest alarm. I often wonder so Christian a man as Mr. Larkin can countenance him. He is hardly ever without a black eye. He has been 3 nights together without once putting off his clothes. Think of that. And, my dear, on Friday week he fell through the window of the Fancy Emporium at 2 o'clock in the morning, and Dr. Buttle says if the cut on his jaw had been half an inch lower, he would have cut some artery and lost his life, wretched man. They have come about law business, Dolly? Inquired the young lady, who had a profound instinctive dread of Mr. Larkin. Yes, my dear, most important windfall. Only for Mr. Larkin it never could have been accomplished, and indeed I don't think it would ever have been thought of. I hope he has someone to advise him, said Miss Lake anxiously. I think Mr. Larkin a very cunning person, and you know your husband does not understand business. Is it Mr. Larkin, my dear? Mr. Larkin? Why, my dear, if you knew him as we do, you'd trust your life in his hands. But there are people who know him still better, and I think they fancy he is a very crafty man. I do not like him myself, and Dorkas Brenden dislikes him too, and though I don't think we could either give a reason, I don't know, Dolly, but I should not like to trust him. But, my dear, he is an excellent man and such a friend, and he has managed all this most troublesome business so delightfully. It is what they call a reversion. William Wylder is not selling his reversion, said Rachel, fixing a wild and startled look on her companion. Yes, reversion, I am sure, is the name, and why not, dear? It is most unlikely we should ever get a farthing of it any other way, and it will give us enough to make us quite happy. But, my darling, don't you know the reversion under the will is a great fortune? He must not think of it. And up started Rachel, and before Dolly could interpose or remonstrate, she had crossed the little hall and entered the homely study where the gentlemen were conferring. William Wylder was sitting at his desk, and a large sheet of law scrivenery on thick paper with a stamp in the corner was before him. The bald head of the attorney, as he leaned over him and indicated an imaginary line with his gold pencil case, was presented toward Miss Lake as she entered. The attorney had just said, "There, please," in reply to the vicar's question, "Where do I write my name?" And Red Bugs, grinning with his mouth open like an overheated dog, and the sad and bilious young gentleman stood by to witness the execution of the cleric's autograph. Tall Josiah Larkin looked up, smiling with his mouth also a little open, as was his wont when he was particularly affable, but the rat's eyes were looking at her with a hungry suspicion, and smiled not. "William Wylder, I am so glad I'm in time," said Rachel, rustling across the room. "There," said the attorney very peremptorily, and making a little furrow in the thick paper with the seal end of his pencil. "Stop, William Wylder, don't sign. I've a word to say. You must pause. If it affects our business, Miss Lake, I do request that you address yourself to me. If not, may I beg, Miss Lake, that you will defer it for a moment." "William Wylder, lay down that pen. As you love your little boy, lay it down and hear me," continued Miss Lake. The vicar looked at her with his eyes wide open, puzzled, like a man who is not quite sure whether he may not be doing something wrong. Really, Miss Lake, pardon me, but this is very irregular, and in fact unprecedented," said Josiah Larkin. I suppose you can hardly be aware, ma'am, that I am here as the Reverend Mr. Wylder's confidential solicitor, acting solely for him in a matter of a strictly private nature." The attorney stood erect, a little flushed, with that peculiar contraction, mean and dangerous, in his eyes. "Of course, Mr. Wylder, if you, sir, desire me to leave, I shall instantaneously do so, and indeed, unless you proceed to sign, I had better go, as my time is generally, I may say, a little pressed upon, and I have, in fact, some business elsewhere to attend to." "What is this law paper?" demanded Rachel, laying the tips of her slender fingers upon it. "Am I to conclude that you withdraw from your engagement?" asked Mr. Larkin. "I had better then communicate with Burlington and Smith by this post, as also with the sheriff, who has been very kind." Oh, no, Mr. Larkin, pray, I'm quite ready to sign." "Now, William Wylder, you shan't sign until you tell me whether this is a sale of your reversion." The young lady had her white hand firmly pressed upon the spot where he was to sign, and the ring that glittered on her finger looked like a talisman interposing between the poor vicar and the momentous act he was meditating. "I think, Miss Lake, it is pretty plain you are not acting for yourself here. You have been sent, ma'am," said the attorney, looking very vicious, and speaking a little huskily and hurriedly. "I quite conceive by whom." "I don't know what you mean, sir," replied Miss Lake with grave disdain. "You have been commissioned, ma'am, I venture to think, to come here to watch the interests of another party." "I say, sir, I don't in the least comprehend you." "I think it is pretty obvious, ma'am, Miss Lake, I beg pardon. You have had some conversation with your brother," answered the attorney, with a significant sneer. "I don't know what you mean, sir, I repeat. I've just heard in the other room from your wife, William Wylder, that you were about selling your reversion in the estates, and I want to know whether that is so, for if it be, it is the act of a madman, and I'll prevent it if I possibly can." "Upon my word." "Possibly," said the vicar, his eyes very wide open, and looking with a hesitating gaze from Rachel to the attorney, "there may be something in it which neither you nor I know. Does it not strike you? Had we not better consider?" "Consider what, sir?" said the attorney, with a snap, and losing his temper somewhat. "It is simply, sir, that this young lady represents Captain Lake, who wishes to get the reversion for himself." "That is utterly false, sir," said Miss Lake, flashing and blushing with indignation. "You, William, are a gentleman, and such inconceivable meanness cannot enter your mind." The attorney, with what he meant to be a polished sarcasm, bowed and smiled toward Miss Lake. Pale little Fairy, sitting before his picture book, was watching the scene with round eyes and round mouth, and that mixture of interest, awe, and distress with which children witness the uncomprehended excitement and collision of their elders. "My dear Miss Lake, I respect and esteem you. You quite mistake, I am persuaded, my good friend Mr. Larkin, and indeed I don't quite comprehend. But if it were so, and that your brother really wished, do you think he does, Mr. Larkin, to buy the reversion? He might think it more valuable, perhaps." "I can say with certainty, sir, that from that quarter you would get nothing like what you have agreed to take. And I must say once for all, sir, that quite setting aside every consideration of honor and of conscience, and of the highly prejudicial position in which you would place me as a man of business by taking the very short turn which this young lady, Miss Lake, suggests, your letters amount to an equitable agreement to sell, which, on petition, the court would compel you to do. So you see, my dear Miss Lake, there's no more to be said, said the vicar with a careworn smile, looking upon Rachel's handsome face. Now, we are all friends, aren't we? Said poor Dolly, who could not make anything of the debate, and was staring with open mouth from one speaker to another. We are all agreed, are we not? You are all so good and fond of Willie that you are actually ready almost to quarrel for him. But her little laugh produced no echo, except a very joyless and flushed effort from the attorney as he looked up from consulting his watch. 11 minutes past 3, said he, and I've a meeting at my house at half-past. So unless you complete that instrument now, I regret to say I must take it back unfinished, and the result may be to defeat the arrangement altogether. And if the consequences should prove serious, I at least am not to blame. Don't sign, I entreat, I implore of you, William Wylder, you shan't. But, my dear Miss Lake, we have considered everything, and Mr. Larkin and I agree that my circumstances are such as to make it inevitable. Really, this is child's play. There, if you please, said the attorney once more. Rachel Lake, during the discussion, had removed her hand. The faintly traced line on which the vicar was to sign was now fairly presented to him. Just in your usual way, murmured Mr. Larkin. So the vicar's pen was applied, but before he had time to trace the first letter of his name, Rachel Lake resolutely snatched the thick bluish sheet of scrivenery with its handsome margins and red ink lines from before him, and tore it across and across with the quickness of terror, and in fewer seconds than one could fancy it lay about the floor and grate in pieces little bigger than dominoes. The attorney made a hungry snatch at the paper over William Wylder's shoulder, nearly bearing that gentleman down on his face, but his clutch fell short. "Hello, Miss Lake, ma'am, the paper!" But wild words were of no avail. The whole party, except Rachel, were aghast. The attorney's small eye glanced over the ground and hearthstone where the bits were strewn, like ladies' smocks all silver white that paint the meadows with delight. He had nothing for it but to submit to fortune with his best air. He stood erect. A slanting beam from the window glimmered on his tall, bald head, and his face was black and menacing as the summit of a thunder-crowned peak. You are not aware, Miss Lake, of the nature of your act, and of the consequences to which you have exposed yourself, madam. But that is a view of the occurrence in which, except as a matter of deep regret, I cannot be supposed to be immediately interested. I will mention, however, that your interference, your violent interference, madam, may be attended with most serious consequences to my reverend client, for which, of course, you constituted yourself fully responsible when you entered on the course of unauthorized interference which has resulted in destroying the articles of agreement prepared with great care and labor for his protection, and retarding the transmission of the document by at least 24 hours to London. You may, madam, I regret to observe, have ruined my client. Saved him, I hope, and run yourself, madam, into a very serious scrape. Upon that point you have said quite enough, sir. Dolly, William, don't look so frightened. You'll both live to thank me for this. All this time, little Fairy, unheeded, was bawling in great anguish of soul, clinging to Rachel's dress and crying, "Oh, he'll hurt her, he'll hurt her, he'll hurt her. Don't let him, Wopsy, don't let him. Oh, the frightly man, don't let him, he'll hurt her, the frightly man." The little man's cheeks were drenched in tears, and his wee feet danced in an agony of terror on the floor, as, bawling, he tried to pull his friend Rachel into a corner. "Nonsense, little man," cried his father with quick reproof on hearing this sacrilegious uproar. "Mr. Larkin never hurt anyone. Tut, tut, sit down and look at your book." But Rachel, with a smile of love and gratification, lifted the little man up in her arms and kissed him, and his thin little legs were clasped about her waist, and his arms round her neck, and he kissed her with his wet face devouringly, blubbering, "The frightly man, you doty, the frightly man." "Then, Mr. Wylder, I shall have the document prepared again from the draft. You'll see to that, Mr. Buggs, please, and perhaps it will be better that you should look in at the lodge." When he mentioned the lodge, it was in so lofty a way that a stranger would have supposed it something very handsome indeed, and one of the sights of the county. "Say about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Farewell, Mr. Wylder, farewell. I regret the enhanced expense, I regret the delay, I regret the risk, I regret, in fact, the whole scene. Farewell, Mrs. Wylder." And with a silent bow to Rachel, perfectly polished, perfectly terrible, he withdrew, followed by the sallow clerk and by that radiant scamp old Bugs, who made them several obeisances at the door. "Oh, dear Miss Rachel, I mean. Rachel, dear, I hope it won't be all off. Oh, you don't know. Heaven only knows the danger we are in. Oh, Rachel, dear, if this is broken off, I don't know what is to become of us. I don't know." Dolly spoke quite wildly, with her hands on Rachel's shoulders. It was the first time she had broken down, the first time, at least, the vicar had seen her anything but cheery, and his head sank, and it seemed as if his last light had gone out, and he was quite benighted. "Do you think," said he, "there's much danger of that? Do you really think so?" "Now don't blame me," said Miss Lake, "and don't be frightened till you have heard me. Let us sit down here. We shan't be interrupted, and just answer your wretched friend Rachel 2 or 3 questions and hear what she has to say." Rachel was flushed and excited, and sat with the little boy still in her arms. So in reply to her questions, the vicar told her frankly how he stood, and Rachel said, "Well, you must not think of selling your reversion. Oh, think of your little boy. Think of Dolly if you were taken away from her." "But," said Dolly, "Mr. Larkin heard from Captain Lake that Mark is privately married, and actually has, he says, a large family. And he, you know, has letters from him, and Mr. Larkin thinks knows more than anyone else about him, and if that were so, none of us would ever inherit the property, so—" "Do they say that Mark is married? Nothing can be more false. I know it is altogether a falsehood. He neither is nor ever will be married. If my brother dared say that in my presence, I would make him confess before you that he knows it cannot be. Oh, my poor little fairy, my poor Dolly, my poor good friend William, what shall I say? I am in great distraction of mind." And she hugged and kissed the pale little boy, she herself paler. "Listen to me. Good and kind as you are never to call me your friend, mind that. I am a most unhappy creature, forced by circumstances to be your enemy for a time, not always. You have no conception how, and may never even suspect. Don't ask me, but listen." Wonder-stricken and pained was the countenance with which the vicar gazed upon her, and Dolly looked both frightened and perplexed. "I have a little more than 300 a year. There is a little annuity charged on Sir Hugh Langdon's estate, and his solicitor has written, offering me £600 for it. I will write tonight accepting that offer, and you shall have the money to pay those debts which have been pressing so miserably upon you. Don't thank, not a word, but listen. I would so like, Dolly, to come and live with you. We could unite our incomes. I need only bring poor old Tamar with me, and I can give up Redmond's farm in September next. I should be so much happier, and I think my income and yours joined would enable us to live without any danger of getting into debt. Will you agree to this, Dolly, dear? And promise me, William Wylder, that you will think no more of selling that reversion, which may be the splendid provision of your dear little boy. Don't thank me, don't say anything now, and oh, don't reject my poor entreaty. Your refusal would almost make me mad. I would try, Dolly, to be of use. I think I could. Only try me." She fancied she saw in Dolly's face, under all her gratitude, some perplexity and hesitation, and feared to accept a decision then, so she hurried away with a hasty and kind good-bye. A fortnight before, I think, during Dolly's jealous fit, this magnificent offer of Rachel's would, notwithstanding the dreadful necessities of the case, have been coldly received by the poor little woman. But that delusion was quite cured now. No reserve or doubt or coldness left behind, and Dolly and the vicar felt that Rachel's noble proposal was the making of them. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 59. An Enemy in Redmond's Dell. Josiah Larkin grew more and more uncomfortable about the unexpected interposition of Rachel Lake as the day wore on. He felt, with an unerring intuition, that the young lady both despised and suspected him. He also knew that she was impetuous and clever, and he feared from that small white hand a fatal mischief, he could not tell exactly how, to his plans. Jim Dutton's letter had somehow an air of sobriety and earnestness which made way with his convictions. His doubts and suspicions had subsided, and he now believed, with a profound moral certainty, that Mark Wylder was actually dead, within the precincts of a madhouse or of some lawless place of detention abroad. What was that to the purpose? Dutton might arrive at any moment. Low fellows are always talking, and the story might get abroad before the assignment of the vicar's interest. Of course, there was something speculative in the whole transaction, but he had made his book well, and by his arrangement with Captain Lake, whichever way the truth lay, he stood to win. So the attorney had no notion of allowing this highly satisfactory arithmetic to be thrown into confusion by the fillip of a small gloved finger. On the whole, he was not altogether sorry for the delay. Everything worked together, he knew. One or two covenants and modifications in the articles had struck him as desirable on reading the instrument over with William Wylder. He also thought a larger consideration should be stated and acknowledged as paid, say £22,000. The vicar would really receive just £2,200. Costs would do something to reduce the balance, for Josiah Larkin was one of those oxen who, when treading out corn, declined to be muzzled. The remainder was, the vicar would clearly understand, one of those ridiculous pedantries of law upon which our system of crotchets and fictions insisted. And William Wylder, whose character, simply and sensitively honourable, Mr. Larkin appreciated, was to write to Burlington and Smith a letter for the satisfaction of their speculative and nervous client, pledging his honour as a gentleman and his conscience as a Christian, that in the event of the sale being completed, he would never do, countenance, or permit any act or proceeding whatsoever tending on any ground to impeach or invalidate the transaction. "I've no objection, have I, to write such a letter?" asked the vicar of his adviser. "Why, I suppose you have no intention of trying to defeat your own act, and that is all the letter would go to. I look on it as wholly unimportant, and it is really not a point worth standing upon for a second." So that also was agreed to. Now, while the improved instrument was in preparation, the attorney strolled down in the evening to look after his clerical client, and keep him straight for the meeting at which he was to sign the articles next day. It was by the drowsy, faded light of a late summer's evening that he arrived at the quaint little parsonage. He maintained his character as a nice-spoken gentleman, by inquiring of the maid who opened the door how the little boy was. "Not so well, gone to bed, but would be better, everyone was sure, in the morning." So he went in and saw the vicar, who had just returned with Dolly from a little ramble. Everything promised fairly. The quiet mind was returning, the good time coming, all the pleasanter for the storms and snows of the night that was over. "Well, my good and valuable friend, you will be glad, you will rejoice with us, I know, to learn that after all the sale of our reversion is unnecessary." The attorney allowed his client to shake him by both hands, and he smiled a sinister congratulation as well as he could, grinning in reply to the vicar's pleasant smile as cheerfully as was feasible, and woefully puzzled in the meantime. Had James Dutton arrived and announced the death of Mark? No, it could hardly be that. Decency had not yet quite taken leave of the earth, and stupid as the vicar was, he would hardly announce the death of his brother to a Christian gentleman in a fashion so outrageous. Had Lord Chelford been invoked, and answered satisfactorily? Or Dorkas? Or had Lake, the diabolical sneak, interposed with his long purse and a plausible hypocrisy of kindness to spoil Larkin's plans? All these fanciful queries flitted through his brain as the vicar's hand shook both his, and he laboured hard to maintain the cheerful grin with which he received the news, and his guileful, rapacious little eyes searched narrowly the countenance of his client. So after a while, Dolly assisting, and sometimes both talking together, the story was told, Rachel blessed and panegyrized, and the attorney's congratulations challenged and yielded once more. But there was something not altogether joyous in Josiah Larkin's countenance, which struck the vicar, and he said, "You don't see any objection?" and paused. "Objection? Why, objection, my dear sir, is a strong word, but I fear I do see a difficulty. In fact, several difficulties. Perhaps you would take a little turn on the green. I must call for a moment at the reading-room, and I'll explain. You'll forgive me, I hope, Mrs. Wylder," he added with a playful condescension, "for running away with your husband, but only for a few minutes." The shadow was upon Josiah Larkin's face, and he was plainly meditating, a little uncomfortably, as they approached the quiet green of Gillingden. "What a charming evening," said the vicar, making an effort at cheerfulness. "Delicious evening, yes," said the attorney, throwing back his long head and letting his mouth drop. But though his face was turned up towards the sky, there was a contraction and a darkness upon it, not altogether heavenly. "The offer," said the attorney, beginning rather abruptly, "is no doubt a handsome offer at the first glance, and it may be well meant. But the fact is, my dear Mr. Wylder, £600 would leave little more than 100 remaining after Burlington and Smith have had their costs. You have no idea of the expense and trouble of title, and the inevitable costliness, my dear sir, of all conveyancing operations. The deeds, I have little doubt, in consequence of the letter you directed me to write, have been prepared, that is, in draft, of course, and then, my dear sir, I need not remind you that there remain the costs to me. Those, of course, await your entire convenience, but still, it would not be either for your or my advantage that they should be forgotten in the general adjustment of your affairs, which I understand you to propose." The vicar's countenance fell. In fact, it is idle to say that, being unaccustomed to the grand scale on which law costs present themselves on occasion, he was unspeakably shocked, and he grew very pale and silent on hearing these impressive sentences. "And as to Miss Lake's residing with you, I speak now, you will understand, in the strictest confidence, because the subject is a painful one. As to her residing with you, as she proposes, Miss Lake is well aware that I am cognizant of circumstances which render any such arrangement absolutely impracticable. I need not, my dear sir, be more particular, at present at least. In a little time you will probably be made acquainted with them by the inevitable disclosures of time, which, as the wise man says, discovers all things." But what—" stammered the pale vicar, altogether shocked and giddy. "You will not press me, my dear sir. You'll understand that just now I really cannot satisfy any particular inquiry. Miss Lake has spoken, in charity I will hope and trust, without thought. But I am much mistaken, or she will herself, on half an hour's calm consideration, see the moral impossibilities which interpose between her, to me, most amazing plan and its realization." There was a little pause here, during which the tread of their feet on the soft grass alone was audible. "You will quite understand," resumed the attorney, "the degree of confidence with which I make this communication, and you will please specially not to mention it to any person whatsoever. I do not accept, in fact, any. You will find, on consideration, that Miss Lake will not press her residence upon you. No, I've no doubt Miss Lake is a very intelligent person, and when not excited will see it clearly." The attorney's manner had something of that reserve and grim sort of dryness which supervened whenever he fancied a friend or client on whom he had formed designs was becoming impracticable. Nothing affected him so much as that kind of unkindness. Josiah Larkin took his leave a little abruptly. He did not condescend to ask the vicar whether he still entertained Miss Lake's proposal. He had not naturally a pleasant temper, somewhat short, dark, and dangerous, but by no means noisy. This temper, an intense reluctance ever to say thank you, and a profound and quiet egotism were the ingredients of that pride on which, a little inconsistently perhaps, in so eminent a Christian, he piqued himself. It must be admitted, however, that his pride was not of that stamp which would prevent him from listening to other men's private talk, or reading their letters, if anything were to be got by it, or from prosecuting his small spites with a patient and virulent industry, or from stripping a man of his possessions and transferring them to himself by processes from which most men would shrink. "Well," thought the vicar, "that munificent offer is unavailing, it seems, the sum insufficient, great as it is, and other difficulties in the way." He was walking homewards, slowly and dejectedly, and was now beginning to feel alarm lest the purchase of the reversion should fail. The agreement was to have gone up to London by this day's mail, and now could not reach till the day after tomorrow, 24 hours later than was promised. The attorney had told him it was a touch-and-go affair, and the whole thing might be off in a moment, and if it should miscarry, what inevitable ruin yawned before him. Oh, the fatigue of these monotonous agitations, this never-ending suspense! Oh, the yearning unimaginable for quiet and rest! How awfully he comprehended the reasonableness of the thanksgiving which he had read that day in the churchyard. "We give thee hearty thanks, for that it hath pleased thee to deliver this our brother out of the miseries of this sinful world." With the attorney it was different. Making the most of his height, which he fancied added much to the aristocratic effect of his presence, with his head thrown back, and swinging his walking cane easily between his finger and thumb by his side, he strode languidly through the main street of Gillingden, in the happy belief that he was making a sensation among the denizens of the town. and so he moved on to the mill road, on which he entered, and was soon deep in the shadows of Redmond's dell. He opened the tiny garden gate of Redmond's farm, looking about him with a supercilious benevolence, like a man conscious of bestowing a distinction. He was inwardly sensible of a sort of condescension in entering so diminutive and homely a place, a kind of half-amusing disproportion between Josiah Larkin, Esquire, of the Lodge, worth already £27,000, and on the high road to greatness, and the trumpery little place in which he found himself. Old Tamar was sitting in the porch, with her closed Bible upon her knees. There was no longer light to read by. She rose up, like the grim white woman who haunts yon wood, before him. Her young lady had walked up to Brenden, taking the little girl with her, and she supposed would be back again early. Mr. Larkin eyed her for a second, to ascertain whether she was telling lies. He always thought everyone might be lying. It was his primary impression here. But there was a recluse and unearthly character in the face of the crone which satisfied him that she would never think of fencing with such weapons with him. Very good. Mr. Larkin would take a short walk, and as his business was pressing, he would take the liberty of looking in again in about half an hour, if she thought her mistress would be at home then. So although the weird white woman who leered after him so strangely as he walked with his most lordly air out of the little garden and down the darkening road towards Gillingden could not say, he resolved to make trial again. In the meantime, Rachel had arrived at Brandon Hall. Dorkas, whom if the truth were spoken she would rather not have met, encountered her on the steps. She was going out for a lonely twilight walk upon the terrace, where many a beautiful Brandon of other days, the sunshine of whose smile glimmered only on the canvas that hung upon those ancestral walls, and whose sorrows were hid in the grave and forgotten by the world, had walked in other days, in the pride of beauty or in the sadness of desertion. Dorcas paused upon the doorsteps, and received her sister-in-law upon that elevation. "Have you really come all this way, Rachel, to see me this evening?" she said, and something of sarcasm thrilled in the cold, musical tones. "No, Dorcas," said Rachel, taking her proffered hand in the spirit in which it was given, and with the air rather of a defiance than of a greeting. "I came to see my brother." "You are frank, at all events, Rachel, and truth is better than courtesy. But you forget that your brother could not have returned so soon." "Returned?" said Rachel. "I did not know he had left home. It's strange he should not have consulted you. I, of course, knew nothing of it until he had been more than an hour upon his journey." Rachel Lake made no answer but a little laugh. "He'll return tomorrow, and perhaps your meeting may still be in time. I was thinking of a few minutes' walk upon the terrace, but you are fatigued. You had better come in and rest." "No, Dorcas, I won't go in." "But, Rachel, you are tired. You must come in with me, and drink tea, and then you can go home in the brougham," said Dorcas more kindly. "No, Dorcas, no. I will not drink tea nor go in, but I am tired, and as you are so kind, I will accept your offer of the carriage." Larkin had that moment appeared in the vestibule, and received the order. "I'll sit in the porch, if you will allow me, Dorcas. You must not lose your walk." "Then you won't come into the house, you won't drink tea with me, and you won't join me in my little walk. And why not any of these?" Dorcas smiled coldly and continued, "Well, I shall hear the carriage coming to the door, and I'll return and bid you good night. It is plain, Rachel, you do not like my company." "True, Dorcas, I do not like your company. You are unjust. You have no confidence in me. You prejudge me without proof, and you have quite ceased to love me. Why should I like your company?" Dorcas smiled a proud and rather sad smile at this sudden change from the conventional to the passionate, and the direct and fiery charge of her kinswoman was unanswered. She stood meditating for a minute. "You think I no longer love you, Rachel, as I did. Perhaps young ladies' friendships are never very enduring, but if it be so, the fault is not mine." "No, Dorcas, the fault is not yours, nor mine. The fault is in circumstances. The time is coming, Dorcas, when you will know all, and maybe judge me mercifully. In the meantime, Dorcas, you cannot like my company, because you do not like me, and I do not like yours, just because, in spite of all, I do love you still. And in yours I only see the image of a lost friend. You may be restored to me soon, maybe never, but till then I have lost you." "Well," said Dorcas, "it may be there is a wild kind of truth in what you say, Rachel, and no matter, time, as you say, and light. I don't understand you, Rachel, but there is this in you that resembles me. We both hate hypocrisy, and we are both, in our own ways, proud. I'll come back when I hear the carriage, and see you for a moment, as you won't stay or come with me, and bid you good-bye." So Dorcas went her way, and alone on the terrace, looking over the stone balustrade, over the rich and sombre landscape, dim and vaporous in the twilight, she still saw the pale face of Rachel, paler than she liked to see it. Was she ill? And she thought how lonely she would be if Rachel were to die. How lonely she was now. There was a sting of compunction, a yearning, and then started a few bitter and solitary tears. In one of the great stone vases that are ranged along the terrace there flourished a beautiful and rare rose. I forget its name. Some of my readers will remember. It is first to bloom, first to wither. Its fragrant petals were now strewn upon the terrace underneath. One blossom only remained untarnished, and Dorcas plucked it, and with it in her fingers she returned to the porch where Rachel remained. "You see, I have come back a little before my time," said Dorcas. "I have just been looking at the plant you used to admire so much, and the leaves are shed already, and it reminded me of our friendship, Braddy. But I am sure you are right. It will all bloom again, after the winter, you know. And I thought I would come back and say that, and give you this relic of the bloom that is gone. The last token," and she kissed Rachel as she placed it in her fingers, "a token of remembrance and of hope. I will keep it, Dorky. It was kind of you," and their eyes met regretfully. And I think I do trust you, Ratty," said the heiress of Brenden, "and I hope you will try to like me on till spring comes, you know. And I wish—" She sighed softly. "I wish we were as we used to be. I am not very happy, and here's the carriage." And it drew up close to the steps, and Rachel entered, and her little handmaid up in the seat behind. And Dorcas and Rachel kissed their hands and smiled, and away the carriage glided. And Dorcas, standing on the steps, looked after it very sadly. And when it disappeared, she sighed again heavily, still looking in its track, and I think she said, "Darling." End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 60. Rachel Lake before the accuser. Twilight was darker in Redmond's than anywhere else. But dark as it was, there was still light enough to enable Rachel, as she hurried across the little garden on her return from Brenden, to see a long white face, and some dim outline of the figure to which it belonged, looking out upon her from the window of her little drawing-room. But no, it could not be. Who was there to call at so odd an hour? She must have left something, a bag or a white basket upon the window-sash. She was almost startled, however, as she approached the porch, to see it nod, and a hand dimly waved in token of greeting. Tamar was in the kitchen. Could it be Stanley? But faint as the outline was she fancied that it was a taller person than he. She felt a sort of alarm, in which there was some little mixture of the superstitious, and she pushed open the door, not entering the room, but staring in toward the window, where against the dim external light she clearly saw, without recognizing it, a tall figure, greeting her with mop and mow. "Who is that?" cried Miss Lake a little sharply. "It is I, Miss Lake, Mr. Josiah Larkin, of the lodge," said that gentleman, with what he meant to be an air of dignified firmness, and looking very like a tall constable in possession. "I have taken the liberty of presenting myself, although I fear at a somewhat unseasonable hour, but in reference to a little business which unfortunately will not, I think, bear to be deferred." "No bad news, Mr. Larkin, I hope. Nothing has happened. The Wylders are all well, I hope?" "Quite well, so far as I'm aware," answered the attorney, with a grim politeness. "Perfectly. Nothing has occurred, as yet at least, affecting the interests of that family. But something is, I will not say threatened, but I may say mooted, which, were any attempt seriously made to carry it into execution, would, I regret to say, involve very serious consequences to a party whom, for, I may say, many reasons, I should regret being called upon to effect unpleasantly. And pray, Mr. Larkin, can I be of any use?" "Every use, Miss Lake, and it is precisely for that reason that I have taken the liberty of waiting upon you, at what I am well aware is a somewhat unusual hour. Perhaps, Mr. Larkin, you would be so good as to call in the morning. Any hour you appoint will answer me," said the young lady, a little stiffly. She was still standing at the door, with her hand upon the brass handle. "Pardon me, Miss Lake, the business to which I refer is really urgent." "Very urgent, sir, if it cannot wait till tomorrow morning." "Very true, quite true, very urgent indeed," replied the attorney calmly. "I presume, Miss Lake, I may take a chair?" "Certainly, sir, if you insist on my listening tonight, which I should certainly decline if I had the power." "Thank you, Miss Lake." And the attorney took a chair, crossing one leg over the other, and throwing his head back as he reclined in it, with his long arm over the back, the express image, as he fancied, of a polished gentleman conducting a diplomatic interview with a clever and high-bred lady. "Then it is plain, sir, I must hear you tonight," said Miss Lake, haughtily. "Not that exactly, Miss Lake, but only that I must speak tonight. In fact, I have no choice. The subject of our conference really is, as you will find, an urgent one, and tomorrow morning, which we should each equally prefer, would be possibly too late. Too late, at least, to obviate a very painful situation." "You will make it, I am sure, as short as you can, sir," said the young lady in the same tone. "Exactly my wish, Miss Lake," replied Mr. Josiah Larkin. "Bring candles, Marjorie." And so the little drawing-room was illuminated, and the bald head of the tall attorney, and the gloss on his easy black frock-coat, and his gold watch-chain, and the long enlarged gloved hand depending near the carpet, with the glove of the other in it. And Mr. Josiah Larkin rose with a negligent and lordly case, and placed a chair for Miss Lake, so that the light might fall full upon her features, in accordance with his usual diplomatic arrangement, which he fancied complacently no one had ever detected. He himself, resuming his easy pose upon his chair, with his back, as much as was practicable, presented to the candles, and the long bony fingers of the arm, which rested on the table, negligently shading his observing little eyes, and screening off the side light from his expressive features. These arrangements, however, were disconcerted by Miss Lake sitting down at the other side of the table, and quietly requesting Mr. Larkin to open his case. "Why, really, it is hardly a 5 minutes' matter, Miss Lake. It refers to the vicar, the Reverend William Wylder, and his respectable family, and a proposition which he, as my client, mentioned to me this evening. He stated that you had offered to advance a sum of £600 for the liquidation of his liabilities. It will perhaps conduce to clearness to dispose of this part of the matter first. May I therefore ask at this stage whether the Reverend William Wylder rightly conceived you when he so stated your meaning to me?" "Yes, certainly. I am most anxious to assist them with that little sum, which I have now an opportunity of procuring." Exactly. Yes. Well, Miss Lake, that is of course very kind of you, very kind indeed, and creditable to your feelings. But as Mr. William Wylder's solicitor, and as I have already demonstrated to him, I must now inform you that the sum of £600 would be absolutely useless in his position. No party, Miss Lake, in his position, ever quite apprehends, even if he could bring himself fully to state, the aggregate amount of his liabilities. I may state, however, to you, without betraying confidence, that 10 times that sum would not avail to extricate him, even temporarily, from his difficulties. He sees the thing himself now, but drowning men will grasp, we know, at straws. However, he does see the futility of this, and thanking you most earnestly, he, through me, begs most gratefully to decline it. In fact, my dear Miss Lake, it is awful to contemplate. He has been in the hands of sharks, harpies, my dear madam. But I'll beat about for the money, in the way of loan, if possible, and one way or another I am resolved, if the thing's to be done, to get him straight." There was here a little pause, and Mr. Larkin, finding that Miss Lake had nothing to say, simply added, "And so for these reasons, and with these views, my dear Miss Lake, we beg, most respectfully, and I will say gratefully, to decline the proffered advance, which, I will say, at the same time, does honour to your feelings." "I am sorry," said Miss Lake, "you have had so much trouble in explaining so simple a matter. I will call early tomorrow and see Mr. Wylder." "Pardon me," said the attorney, "I have to address myself next to the second portion of your offer, as stated to me by Mr. W. Wylder, that which contemplates a residence in his house, and in the respectable bosom, I may say, of that, in many respects, unblemished family." Miss Lake stared with a look of fierce inquiry at the attorney. "The fact is, Miss Lake, that is an arrangement which, under existing circumstances, I could not think of devising. I think on reflection you will see that Mr. Wylder, the Reverend William Wylder, and his lady, could not for one moment seriously entertain it, and that I, who am bound to do the best I can for them, could not dream of advising it." I fancy it is a matter of total indifference, sir, what you may and what you may not advise in a matter quite beyond your province. I don't in the least understand, or desire to understand you, and thinking your manner impertinent and offensive, I beg that you will now be so good as to leave my house." Miss Rachel was very angry, although nothing but her bright colour and the vexed flash of her eye showed it. "I were most unfortunate indeed, Miss Lake, if my manner could in the least justify the strong and undue language in which you have been pleased to characterize it. But I do not resent, it is not my way. Beareth all things, Miss Lake, beareth all things. I hope I try to practice the precept. But the fact of being misunderstood shall not deter me from the discharge of a simple duty. If it is part of your duty, sir, to make yourself intelligible, may I beg that you will do it without further delay? My principal object in calling here was to inform you, Miss Lake, that you must quite abandon the idea of residing in the vicar's house, as you proposed, unless you wish me to state explicitly to him and to Mrs. Wylder the insurmountable objections which exist to any such arrangement. Such a task, Miss Lake, would be most painful to me. I hesitate to discuss the question even with you, and if you give me your word of honour that you quite abandon that idea, I shall on the instant take my leave, and certainly for the present trouble you no further upon a most painful subject. And now, sir, as I have no intention whatever of tolerating your incomprehensibly impertinent interference, and don't understand your meaning in the slightest degree, and do not intend to withdraw the offer I have made to good Mrs. Wylder, you will, I hope, perceive the uselessness of prolonging your visit, and be so good as to leave me in unmolested possession of my poor residence. If I wished to do you an injury, Miss Lake, I should take you at your word. I don't. I wish to spare you. Your countenance, Miss Lake, you must pardon my frankness, it is my way. Your countenance tells only too plainly that you now comprehend my allusion. There was a confidence and significance in the attorney's air and accent, and a peculiar look of latent ferocity in his evil countenance, which gradually excited her fears, and fascinated her gaze. Now, Miss Lake, we are sitting here in the presence of him who is the searcher of hearts, and before whom nothing is secret. Your eye is upon mine, and mine on yours, and I ask you, do you remember the night of the 29th of September last? That mean, pale, taunting face, the dreadful accents that vibrated within her. How could that ill-omened man have divined her connection with the incidents, the unknown incidents, of that direful night? The lean figure in the black frock-coat and black silk waistcoat, with that great gleaming watch-chain, the long, shabby, withered face, and flushed, bald forehead, and those paltry little eyes in their pink setting that nevertheless fascinated her like the gaze of a serpent. How had that horrible figure come there? Why was this meeting? Whence his knowledge? An evil spirit incarnate he seemed to her. She blanched before it. Every vestige of colour fled from her features. She stared, she gaped at him with a strange look of imbecility, and the long face seemed to enjoy and protract its triumph. Without removing his gaze, he was fumbling in his pocket for his notebook, which he displayed with a faint smile, grim and pallid. "I see you do remember that night, as well you may, Miss Lake," he ejaculated, in formidable tones and with a shake of his bald head. "Now, Miss Lake, you see this book. It contains, madam, the skeleton of a case, the bones and joints, ma'am, of a case. I have it here, noted and prepared. There is not a fact in it without a note of the name and address of the witness who can prove it. The witness, observe me." Then there was a pause of a few seconds, during which he still kept her under his steady gaze. "On that night, Miss Lake, the 29th September, you drove in Mr. Mark Wylder's tax-cart to the Dollington station, where, notwithstanding your veil and your caution, you were seen and recognized. The same occurred at Charteris. You accompanied Mr. Mark Wylder in his midnight flight to London, Miss Lake. Of your stay in London I say nothing. It was protracted to the 2nd October. When you arrived in the down train at Dollington at 12 o'clock at night, and took a cab to the White House, where you were met by a gentleman answering the description of your brother, Captain Lake. Now, Miss Lake, I have stated no particulars, but do you think that knowing all this, and knowing the fraud by which your absence was covered, and perfectly understanding, as every man conversant with this sinful world must do, the full significance of all this, I could dream of permitting you, Miss Lake, to become domesticated as an inmate in the family of a pure-minded, though simple and unfortunate, clergyman? It may become my duty, he resumed, to prosecute a searching inquiry, madam, into the circumstances of Mr. Mark Wylder's disappearance. If you have the slightest regard for your own honour, you will not precipitate that measure, Miss Lake, and so sure as you persist in your unwarrantable design of residing in that unsuspecting family, I will publish what I shall then feel called upon by my position to make known. For I will be no party to seeing an innocent family compromised by admitting an inmate of whose real character they have not the faintest suspicion, and I shall at once set in motion a public inquiry into the circumstances of Mr. Mark Wylder's disappearance." Looking straight in his face, with the same expression of helplessness, she uttered at last a horrible cry of anguish that almost thrilled that callous Christian. "Oh, I think I'm going mad!" And she continued staring at him all the time. "Pray compose yourself, Miss Lake. There's no need to agitate yourself. Nothing of all this need occur if you do not force it upon me. Nothing. I beg you'll collect yourself. Shall I call for water, Miss Lake?" The fact is, the attorney began to apprehend hysterics, or something even worse, and was himself rather frightened. But Rachel was never long overwhelmed by any shock. Fear was not for her. Her brave spirit stood her instead, and nothing rallied her so surely as the sense that an attempt was being made to intimidate her. "What have I heard? What have I endured? Listen to me, you cowardly libeller. It is true that I was at Dollington and at Charteris on the night you name. Also true that I went to London. Your hideous slander is garnished with 2 or 3 bits of truth, but only the more villainous for that. All that you have dared to insinuate is utterly false. Before him who judges all and knows all things, utterly and damnably false." The attorney made a bow. It was his best. He did not imitate a gentleman happily, and was never so vulgar as when he was finest. One word of her wild protest he did not believe. His bow was of that grave but mocking sort which was meant to convey it. Perhaps if he had accepted what she said, it might have led him to new and sounder conclusions. Here was light, but it glared and flashed in vain for him. Miss Lake was naturally perfectly frank. Pity it was she had ever had a secret to keep. These frank people are a sore puzzle to gentlemen of Lawyer Larkin's quaint and sagacious turn of mind. They can't believe that anybody ever speaks quite the truth. When they hear it, they don't recognize it, and they wonder what the speaker is driving at. The best method of hiding your opinion or your motives from such men is to tell it to them. They are owls. Their vision is formed for darkness, and light blinds them. Rachel Lake rang her bell sharply, and old Tamar appeared. Show Mr. Show him to the door," said Miss Lake. The attorney rose, made another bow, and threw back his head, and moved in a way that was oppressively gentlemanlike to the door, and speedily vanished at the little wicket. Old Tamar holding her candle to lighten his path, as she stood, white and cadaverous, in the porch. "She's a little bit noisy tonight," thought the attorney, as he descended the road to Gillingden, "but she'll be precious sober by tomorrow morning, and I venture to say we shall hear nothing more of that scheme of hers. A reputable inmate, truly, and a pleasant éclaircissement." This was one of his French words, and pronounced by him with his usual accuracy, precisely as it is spelt. A pleasant éclaircissement, whenever that London excursion and its creditable circumstances come to light. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 61, in which Dame Dutton is visited. Duly next morning, the rosy-fingered Aurora drew the gold and crimson curtains of the east, and the splendid Apollo, stepping forth from his chamber, took the reins of his unrivalled team, and driving four in hand through the sky, like a great swell as he is, took small note of the staring hucksters and publicans by the roadside, and sublimely overlooked the footsore and ragged pedestrians that crawl below his level. It was, in fact, one of those brisk and bright mornings which proclaim a universal cheerfulness, and mock the miseries of those dismal wayfarers of life, to whom returning light is a renewal of sorrow, who, bowing toward the earth, resume their despairing march, and limp and groan under heavy burdens, until darkness, welcome, comes again, and their eyelids drop, and they lie down with their loads on, looking up a silent supplication, and wishing that death would touch their eyelids in their sleep, and their journey end where they lie. Captain Lake was in London this morning. We know he came about electioneering matters, but he had not yet seen Leverett. Perhaps on second thoughts he rightly judged that Leverett knew no more than he did of the matter. It depended on the issue of the great debate that was drawing nigh. The minister himself could not tell whether the dissolution was at hand, and could no more postpone it, when the time came, than he could adjourn an eclipse. Notwithstanding the late whist party of the previous night, the gallant captain made a very early toilet. With his little bag in his hand he went downstairs, thinking unpleasantly, I believe, and jumped into the hansom that awaited him at the door, telling the man to go to the station. They had hardly turned the corner, however, when he popped his head forward and changed the direction. He looked at his watch. He had quite time to make his visit, and save the down train after. He did not know the city well. Many men who lived 200 miles away and made a flying visit only once in 3 years knew it a great deal better than the London-bred rake who had lived in the West End all his days. Captain Lake looked peevish and dangerous, as he always did when he was anxious. In fact, he did not know what the next 10 minutes might bring him. He was thinking what had best be done in any and every contingency. Was he still abroad, or had he arrived? Was he in Shives Court, or, cursed luck, had he crossed him yesterday by the down train, and was he by this time closeted with Larkin in the lodge? Lake, so to speak, stood at his wicket, and that accomplished bowler, Fortune, ball in hand at the other end. Will it be swift round hand, or a slow twister, or a shooter, or a lob? Eye and hand, foot and bat, he must stand tense yet flexible, lithe and swift as lightning, ready for everything, cut, block, slip, or hit to leg. It was not altogether pleasant. The stakes were enormous, and the suspense by no means conducive to temper. Lake fancied that the man was driving wrong once or twice, and was on the point of cursing him to that effect from the window. But at last, with an anxious throb at his heart, he recognized the dingy archway, and the cracked brown marble tablet over the keystone, and he recognized Shives Court. So forth jumped the captain, so far relieved, and glided into the dim quadrangle, with its square of smoky sky overhead. And the prattle of children playing on the flags, and the scrape of a violin from a window were in his ears, but as it were unheard. He was looking up at a window, with a couple of sooty scarlet geraniums in it. This was the court where Dame Dutton dwelt. He glided up her narrow stair, and let himself in by the latch, and with his cane made a smacking like a harlequin's sword upon the old woman's deal table, crying, "Mrs. Dutton! Mrs. Dutton! Is Mrs. Dutton at home?" The old lady, who was a laundress, entered in a short blue cotton wrapper, wiping the suds from her shrunken but sinewy arms with her apron, and on seeing the captain, her countenance, which was threatening, became very reverential indeed. "How do you do, Mrs. Dutton? Quite well. Have you heard lately from Jim?" "No." "You'll see him soon, however, and give him this note, d'ye see, and tell him I was here, asking about you and him, and very well, and glad if I can serve him again. Don't forget that. Very glad." "Where will you keep that note?" "Oh, your tea-caddy. Not a bad safe. And see, give him this. It's £10. You won't forget. And you want a new gown, Mrs. Dutton. I'd choose it myself, only I'm such a bad judge. But you'll choose it for me, won't you? And let me see it on you when next I come." And with a courtesy and a great beaming smile on her hot face, she accepted the £5 note, which he placed in her hand. In another moment the captain was gone. He had just time to swallow a cup of coffee at the Terminus Hotel, and was gliding away towards the distant walls of Brandon Hall. He had a coupe all to himself, but he did not care for the prospect. He saw Lawyer Larkin, as it were, reflected in the plate glass, with his hollow smile and hungry eyes before him, knowing more than he should do, paying him compliments, and plotting his ruin. Everything would have been quite smooth only for that damned fellow. The devil fixed him precisely there for the express purpose of fleecing and watching and threatening him. Perhaps worse. He hated that sly, double-dealing reptile of prey, the arachnida of social nature, the spiders with which also naturalists place the scorpions. I dare say Mr. Larkin would have had as little difficulty in referring the gallant captain to the same family. While Stanley Lake is thus scanning the shabby but dangerous image of the attorney in the magic mirror before him, that eminent limb of the law was not inactive in the quiet town of Gillingden. Under ordinary circumstances, his pride would have condemned the vicar to a direful term of suspense, and he certainly would not have knocked at the door of the pretty little gabled house at the Dollington end of the town for many days to come. The vicar would have had to seek out the attorney, to lie in wait for and to woo him. But Josiah Larkin's pride, like all his other passions, except his weakness for the precious metals, was under proper regulation. Jim Dutton might arrive at any moment, and it would not do to risk his publishing the melancholy intelligence of Mark Wylder's death before the transfer of the vicar's reversion, and to prevent that risk the utmost promptitude was indispensable. At 9 o'clock, therefore, he presented himself, attended by his legal henchman, as before. Another man might not have come here, Mr. Wylder, until his presence had been specially invited, after When he came to define the offence, it was not very easy to do so, inasmuch as it consisted in the vicar's having unconsciously very nearly escaped from his fangs. But let that pass. I have had, I grieve to say, by this morning's post, a most serious letter from London. The attorney shook his head while searching his pocket. I'll read just a passage or two, if you'll permit me. It comes from Burlington and Smith. I protest I have forgot it at home. However, I may mention that in consequence of the letter you authorized me to write, and guaranteed by your bond, on which they have entered judgment, they have gone to the entire expense of drawing the deeds and investigating title, and they say that the purchaser will positively be off unless the articles are in their office by 12 o'clock tomorrow. And I grieve to say, they add that in the event of the thing falling through, they will issue execution for the amount of their costs, which, as I anticipated, a good deal exceeds £400. I have therefore, my dear Mr. Wylder, casting aside all unpleasant feeling, called to entreat you to end and determine any hesitation you may have felt, and to execute without one moment's delay the articles which are prepared, and which must be in the post-office within half an hour. Then Mr. Josiah Larkin entered pointedly and briefly into Miss Lake's offer, which he characterized as wholly nugatory, illusory, and chimerical, told him he had spoken on the subject yesterday evening to the young lady, who now saw plainly that there really was nothing in it, and that she was not in a position to carry out that part of her proposition which contemplated a residence in the vicar's family. This portion of his discourse he dismissed rather slightly and mysteriously, but he contrived to leave upon the vicar's mind a very painful and awful sort of uncertainty respecting the young lady of whom he spoke. Then he became eloquent on the madness of further indecision in a state of things so fearfully menacing, freely admitting that it would have been incomparably better for the vicar never to have moved in the matter than, having put his hand to the plough, to look back as he had been doing. If he declined his advice, there was no more to be said but to bow his head to the storm, and that ponderous execution would descend in wreck and desolation. So the vicar, very much flushed, in panic and perplexity, and trusting wildly to his protesting lawyer's guidance, submitted. Buggs and the bilious youngster entered with the deed, and the articles were duly executed, and the vicar signed also a receipt for the fanciful part of the consideration, and upon it and the deed he endorsed a solemn promise, in the terms I have mentioned before, that he would never take any step to question, set aside, or disturb the purchase, or any matter connected therewith. Then the attorney, now in his turn flushed and very much elated, congratulated the poor vicar on his emancipation from his difficulties, and now that it was all done and over, told him what he had never told him before, that considering the nature of the purchase, he had got a splendid price for it. The good man had also his agreement from Lake to sell 5 Oaks. The position of the good attorney, therefore, in a commercial point of view, was eminently healthy and convenient. For less than half the value of 5 Oaks alone he was getting that estate, and a vastly greater one beside, to be succeeded to on Mark Wylder's death. No wonder, then, that the good attorney was more than usually bland and happy that day. He saw the pork butcher in his back parlour, and had a few words to say about the chapel trust, and his looks and talk were quite edifying. He met 2 little children in the street, and stopped and smiled as he stooped down to pat them on the heads, and asked them whose children they were, and gave one of them a halfpenny. and he sat afterwards for nearly 10 minutes with lean old Mrs. Mullock in her little shop, where toffee, toys, and penny books for young people were sold, together with baskets, teacups, straw mats, and other adult wear. And he was so friendly and talked so beautifully, and although, as he admitted in his lofty way, there might be differences in fortune and position, yet were we not all members of one body? And he talked upon this theme till the good lady, marvelling how so great a man could be so humble, was called to the receipt of custom on the subject of paradise and lemon-drops, and the heavenly-minded attorney, with a celestial condescension, recognized his two little acquaintances of the street, and, actually adding another halfpenny to his bounty, escaped with a hasty farewell and a smile to the street, as eager to evade the thanks of the little people and the admiration of Mrs. Mullock. It is not to be supposed that, having got one momentous matter well off his mind, the good attorney was to be long rid of anxieties. The human mind is fertile in that sort of growth. As well might the gentleman who shaves suppose, as his fingers glide after the operation over the polished surface of his chin, factus ad unguem, that he may fling his brush and strop into the fire, and bury his razor certain fathoms in the earth. No! One crop of cares will always succeed another, not very oppressive, nor in any wise grand, perhaps. Worries, simply, no more, but needing a modicum of lather, the looking-glass, the strop, the diligent razor, delicate manipulation, and stealing a portion of our precious time every day we live, and this must go on so long as the state of man is imperfect, and plenty of possible evil in futurity. The attorney must run up to London for a day or two. What if that mysterious and almost illegible brute, James Dutton, should arrive while he was away? Very unpleasant, possibly, for the attorney intended to keep that gentleman very quiet. Sufficient time must be allowed to intervene, to disconnect the purchase of the vicar's remainder from the news of Mark Wylder's demise. A year and a half, maybe, or possibly a year might do. For if the good attorney was cautious, he was also greedy, and would take possession as early as was safe. Therefore, arrangements were carefully adjusted to detain that important person in the event of his arriving, and a note in the good attorney's hand inviting him to remain at the lodge till his return, and particularly requesting that he would kindly abstain from mentioning to anyone during his absence any matter he might intend to communicate to him in his professional capacity or otherwise. This, of course, was a little critical, and made his tomorrow's journey to London a rather anxious prospect. In the meantime, our friend Captain Lake arrived in a hired fly, with his light baggage, at the door of stately Brenden. So soon as the dust and ashes of railway travel were removed, the pale captain, in changed attire, snowy cambric, and with perfumed hair and handkerchief, presented himself before Dorkas. "Now, Dorky, darling, your poor soldier has come back, resolved to turn over a new leaf, and never more to reserve another semblance of a secret from you," said he, so soon as his first greeting was over. "I long to have a good talk with you, Dorky. I have no one on earth to confide in but you. I think," he said, with a little sigh, "I would never have been so reserved with you, darling, if I had had anything pleasant to confide. But all I have to say is triste and tiresome, only a story of difficulties and petty vexations. I want to talk to you, Dorky. Where shall it be?" They were in the great drawing-room, where I had first seen Dorcas Branden and Rachel Lake on the evening on which my acquaintance with the princely hall was renewed, after an interval of so many years. "This room, Stanley, dear?" "Yes, this room will answer very well," he said, looking round. "We can't be overheard, it is so large." "Very well, darling. Listen." End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 62. The Captain explains why Mark Wylder absconded. "How delicious these violets are," said Stanley, leaning for a moment over the fragrant purple dome that crowned a china stand on the marble table they were passing. "You love flowers, Dorky. Every perfect woman is, I think, a sister of Flora's. You're looking pale. You have not been ill?" "No? I'm very glad you say so. Sit down for a moment and listen, darling, and first I'll tell you, upon my honour, what Rachel has been worrying me about." Dorcas sat beside him on the sofa, and he placed his slender arm affectionately round her waist. You must know, Dorky, that before his sudden departure, Mark Wylder promised to lend William, his brother, a sum sufficient to relieve him of all his pressing debts." "Debts? I never knew before that he had any," exclaimed Dorcas. "Poor William! I am so sorry." "Well, he has, like other fellows, only he can't get away as easily, and he has been very much pressed since Mark went, for he has not yet lent him a guinea, and in fact Rachel says she thinks he is in danger of being regularly sold out. She does not say she knows it, but only that she suspects they are in a great fix about money. Well, you must know that I was the sole cause of Mark Wylder's leaving the country." "You, Stanley?" "Yes, I, Dorky. I believe I thought I was doing a duty, but really I was nearly mad with jealousy, and simply doing my utmost to drive a rival from your presence, and yet without hope for myself, desperately in love." Dorcas looked down and smiled oddly. It was a sad and bitter smile, and seemed to ask, whither has that desperate love in so short a time flown? "I know I was right. He was a stained man, and was liable at any moment to be branded. It was villainous in him to seek to marry you. I told him at last that unless he withdrew, your friend should know all. I expected he would show fight, and that a meeting would follow, and I really did not much care whether I were killed or not. But he went, on the contrary, rather quietly, threatening to pay me off, however, though he did not say how. He's a cunning dog, and not very soft-hearted, and has no more conscience than that," and he touched his finger to the cold summit of a marble bust. "He is palpably machinating something to my destruction with an influential attorney on whom I keep a watch, and he has got some fellow named Dutton into the conspiracy, and not knowing how they mean to act, and only knowing how utterly wicked, cunning, and bloody-minded he is, and that he hates me as he probably never hated anyone before, I must be prepared to meet him, and, if possible, to blow up that satanic cabal, which without money I can't. It was partly a mystification about the election. Of course it will be expensive, but nothing like the other." "Are you ill, Dorky?" He might well ask, for she appeared on the point of fainting. Dorcas had read and heard stories of men seemingly no worse than their neighbours, nay, highly esteemed and praised and liked, who yet were haunted by evil men, who encountered them in lonely places, or by night, and controlled them by the knowledge of some dreadful crime. Was Stanley, her husband, whose character she had begun to discern, whose habitual mystery was somehow tinged in her mind with a shade of horror, one of this two-faced, diabolical order of heroes? Why should he dread this cabal, as he called it, even though directed by the malignant energy of the absent and shadowy Mark Wylder? What could all the world do to harm him in free England if he were innocent, if he were what he seemed, no worse than his social peers? Why should it be necessary to buy off the conspirators whom a guiltless man would defy and punish? The doubt did not come in these defined shapes. As a halo surrounds a saint, a shadow rose suddenly and enveloped pale, scented, smiling Stanley with the yellow eyes. He stood in the centre of a dreadful medium, through which she saw him, ambiguous and awful, and she sickened. "Are you ill, Dorky, darling?" said the apparition in accents of tenderness. "Yes, you are ill." And he hastily threw open the window, close to which they were sitting, and she quickly revived in the cooling air. She saw his yellow eyes fixed upon her features, and his face wearing an odd expression. Was it interest, or tenderness, or only scrutiny? To her there seemed a light of insincerity and cruelty in its pallor. "You are better, darling. Thank heaven you are better." "Yes, yes, a great deal better. It is passing away." Her colour was returning, and with a shivering sigh she said, "Oh, Stanley, you must speak truth. I am your wife. Do they know anything very bad? Are you in their power?" "Why, my dearest, what on earth could put such a wild fancy in your head?" said Lake, with a strange laugh, and, as she fancied, growing still paler. "Do you suppose I am a highwayman in disguise, or a murderer like, what's his name, Eugene Aram? I must have expressed myself very ill if I suggested anything so tragical. I protest before heaven, my darling, there is not one word or act of mine I need fear to submit to any court of justice or of honour on earth." He took her hand and kissed it affectionately, and still fondling it gently between his, he resumed, "I don't mean to say, of course, that I have always been better than other young fellows. I've been foolish and wild and I've done wrong things occasionally, as all young men will, but for high crimes and misdemeanors, or for melodramatic situations, I never had the slightest taste. There's no man on earth who can tell anything of me, or put me under any sort of pressure, thank heaven. And simply because I have never in the course of my life done a single act unworthy of a gentleman, or in the most trifling way compromised myself. I swear it, my darling, upon my honour and soul, and I will swear it in any terms, the most awful that can be prescribed, in order totally and for ever to remove from your mind so amazing a fancy. And with a little laugh, and still holding her hand, he passed his arm round her waist, and kissed her affectionately. But you are perfectly right, Dorky, in supposing that I am under very considerable apprehension from their machinations. Though they cannot slur our fair name, it is quite possible they may very seriously affect our property. Mr. Larkin is in possession of all the family papers. I don't like it, but it is too late now. The estates have been back and forward so often between the Brendens and Wylders, I always fancy there may be a screw loose, or a frangible link somewhere, and he's deeply interested for Mark Wylder. "You are better, darling, I think you are better," he said, looking in her face after a little pause. "Yes, dear Stanley, much better. But why should you suppose any plot against our title? Mark Wylder is in constant correspondence with that fellow Larkin. I wish we were quietly rid of him. He is such an unscrupulous dog. I assure you I doubt very much if the deeds are safe in his possession. At all events, he ought to choose between us and Mark Wylder. It is monstrous his being solicitor for both. The Wylders and Brendens have always been contesting the right to these estates, and the same thing may arise again any day. But tell me, Stanley, how do you want to apply money? What particular good can it do us in this unpleasant uncertainty?" "Well, Dorky, believe me, I have a sure instinct in matters of this kind. Larkin is plotting treason against us. Wylder is inciting him, and will reap the benefit of it. Larkin hesitates to strike, but that won't last long. In the meantime, he has made a distinct offer to buy 5 Oaks. His doing so places him in the same interest with us, and although he does not offer its full value, still I should sleep sounder if it were concluded, and the fact is I don't think we are safe until that sale is concluded." Dorcas looked for a moment earnestly in his face, and then down in thought. "Now, Dorky, I have told you all. Who is to advise you, if not your husband? Trust my sure conviction, and promise me, Dorcas, that you will not hesitate to join me in averting, by a sacrifice we shall hardly feel, a really stupendous blow." He kissed her hand, and then her lips, and he said, "You will, Dorky, I know you will. Give me your promise." "Stanley, tell me once more, are you really quite frank when you tell me that you apprehend no personal injury from these people, apart, I mean, from the possibility of Mr. Larkin's conspiring to impeach our rights in favour of Mr. Wylder?" "Personal injury? None in life, my darling. And there is really no secret, nothing, tell your wife, nothing you fear coming to light?" "I swear again, nothing. Won't you believe me, darling?" "Then if it be so, Stanley, I think we should hesitate long before selling any part of the estate upon a mere conjecture of danger. You or I may overestimate that danger, being so nearly affected by it. We must take advice, and first we must consult Chelford. Remember, Stanley, how long the estate has been preserved. Whatever may have been their crimes and follies, those who have gone before us never impaired the Brenden estate, and without full consideration, without urgent cause, I, Stanley, will not begin." "Why, it is only 5 Oaks, and we shall have the money. You forget," said Stanley. 5 Oaks is an estate in itself, and the idea of dismembering the Brenden inheritance seems to me like taking a plank from a ship. All will go down when that is done." "But you can't dismember it. It is only a life estate." "Well, perhaps so, but Chelford told me that one of the London people said he thought 5 Oaks belonged to me absolutely. In that case the inheritance is dismembered already." "I will have no share in selling the old estate, or any part of it, to strangers, Stanley, except in a case of necessity, and we must do nothing precipitately. And I must insist, Stanley, on consulting Chelford before taking any step. He will view the question more calmly than you or I can, and we owe him that respect, Stanley. He has been so very kind to us." "Chelford is the very last man whom I would think of consulting," answered Stanley, with his malign and peevish look. "And why?" asked Dorcas. "Because he is quite sure to advise against it," answered Stanley sharply. "He is one of those quixotic fellows who get on very well in fair weather while living with a duke or duchess, but are sure to run you into mischief when they come to the inns and highways of common life. I know perfectly he would protest against a compromise. Discharge Larkin, fight him, and see us valiantly stripped of our property by some cursed law quibble, and think we ought to be much more comfortable so than in this house on the terms of a compromise with a traitor like Larkin. But I don't think so, nor any man of sense, nor anyone but a hare-brained, conceited knight-errant. I think Chelford one of the most sensible as well as honourable men I know, and I will take no step in selling a part of our estate to that odious Mr. Larkin without consulting him, and at least hearing what he thinks of it." Stanley's eyes were cast down, and he was nipping the struggling hairs of his light moustache between his lips, but he made no answer. Only suddenly he looked up and said quietly, "Very well. Good-bye for a little, Dorky." And he leaned over and kissed her cheek, and then passed into the hall, where he took his hat and cane. Larkin presented him with a note in a sealed envelope. As he took it from the salver, he recognized Larkin's very clear and large hand. I suspect that grave Mr. Larkin had been making his observations and conjectures thereupon. The captain took it with a little nod and a peevish side glance. It said, "My dear Captain Brenden Lake, imperative business calls me to London by the early train tomorrow. Will you therefore favour me, if convenient, by the bearer, with the small note of consent which must accompany the articles agreeing to sell? I remain, etc., etc., etc." Larkin's groom was waiting for an answer. "Tell him I shall probably see Mr. Larkin myself," said the captain snappishly, and so he walked down to pretty little Gillington. On the steps of the reading-room stood old Tom Ruddle, who acted as marker in the billiard-room, treasurer and bookkeeper beside, and swept out the premises every morning, and went to and fro at the proper hours between that literary and sporting institution and the post-office, and who, though seldom sober, was always well instructed in the news of the town. "How do you do, old Ruddle? Quite well?" asked the captain with a smile. "Who have you got in the rooms?" Well, Josiah Larkin was not there. Indeed, he seldom showed in those premises, which he considered decidedly low, dropping in only now and then, like the great county gentlemen, on sessions days, to glance at the papers and gossip on their own high affairs. But Ruddle had seen Mr. Josiah Larkin on the green not 5 minutes since, and thither the gallant captain bent his steps. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 63. The Ace of Hearts. "So you're going to London tomorrow, is not it?" said Captain Lake, when on the green of Gillingden, where visitors were promenading and the militia bands playing Leicester polkas, he met Mr. Josiah Larkin in lavender trousers and kid gloves, new hat, metropolitan black frock coat, and shining French boots, the most elegant as well as the most Christian of provincial attorneys. "Ah, yes, I think, should my engagements permit, of starting early tomorrow. The fact is, Captain Lake, our poor friend the vicar, you know, the Reverend William Wylder, has pressing occasion for some money, and I can't leave him absolutely in the hands of Burlington and Smith." "No, of course, quite so," said Lake, with that sly smile which made every fellow on whom it lighted somehow fancy that the captain had divined his secret. "Very honest fellows, with good looking after, eh?" The attorney laughed a little awkwardly, with his pretty pink blush over his long face. "Well, I'm far from saying that, but it is their business, you know, to take care of their client, and it would not do to give them the handling of mine. Can I do anything, Captain Lake, for you while in town?" "Nothing on earth, thank you very much. But I am thinking of doing something for you. You've interested yourself a great deal about Mark Wylder's movements." "Not more than my duty clearly imposed." "Yes, but notwithstanding, it will operate, I'm afraid, as you will presently see, rather to his prejudice. For to prevent your conjectural interference from doing him a more serious mischief, I will now, and here, if you please, divulge the true and only cause of his absconding. It is fair to mention, however, that your knowing it will make you fully as odious to him as I am, and that, I assure you, is very odious indeed. There were 4 witnesses beside myself, Lieutenant Colonel Jermyn, Sir James Carter, Lord George Vanbrugh, and Ned Clinton." "Witnesses, Captain Lake? Do you allude to a legal matter?" inquired Larkin, with his look of insinuating concern and inquiry. "Quite the contrary, a very lawless matter indeed. These 4 gentlemen beside myself were present at the occurrence. But perhaps you've heard of it," said the captain, "though that's not likely." "Not that I recollect, Captain Lake," answered Josiah Larkin. "Well, it is not a thing you'd forget easily, and indeed it was a very well-kept secret, as well as an ugly one," and Lake smiled in his sly, quizzical way. "And where, Captain Lake, did it occur, may I inquire?" said Larkin, with his charming insinuation. "You may, and you shall hear. In fact, I'll tell you the whole thing. It was at Gray's Club in Pall Mall. The whist party were old German, Carter, Vanbrugh, and Wylder. Clinton and I were at piquet, and were disturbed by a precious row the old boys kicked up. German and Carter were charging Mark Wylder, in so many words, with not playing fairly. There was an ace of hearts on the table played by him, and before 3 minutes they brought it home, and in fact it was quite clear that poor dear Mark had helped himself to it in quite an irregular way." "Oh, dear Captain Lake! Oh, dear! How shocking! How inexpressibly shocking! Is not it melancholy?" said Larkin in his finest and most pathetic horror. "Yes, but don't cry till I've done," said Lake tranquilly. "Mark tried to bully, but the cool old heads were too much for him, and he threw himself at last entirely on our mercy, and very abject he became, poor thing. How well the mountains look! I'm afraid we shall have rain tomorrow." Larkin uttered a short groan. "So they sent him into the small card-room next that we were playing in. I think we were about the last in the club. It was past 3 o'clock, and so the old boys deliberated on their sentence. To bring the matter before the committee were utter ruin to Mark, and they let him off on these conditions. He was to retire forthwith from the club. He was never to play any game of cards again. And lastly, he was never more to address any one of the gentlemen who were present at his detection. Poor dear devil, how he did jump at the conditions! And provided they were each and all strictly observed, it was intimated that the occurrence should be kept secret. Well, you know, that was letting poor old Mark off in a coach, and I do assure you, though we had never liked one another, I really was very glad they did not move his expulsion, which would have involved his quitting the service, and I positively don't know how he could have lived if that had occurred. I do solemnly assure you, Captain Lake, what you have told me has beyond expression amazed, and I will say horrified me," said the attorney, with a slow and melancholy vehemence. "Better men might have suspected something of it. I do solemnly pledge my honour that nothing of the kind so much as crossed my mind. Not naturally suspicious, I believe, but all the more shocked, Captain Lake, on that account. He was poor then, you see, and a few pounds were everything to him, and the temptation immense, but clumsy fellows ought not to try that sort of thing. There's the highway. Mark would have made a capital garroter." The attorney groaned and turned up his eyes. The band was playing Pop Goes the Weasel, and old Jackson, very well dressed and buckled up, with a splendid smile upon his waggish military countenance, cried as he passed, with a wave of his hand, "How do, Lake? How do, Mr. Larkin? Beautiful day." "I've no wish to injure Mark, but it is better that you should know at once than go about poking everywhere for information." "I do assure you, and having really no wish to hurt him," pursued the captain, "and also making it, as I do, a point that you shall repeat this conversation as little as possible, I don't choose to appear singular as your sole informant, and I've given you here a line to Sir James Carter. He's member, you know, for Huddlesbury. I mention that Mark, having broken his promise, and played for heavy stakes too, both on board his ship and at Plymouth and Naples, which I happen to know, and also by accosting me, whom as one of the gentlemen agreeing to impose these conditions he was never to address, I felt myself at liberty to mention it to you, holding the relation you do to me as well as to him, in consequence of the desirableness of placing you in possession of the true cause of his absconding, which was simply my telling him that I would not permit him, slurred as he was, to marry a lady who was totally ignorant of his actual position, and in fact that unless he withdrew I must acquaint the young lady's guardian of the circumstances." There was quite enough probability in this story to warrant Josiah Larkin in turning up his eyes and groaning. But in the intervals his shrewd eyes searched the face of the captain, not knowing whether to believe one syllable of what he related. I may as well mention here that the attorney did present the note to Sir J. Carter, with which Captain Lake had furnished him. Indeed, he never lost an opportunity of making the acquaintance of a person of rank, and that the worthy baronet so appealed to, and being a blunt sort of fellow, and an old acquaintance of Stanley's, did, in a short and testy sort of way, corroborate Captain Lake's story, having previously conditioned that he was not to be referred to as the authority from whom Mr. Larkin had learned it. The attorney and Captain Brenden Lake were now walking side by side over the more sequestered part of the green. "And so," said the captain, coming to a standstill, "I'll bid you good-bye, Larkin. What stay, I forgot to ask, do you make in town?" "Only a day or two." "You'll not wait for the division on Trawler's motion?" "Oh, dear, no. I calculate I'll be here again, certainly in 3 days' time. And I suppose, Captain Lake, you received my note?" "You mean just now? Oh, yes. Of course it is all right, but one day is as good as another, and you have got my agreement signed." "Pardon me, Captain Brenden Lake. The fact is, one day in this case does not answer as well as another, for I must have drafts of the deeds prepared by my conveyancer in town, and the note is indispensable. Perhaps if there is any difficulty, you will be so good as to say so, and I shall then be in a position to consider the case in its new aspect." "What the devil difficulty can there be, sir? I can't see it any more than what hurry can possibly exist about it," said Lake, stung with a momentary fury. It seemed as though everyone was conspiring to perplex and torment him, and he, like the poor vicar, though for very different reasons, had grown intensely anxious to sell. He had grown to dread the attorney since the arrival of Dutton's letter. He suspected that his journey to London had for its object a meeting with that person. He could not tell what might be going on in the dark, but the possibility of such a conjunction might well dismay him. On the other hand, the more Mr. Larkin relied upon the truth of Dutton's letter, the cooler he became respecting the purchase of 5 Oaks. It was, of course, a very good thing, but not his first object. The vicar's reversion in that case was everything, and of it he was now sure. "There is no difficulty about the note, sir. It contains but 4 lines, and I've given you the form. No difficulty can exist but in the 1/4. And the fact is," he added steadily, "unless I have that note before I leave tomorrow morning, I'll assume that you wish to be off, Captain Lake, and I will adapt myself to circumstances." "You may have it now," said the captain with a fierce carelessness. "Damned nonsense! Who could have fancied any such stupid hurry? Send in the morning, and you shall have it." And the captain rather savagely turned away, skirting the crowd who hovered about the band, in his leisurely and now solitary ramble. The captain was sullen that evening at home. He was very uncomfortable. His heart was failing him for the things that were coming to pass. One of his maniacal tempers, which had often before thrown him, as it were, off the rails, was at the bottom of his immediate troubles. This proneness to sudden accesses of violence and fury was the compensation which abated the effect of his ordinary craft and self-command. He had done all he could to obviate the consequences of his folly in this case. He hoped the attorney might not succeed in discovering Jim Dutton's whereabouts. At all events, he had been beforehand, and taken measures to quiet that person's dangerous resentment. But it was momentous, in the critical state of things, to give this dangerous attorney a handsome share in his stake, to place him, as he had himself said, in the same boat, and enlist all his unscrupulous astuteness in maintaining his title. And if he went to London disappointed, and that things turned out unluckily about Dutton, it might be a very awful business indeed. Dinner had been a very dull tete-a-tete. Dorcas sat stately and sad, looking from the window toward the distant sunset horizon, piled in dusky gold and crimson clouds against the faded green sky, a glory that is always melancholy and dreamy. Stanley sipped his claret, his eyes upon the cloth. He raised them and looked out, too, and the ruddy light tinted his pale features. A gleam of good humour seemed to come with it, and he said, "I was just thinking, Dorky, that for you and me alone these great rooms are a little dreary. Suppose we have tea in the tapestry room." "The Dutch room, Stanley. I think so. I should like it very well. So I am certain would Rachel. I've written to her to come. I hope she will. I expect her at 9. The brougham will be with her. She wrote such an odd note today addressed to you, but I opened it. Here it is." She did not watch his countenance, or look in his direction as he read it. She addressed herself, on the contrary, altogether to her Lilliputian white lap-dog, Snow, and played with his silken ears, and chatted with him as ladies will. A sealed envelope broken. That scoundrel Larkham knew perfectly it was meant for me. He was on the point of speaking his mind, which would hardly have been pleasant to hear, upon this piece of detective impertinence of his wife's. He could have smashed all the glass upon the table, but he looked serene, and leaned back with the corner of Rachel's note between 2 fingers. It was a case in which he clearly saw he must command himself. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 64, In the Dutch Room. His heart misgave him. He felt that a crisis was coming, and he read, "I cannot tell you, my poor brother, how miserable I am. I have just learned that a very dangerous person has discovered more about that dreadful evening than we believed known to anybody in Gillingden. I am subjected to the most agonizing suspicions and insults. Would to heaven I were dead. But living, I cannot endure my present state of mind longer. Tomorrow morning I will see Dorkas, poor Dorkas, and tell her all. I am weary of urging you in vain to do so. It would have been much better. But although after that interview I shall perhaps never see her more, I shall yet be happier, and I think relieved from suspense and the torments of mystery. So will she. At all events, it is her right to know all, and she shall. Your outcast and miserable sister." On Stanley's lips his serene, unpleasant smile was gleaming as he closed the note carelessly. He intended to speak, but his voice caught. He cleared it and sipped a little claret. "For a clever girl, she certainly does write the most wonderful rubbish. Such an effusion, and she sends it tossing about from hand to hand among the servants. I've anticipated her, however, Dorky," and he took her hand and kissed it. "She does not know I've told you all myself." Stanley went to the library, and Dorcas to the conservatory, neither very happy, each haunted by an evil augury and a sense of coming danger. The deepening shadow warned Dorcas that it was time to repair to the Dutch room, where she found lights and tea prepared. In a few minutes more the library door opened, and Stanley Lake peeped in. "Ready not come yet?" said he, entering. "We certainly are much pleasanter in this room, Dorky, more in proportion than we two should have been in the drawing-room." He seated himself beside her, drawing his chair very close to hers and taking her hand in his. He was more affectionate this evening than usual. What did it portend, she thought? She had already begun to acquiesce in Rachel's estimate of Stanley, and to fancy that whatever he did it was with an unacknowledged purpose. "Does little Dorky love me?" said Lake in a sweet undertone. There was reproach, but love, too, in the deep soft glance she threw upon him. "You must promise me not to be frightened at what I am going to tell you," said Lake. She heard him with sudden panic, and a sense of cold stole over her. He looked like a ghost, quite white, smiling. She knew something was coming, the secret she had invoked so long, and she was appalled. "Don't be frightened, darling. It is necessary to tell you, but it is really not much when you hear me out. You'll say so when you have quite heard me. So you won't be frightened." She was gazing straight into his wild yellow eyes, fascinated, with a look of expecting terror. "You are nervous, darling," he continued, laying his hand on hers. "Shall we put it off for a little? You are frightened." "Not much frightened, Stanley," she whispered. "Well, we had better wait. I see, Dorcas, you are frightened and nervous. Don't keep looking at me. Look at something else, can't you? You make yourself nervous that way. I promise upon my honour I'll not say a word about it till you bid me." "I know, Stanley, I know." "Then why won't you look down, or look up, or look any way you please, only don't stare at me so." "Yes. Oh, yes." And she shut her eyes. "I'm sorry I began," he said pettishly. "You'll make a fuss. You've made yourself quite nervous, and I'll wait a little." "Oh, no, Stanley, now! For heaven's sake, now! I was only a little startled, but I am quite well again. Is it anything about marriage? Oh, Stanley, in mercy, tell me, was there any other engagement?" "Nothing, darling, nothing on earth of the sort," and he spoke with an icy little laugh. "Your poor soldier is altogether yours, Dorky," and he kissed her cheek. "Thank God for that," said Dorcas, hardly above her breath. "What I have to say is quite different, and really nothing that need affect you. But Rachel has made such a row about it. 50 fellows, I know, are in much worse fixes, and though it is not of so much consequence, still I think I should not have told you. Only without knowing it, you were thwarting me, and helping to get me into a serious difficulty by your obstinacy, or what you will, about 5 Oaks. Somehow, trifling as the matter was, Stanley seemed to grow more and more unwilling to disclose it, and rather shrank from it now. "Now, Dorcas, mind, there must be no trifling. You must not treat me as Rachel has. If you can't keep a secret, for it is a secret, say so. Shall I tell you?" "Yes, Stanley, yes. I'm your wife." "Well, Dorcas, I told you something of it, but only a part. In some circumstances I did intentionally colour a little, but I could not help it, unless I had told everything, and no matter what you or Rachel may say, it was kinder to withhold it as long as I could." He glanced at the door and spoke in a lower tone. and so, with his eyes lowered to the table at which he sat, glancing ever and anon sideways at the door, and tracing little figures with the tip of his finger upon the shining rosewood, he went on murmuring his strange and hateful story in the ear of his wife. It was not until he had spoken some 3 or 4 minutes that Dorcas suddenly uttered a wild scream and started to her feet, and Stanley also rose precipitately and caught her in his arms, for she was falling. As he supported her in her chair, the library door opened, and the sinister face of Uncle Lorne looked in, and returned the captain's stare with one just as fixed and horrified. "Hush!" whispered Uncle Lorne, and he limped softly into the room, and stopped about 3 yards away. "She is not dead, but sleepeth." "Hello, Larkham!" shouted Lake. "I tell you she's dreaming the same dream that I dreamt in the middle of the night. Hello, Larkham!" "Mark's on leave tonight in uniform. His face is flattened against the window. This is his lady, you know." "Hello! Damn you! Are you there?" shouted the captain, very angry. "I saw Mark following you like an ape on all fours. Such nice white teeth, grinning at your heels, but he can't bite yet. Ha ha ha! Poor Mark!" "Will you be so good, sir, as to touch the bell?" said Lake, changing his tone. He was afraid to remove his arm from Dorcas, and he was splashing water from a glass upon her face and forehead. No bell yet. Time enough. Ding-dong. You say, dead and gone." Captain Lake cursed him, and his absent keeper between his teeth, still in a rather flurried way, prosecuting his conjugal attentions. "There was no bell for poor Mark, and he's always listening and stares so. A cat may look, you know." "Can't you touch the bell, sir? What are you standing there for?" snarled Lake with a glare at the old man. He looked as if he could have murdered him. "Standing between the living and the dead." "Here, Reuben, here. Where the devil have you been? Take him away. He has terrified her. He ought to be shot." The keeper silently slid his arm into Uncle Lorne's, and unresisting, the old man, talking to himself the while, drew him from the room. Larkham, about to announce Miss Lake, and closely followed by that young lady, passed the grim old phantom on the lobby. "Be quick, you are wanted there," said the attendant as he passed. Dorcas, pale as marble, sighing deeply again and again, her rich black hair drenched in water, which trickled over her cheeks like the tears and moisture of agony, was recovering. There was water spilt on the table, and the fragments of a broken glass upon the floor. The moment Rachel saw her, she divined what had happened, and gliding over, she placed her arm round her. "You're better, darling. Open the window, Stanley. Send her maid." "Aye, send her maid," cried Captain Lake to Larkham. "This is your damned work. A nice mess you have made of it among you." "Are you better, Dorcas?" said Rachel. "Yes, much better. I'm glad, darling. I understand you now. Ratty, kiss me." Next morning, before early family prayers, while Mr. Josiah Larkin was locking the dispatch box which was to accompany him to London, Mr. Larkham arrived at the lodge. He had a note for Mr. Larkin's hand which he must himself deliver, and so he was shown into that gentleman's official cabinet, and received with the usual lofty kindness. "Well, Mr. Larkham, pray sit down. And can I do anything for you, Mr. Larkham?" said the good attorney, waving his long hand toward a vacant chair. "A note, sir." "Oh, yes, very well." And the tall attorney rose, and facing the rural prospect at his window, with his back to Mr. Larkham, he read with a faint smile the few lines in a delicate hand, consenting to the sale of 5 Oaks. He had to look for a time at the distant prospect, to allow his smile to subside, and to permit the conscious triumph which he knew beamed through his features to discharge itself and evaporate in the light and air before turning to Mr. Larkham, which he did with an air of sudden recollection. "Ah, all right, I was forgetting. I must give you a line." So he did, and hid away the note in his dispatch box, and said, "The family all quite well, I hope?" whereat Larkham shook his head. "My mistress," he always called her so, and Lake the captain, "has been taken on awful last night, whatever come betwixt 'em. She was fainted outright in her chair in the Dutch room, and he said it was the old gentleman, old Flannels we calls him for shortness. But lor bless you, she was too used to him to be frightened, and that's only a make-belief. And Miss Dipples, her maid, she says as how she was worse upstairs, and she's made up again with Miss Lake, which she was very glad, no doubt, of the making friends, I do suppose. But it's been a bad row, and I suspect almost he's used violence." Compulsion, I suppose. You mean constraint? Suggested Larkin, very curious. Well, that may be, sir, but I almost suspect she's been hurted somehow. She's got them crying fits upstairs, you know, and the captain, he's hawful bad-tempered this morning, and he never looked near her once after his sister came. And he left them together, talking and crying, and he locked hisself into the library, like one as knowed he'd done something to be ashamed on, half the night. It's not happy, Larkin, I'm much afraid. It's not happy. And the attorney rose, shaking his tall, bald head, and his hands in his pockets, and looked down in meditation. In the Dutch room, after tea, I suppose, said the attorney. Before tea, sir, just as Miss Lake arrived in the brougham. And so on, but there was no more to be learned, and Mr. Larkham returned and attended the captain very reverentially at his solitary breakfast. Mr. Josiah Larkin was away for London, and a very serene companion he was, if not very brilliant. Everything was going perfectly smoothly with him. A celestial gratitude glowed and expanded within his breast. His angling had been prosperous hitherto, but just now he had made a miraculous draught, and his nets and his heart were bursting. Delightful sentiment, the gratitude of a righteous man. A man who knows that his heart is not set upon the things of the world, who has, like King Solomon, made wisdom his first object, and who finds riches added thereto. There was no shadow of self-reproach to slur the sunny landscape. He had made a splendid purchase from Captain Lake, it was true. He drew his dispatch-box nearer to him, affectionately, as he thought on the precious records it contained. But who in this wide-awake world was better able to take care of himself than the gallant captain? If it were not the best thing for the captain, surely it would not have been done. Whom have I defrauded? My hands are clean. He had made a still better purchase from the vicar, but what would have become of the vicar if he had not been raised up to purchase? And was it not speculative, and was it not possible that he should lose all that money, and was it not, on the whole, the wisest thing that the vicar, under his difficulties, could have been advised to do? So reasoned the good attorney, as with a languid smile and a sigh of content, his long hand laid across the cover of the dispatch-box by his side, he looked forth through the plate-glass window upon the sunny fields and hedgerows that glided by him, and felt the blessed assurance, "Look, whatsoever he doeth, it shall prosper," mingling in the hum of surrounding nature. And as his eyes rested on the flying diorama of trees and farmsteads and standing crops, and he felt already the pride of a great landed proprietor, his long fingers fiddled pleasantly with the rough tooling of his morocco leather box, and thinking of the signed articles within, it seemed as though an angelic hand had placed them there while he slept, so wondrous was it all. And he fancied under the red tape a label traced in the neatest scrivenery, with a pen of light, containing such gratifying testimonials to his deserts, as "Well done, good and faithful servant, the saints shall inherit the earth," and so following. And he sighed again in the delicious luxury of having secured both heaven and mammon. And in this happy state, and volunteering all manner of courtesies, opening and shutting windows, lending his railway guide and his newspapers whenever he had an opportunity, he at length reached the great London terminus, and was rattling over the metropolitan pavement with his hand on his dispatch-box to his cheap hotel near the Strand. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 65. I revisit Brenden Hall. Rachel Lake was courageous and energetic, and when once she had taken a clear view of her duty, wonderfully persistent and impracticable. Her dreadful interview with Josiah Larkin was always in her mind. The bleached face, so meek, so cruel, of that shabby spectre in the small, low parlor of Redmond's farm was always before her. There he had spoken the sentences which made the earth tremble, and showed her distinctly the cracking line beneath her feet, which would gape at his word into the fathomless chasm that was to swallow her. But come what might, she would not abandon the vicar and his little boy and good Dolly to the arts of that abominable magician. The more she thought, the clearer her conviction. She had no one to consult with. She knew the risk of exasperating that tall man of God who lived at the lodge, but determined to brave all, she went down to see Dolly and the vicar at home. Poor Dolly was tired. She had been sitting up all night with sick little Fairy. He was better today, but last night he had frightened them so, poor little man. He began to rave about 11 o'clock, and more or less his little mind continued wandering until near 6, when he fell into a sound sleep and seemed better for it. And it was such a blessing there certainly was neither scarlatina nor smallpox, both which enemies had appeared on the northern frontier of Gillingden and were picking down their 2 or 3 cases each in that quarter. So Rachel first made her visit to little man, sitting up in his bed, very pale and thin, and looking at her, not with his pretty smile, but a languid, earnest wonder, and not speaking. How quickly and strikingly sickness tells upon children. Little man's frugal store of toys, chiefly the gifts of pleasant Rachel, wild beasts, Noah and his sons, and part of a regiment of foot soldiers, with the usual return of broken legs and missing arms, stood peacefully mingled upon the board across his bed, which served as a platform. But little man was leaning back. His fingers, once so busy, lay motionless on the coverlet, and his tired eyes rested on the toys with a joyless, earnest apathy. "Didn't play with them a minute," said the maid. "I'll bring him a new box. I'm going into the town. Won't that be pretty?" said Rachel, parting his golden locks over the young forehead and kissing him. And she took his little hand in hers. It was hot and dry. "He looks better, a little better, don't you think, just a little better?" whispered his mamma, looking as all the rest were on that wan, sad little face. But he really looked worse. "Well, he can't look better, you know, dear, till there's a decided change. What does Dr. Buttle say?" "He saw him yesterday morning. He thinks it's all from his stomach, and he's feverish. No meat. Indeed, he won't eat anything, and you see the light hurts his eyes." There was only a chink of the shutter open. "But it is always so when he is ever so little ill, my precious little man, and I know if he thought it anything the least serious, Dr. Buttle would have looked in before now. He's so very kind." "I wish my darling could get a little sleep. He's very tired, nurse," said Rachel. "Yes'm, very tired'm. Would he like his precious head lower a bit? No? Very well, darling, we'll leave it so. Dolly, darling, you and nurse must be so tired sitting up. I have a little wine at Redmond's farm. I got it, you remember, more than a year ago, when Stanley said he was coming to pay me a visit. I never take any, and a little would be so good for you and poor nurse. I'll send some to you." So coming downstairs, Rachel said, "Is the vicar at home?" Yes, he was in the study, and there they found him brushing his seedy hat and making ready for his country calls in the neighborhood of the town. The hour was dull without little Fairy, but he would soon be up and out again, and he would steal up now and see him. He could not go out without his little farewell at the bedside, and he would bring him in some pretty flowers. "You've seen little Fairy?" asked the good vicar, with a very anxious smile. "And you think him better, dear Miss Lake, don't you?" "Why, I can't say that, because you know so soon as he's better he'll be quite well. They make their recoveries all in a moment." "But he does not look worse," said the vicar, lifting his eyes eagerly from his boot, which he was buttoning on the chair. "Well, he does look more tired, but that must be till his recovery begins, which will be, please heaven, immediately. Oh, yes, my little man has had 2 or 3 attacks much more serious than this, and always shook them off so easily. I was reminding Dolly, always, and good Dr. Buttle assures us it is none of those horrid complaints." And so they talked over the case of the little man, who, with Noah and his sons, and the battered soldiers and animals before him, was fighting, though they only dimly knew it, silently in his little bed, the great battle of life or death. "Mr. Larkin came to me the evening before last," said Rachel, "and told me that the little sum I mentioned, now don't say a word till you have heard me, was not sufficient, so I want to tell you what I have quite resolved on. I have been long intending some time or other to change my place of residence. Perhaps I shall go to Switzerland, and I have made up my mind to sell my rent charge on the Dulchester estate. It will produce, Mr. Young says, a very large sum, and I wish to lend it to you, either all or as much as will make you quite comfortable. You must not refuse. I had intended leaving it to my dear little man upstairs, and you must promise me solemnly that you will not listen to the advice of that bad, cruel man, Mr. Larkin." "My dear Miss Lake, you misunderstood him." "But what can I say? How can I thank you?" said the vicar, clasping her hand. "A wicked and merciless man, I say," repeated Miss Lake. "From my observation of him, I am certain of 2 things. I am sure that he has some reason for thinking that your brother, Mark Wylder, is dead, and secondly, that he is himself deeply interested in the purchase of your reversion. I feel a little ill, Dolly. Open the window." There was a silence for a little while, and Rachel resumed. "Now, William Wylder, I am convinced that you and your wife," and she kissed Dolly, "and your dear little boy are marked out for plunder, the objects of a conspiracy, and I'll lose my life, but I'll prevent it." Now, maybe, Willie, upon my word, perhaps she's quite right. For you know, if poor Mark is dead, then would not he have the estate now? Is not that it, Miss Lake? And you know, that would be dreadful, to sell it all for next to nothing. Is not that what you mean, Miss Lake? Rachel, dear, I mean? Yes, Dolly, stripping yourselves of a splendid inheritance and robbing your poor little boy. I protest in the name of heaven against it. And you have no excuse now, William, with my offer before you. And, Dolly, it will be inexcusable wickedness in you if you allow it. Now, Willie, dear, do you hear that? Do you hear what she says? But, Dolly, darling, dear Miss Lake, there is no reason whatever to suppose that poor Mark is dead, said the vicar, very pale. I tell you again, I am convinced the attorney believes it. He did not say so, indeed, but cunning as he is, I think I have quite seen through his plot. And even in what he said to me there was something that half betrayed him every moment. And, Dolly, if you allow this sale, you deserve the ruin you are inviting, and the remorse that will follow you to your grave. Do you hear that, Willie? Said Dolly, with her hand on his arm. But, dear, it is too late. I have signed this instrument, and it is too late. I hope, God help me, I have not done wrong. Indeed, whatever happens, dear Miss Lake, may heaven forever bless you. But respecting good Mr. Larkin, you are indeed in error. I am sure you have quite misunderstood him. You don't know how kind, how disinterestedly good he has been. And now, my dear Miss Lake, it is too late, quite too late. No, it is not too late. Such wickedness as that cannot be lawful. I won't believe the law allows it, cried Rachel Lake. It is all a fraud, even if you have signed, all a fraud. You must procure able advice at once. Your enemy is that dreadful Mr. Larkin. Write to some good attorney in London. I'll pay everything. But, dear Miss Lake, I can't, said the vicar dejectedly. I am bound in honor and conscience not to disturb it. I have written to Messrs. Burlington and Smith to that effect. I assure you, dear Miss Lake, we have not acted inconsiderately. Nothing has been done without careful and deep consideration. You must employ an able attorney immediately. You have been duped. Your little boy must not be ruined. But I do assure you I have so pledged myself by the letter I have mentioned that I could not. No, it is quite impossible, he added, as he recollected the strong and pointed terms in which he had pledged his honor and conscience to the London firm to guarantee them against any such disturbance as Miss Lake was urging him to attempt. I am going into the town, Dolly, and so are you, said Rachel, after a little pause. Let us go together. And to this Dolly readily assented, and the vicar, evidently much troubled in mind, having run up to the nursery to see his little man, the two ladies set out together. Rachel saw that she had made an impression upon Dolly, and was resolved to carry her point. So in earnest terms, again she conjured her, at least, to lay the whole matter before some friend on whom she could rely. And Dolly, alarmed and eager, quite agreed with Rachel that the sale must be stopped, and she would do whatever dear Rachel bid her. But do you think Mr. Larkin really supposes that poor Mark is dead? I do, dear. I suspect he knows it. And what makes you think that, Rachel, darling? I can't define. I've no proofs to give you. One knows things sometimes. I perceived it, and I think I can't be mistaken. And now I've said all, and pray ask me no more upon that point. Rachel spoke with a hurried and fierce impatience that rather startled her companion. It is wonderful that she showed her state of mind so little. There was indeed something feverish, and at times even fierce, in her looks and words. But few would have guessed her agony as she pleaded with the vicar and his wife, or the awful sense of impending consequences that closed over her like the shadow of night the moment the excitement of her pleading was over. Rachel, are you mad? Fly, 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 was always sounding in her ears. The little street of Gillingden, through which they were passing, looked strange and dreamlike, and as she listened to Mrs. Crinkle's babble over the counter and chose his toys for poor little Fairy, she felt like one trifling on the way to execution. But her warnings and entreaties, I have said, were not quite thrown away, for although the vicar was inflexible, she had prevailed with his wife, who at parting again promised Rachel that if she could do it, the sale should be stopped. When I returned to Brenden a few mornings later, Captain Lake received me joyfully at his solitary breakfast. He was in an intense electioneering excitement. The evening papers for the day before lay on the breakfast table. A move of some sort suspected. The opposition prints all, hinting at tricks and ambuscades. They are whipping their men up awfully. Old Wattles, not half recovered, went by the early train yesterday, Wylder tells me. It will probably kill him. Stour went up the day before. Lee says he saw him at Charteris. He never speaks, only a vote, and a fellow that never appears till the minute. Brittle, the member for Stony Mockford, was in the next carriage to me yesterday, and he's a slow coach, too, I threw in. It does look as if the division was nearer than they pretend. Just so. I heard from Gibes last evening. What a hand that fellow writes, only a dozen words. Look out for squalls, and keep your men in hand. I've sent for Wylder. I wish the morning papers were come. I'm 11:15. What are you? The post's in at Darlington 50 minutes before we get our letters here. Damned nonsense. It's all that heavy bus of drivers. I'll change that. They leave London at 5 and get to Darlington at 10:30, and driver never has them in sooner than 20 minutes past 11. Damned humbug. I'd undertake to take a dog cart over the ground in 20 minutes. Is Larkin here? I asked. Oh no, run up to town. I'm so glad he's away. The clumsiest dog in England. Nothing clever, no invention, only a bully. The people hate him. Wylden's my man. I wish he'd give up that town clerkship. It can't be worth much, and it's in his way. I'd make it up to him somehow. Will you just look at that? It's the Globe, only 6 lines, and tell me what you make of it. It does look like it, certainly. Wylden and I have jotted down a few names here, said Lake, sliding a list of names before me. You know some of them, I think. Rather a strong committee, don't you think so? Those fellows with the Red Cross before have promised. Yes, it's very strong. Capital, I said, crunching my toast. Is it thought the writs will follow the dissolution unusually quickly? They must, unless they want a very late session. But it is quite possible the government may win. A week ago they reckoned upon 11. And as we were talking, the post arrived. Here they are, cried Lake, and grasping the first morning paper he could seize on, he tore it open with a greater display of energy than I had seen that languid gentleman exhibit on any former occasion. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 66. Lady Macbeth. Here it is, said the captain. Beaten. Then came an oath. 3 votes. How the devil was that? There it is, by Jove, no mistake. Majority against ministers, 3. Is that the Times? What does it say? A long leader, no resignation, immediate dissolution. That is what I collect from it. How on earth could they have miscalculated so? Swivel, I see, voted in the majority. That's very odd. And, by Jove, there's surplus too, and he's good for 7 votes. Why, his own paper was backing the ministers. What a fellow that is. That accounts for it all. A difference of 14 votes. And thus we went on, discussing this unexpected turn of luck, and reading to one another snatches of the leading articles in different interests upon the subject. Then Lake, recollecting his letters, opened a large sealed envelope with SCG in the corner. This is from Gibbs. Let us see. Oh, before the division. It looks a little fishy, he says. Well, so it does. We may take the division tonight. Should it prove adverse, you are to expect an immediate dissolution. This on the best authority. I write to mention this, as I may be too much harried tomorrow. We were discussing this note when Wylden arrived. Well, Captain, great news, sir. The best thing, I take it, could have happened ministers. Ha ha ha. A rotten house, down with it, blow it up. 3 votes only, but as good as 300 for the purpose. Of the 300, grant but 3, you know. Of course, they don't think of resigning. Oh dear, no. An immediate dissolution, read that, said Lake, tossing Gibbs' note to him. Oh, then we'll have the writs down hot and heavy. We must be sharp. The sheriff's all right, that's a point. You must not lose an hour in getting your committee together and printing your address. Who's on the other side? You'll have Jennings, of course, but they are talking of 4 different men already to take Sir Harry Twisden's place. He'll resign. That's past a doubt now. He has his retiring address written. Lord Edward Morden read it, and he told Fitzstephen on Sunday, after church, that he'd never sit again. Here, by Jove, is a letter from Mowbray, said Lake, opening it. All about his brother George. Here's I'm up for the country. Lord George ready to join and go halves. What shall I say? Could not have a better man. Tell him you desire no better, and will bring it at once before your committee, and let him know the moment they meet, and tell him I say he knows Wylder pretty well. He may look on it as settled. That will be a spoke in Sir Harry's wheel. Sir Harry who? Said Lake. Bragton. I think it's only to spoil your game, you see, answered Wylder. Abundance of malice, but I don't think he's countenanced. He'll try to get the start of you, and if he does, one or other must go to the wall, for Lord George is too strong to be shook out. Do you get forward at once. That's your plan, Captain. Then the captain recurred to his letters, which were a larger pack than usual this morning, chatting all the time with Wylder and me on the tremendous topic, and tossing aside every letter that did not bear on the coming struggle. Who can this be? Said Lake, looking at the address of one of these. Very like my hand, and he examined the seal. It was only a large weaver's stamp, so he broke it open and drew out a shabby, very ill-written scroll. He turned suddenly away, talking the while, but with his eyes upon the note, and then he folded, or rather crumpled it up, and stuffed it into his pocket, and continued his talk, but it was now plain to me there was something more in his mind, and he was thinking of the shabby letter he had just received. But no matter, the election was the pressing topic, and Lake was soon engaged in it again. There was now a grand coup under discussion, the forestalling of all the horses and vehicles along the line of railway, and in all the principal posting establishments throughout the country. They'll want to keep it open for a bid from the other side. It is a heavy item anyway, and if you want to engage them now, you'll have to give double what they got last time. But Lake was not to be daunted. He wanted the seat, and would stick at nothing to secure it, and so Wylder got instructions, in his own phrase, to go the whole animal. As I could be of no possible use in local details, I left the Council of War sitting, intending a stroll in the grounds. In the hall I met the mistress of the house, looking very handsome, but with a certain witch-like beauty, very pale, something a little haggard in her great dark eyes, and a strange listening look. Was it watchfulness? Was it suspicion? She was dressed gravely but richly, and received me kindly, and, strange to say, with a smile that, yet, was not joyful. I hope she is happy. Lake is such a beast. I hope he does not bully her. In truth, there were in her exquisite features the traces of that mysterious misery and fear which seemed to fall wherever Stanley Lake's ill-omened confidences were given. I walked down one of the long alleys, with tall, close hedges of beech, as impenetrable as cloister walls to sight, and watched the tench, basking and flickering in the clear pond, and the dazzling swans sailing majestically along. What a strange passion is ambition, I thought. Is it really the passion of great minds, or of little? Here's Lake, with a noble old place, inexhaustible in variety, with a beautiful, and I was by this time satisfied, a very singular and interesting woman for his wife, who must have married him for love, pure and simple, a handsome fortune, the power to bring his friends, those whom he liked or who amused him, about him, and to indulge luxuriously every reasonable fancy, willing to forsake all, and follow the back of that phantom. Had he knowledge, public talents, training? Nothing of the sort. Had he patriotism, any one noble motive or fine instinct to prompt him to public life? The mere suggestion was a sneer. It seemed to me, simply, that Stanley Lake was a lively, amusing, and even intelligent man, without any internal resource, vacant, peevish, with an unmeaning passion for corruption and intrigue, and the sort of egotism which craves distinction. So I supposed. Yet, with all its weakness, there was a dangerous force in the character which, on the whole, inspired an odd mixture of fear and contempt. I was bitten, however, already by the interest of the coming contest. It is very hard to escape that subtle and intoxicating poison. I wondered what figure Stanley would make as a hustings orator, and what impression in his canvass. The latter I was pretty confident about. Altogether, curiosity, if no deeper sentiment, was highly piqued, and I was glad I happened to drop in at the moment of action and wished to see the play out. At the door for boudoir, Rachel Lake met Dorkas. "I am so glad, Radie, dear, you are come. You must take off your things and stay. You must not leave me tonight. We'll send home for whatever you want, and you won't leave me, Radie, I'm certain." "I'll stay, dear, as you wish it," said Rachel, kissing her. "Did you see Stanley? I have not seen him today," said Dorcas. "No, dear, I peeped into the library, but he was not there, and there are 2 men writing in the Dutch room very busily." "It must be about the election." "What election, dear?" asked Rachel. "There is going to be an election for the county, and, only think, he intends coming forward. I sometimes think he's mad, Radie." "I could not have supposed such a thing. If I were he, I think I should fly to the antipodes. I should change my name, sear my features with vitriol, and learn another language. I should obliterate my past self altogether. But men are so different, so audacious, some men at least, and Stanley, ever since his ill-omened arrival at Redmond's farm last autumn, has amazed and terrified me. I think, Radie, we have both courage. You have certainly. You have shown it, darling, and you must cease to blame yourself. I think you a heroine, Radie, but you know I see with the wild eyes of the Brendens. I am grateful, Dorcas, that you don't hate me. Most women, I am sure, would abhor me. Yes, Dorcas, abhor me." "You and I against the world, Radie," said Dorcas, with a wild smile and a dark admiration in her look, and kissing Rachel again. "I used to think myself brave. It belongs to women of our blood. But this is no common strain upon courage, Radie. I have grown to fear Stanley somehow, like a ghost. I fear it is even worse than he says." And she looked with a horrible inquiry into Rachel's eyes. "So do I, Dorcas," said Rachel, in a firm, low whisper, returning her look as darkly. "What's done cannot be undone," said Rachel, sadly, after a little pause, unconsciously quoting from a terrible soliloquy of Shakespeare. "I know what you mean, Radie, and you warned me, with a strange second sight, before the evil was known to either of us. It was an irrevocable step, and I took it, not seeing all that has happened, it is true, but forewarned. And this I will say, Radie, if I had known the worst, I think even that would not have deterred me. It was madness. It is madness, for I love him still. Rachel, though I know him and his wickedness, and am filled with horror, I love him desperately." "I am very glad," said Rachel, "that you do know everything. It is so great a relief to have companionship. I often thought I must go mad in my solitude." "Poor Rachel! I think you wonderful. I think you a heroine. I do, Radie. You and I are made for one another. The same blood, something of the same wild nature. I can admire you, and understand you, and will always love you. I've been with William Wylder and Dolly. That wicked attorney, Mr. Larkin, is resolved on robbing them. I wish they had anyone able to advise them. Stanley, I am sure, could save them, but he does not choose to do it. He was always so angry when I urged him to help them, that I knew it would be useless asking him. I don't think he knows what Mr. Larkin has been doing, But, Dorcas, I'm afraid the very same thought has been in his mind. I hope not, Radie. And Dorcas sighed deeply. Everything is so wonderful and awful in the light that has come. That morning, poor William Wylder had received a letter from Jos Larkin, Esquire, mentioning that he had found Messrs. Burlington and Smith anything but satisfied with him, the vicar. What exactly he had done to disoblige them, he could not bring to mind. But Jos Larkin told him that he had done all in his power to satisfy them of the bona fide character of his reverend client's dealings from the first. But they still expressed themselves dissatisfied upon the point, and appeared to suspect a disposition to shilly-shally. I have said all I could to disabuse them of the unpleasant prejudice, but I think I should hardly be doing my duty if I were not to warn you that you will do wisely to exhibit no hesitation in the arrangements by which your agreement is to be carried out, and that in the event of your showing the slightest disposition to qualify the spirit of your strong note to them, or in any wise disappointing their client, you must be prepared, from what I know of the firm, for very sharp practice indeed. What could they do to him? Or why should they hurt him? Or what had he done to excite either the suspicion or the temper of the firm? They expected their client, the purchaser, in a day or two. He was already grumbling at the price, and certainly would stand no trifling. Neither would Messrs. Burlington and Smith, who, he must admit, had gone to very great expense in investigating title, preparing deeds, etc., and who were noted as a very expensive house. He was aware that they were in a position to issue an execution on the guarantee for the entire amount of their costs, but he thought so extreme a measure would hardly be contemplated, notwithstanding their threats, unless the purchaser were to withdraw, or the vendor to exhibit symptoms of, he would not repeat their phrase, irresolution in his dealing. He had, however, placed the vicar's letter in their hands, and had accompanied it with his own testimony to the honour and character of the Reverend William Wylder, which he was happy to say seemed to have considerable weight with Messrs. Burlington and Smith. There was also this passage: feeling acutely the anxiety into which the withdrawal of the purchaser must throw you, though I trust nothing of that sort may occur, I told them that rather than have you thrown upon your beam-ends by such an occurrence, I would myself step in and purchase on the terms agreed on. This will, I trust, quiet them on the subject of their costs, and also prevent any low dodging on the part of the purchaser. This letter would almost seem to have been written with a supernatural knowledge of what was passing in Gillingden, and was certainly well contrived to prevent the vicar from wavering. But all this time the ladies are conversing in Dorcas's boudoir. This election frightens me, Radie. Everything frightens me now. But this is so audacious. If there be powers either in heaven or hell, it seems like a defiance and an invocation. I am glad you are here, Radie. I have grown so nervous, so superstitious, I believe, watching always for signs and omens. Oh, darling, the world's ghastly for me now. I wish, Dorcas, we were away, as you used to say, in some wild and solitary retreat, living together, two recluses. But all that is visionary, quite visionary now. Dorcas sighed. You know, Rachel, the world must not see this. We will carry our heads high. Wicked men, and brave and suffering women, that is the history of our family. And men and women always quite unlike the rest of the world, unlike the human race, and somehow they interest me unspeakably. I wish I knew more about those proud, forlorn beauties, whose portraits are fading on the walls. Their spirit, I am sure, is in us, Rachel, and their pictures and traditions have always supported me. When I was a little thing, I used to look at them with a feeling of melancholy and mystery. They were, in my eyes, reserved prophetesses, who could speak, if they would, of my own future. A poor support, Dorcas, a broken reed. I wish we could find another, the true one, in the present and in the coming time. Dorcas smiled faintly, and I think there was a little gleam of a ghastly satire in it. I am afraid that part of her education which deals with futurity had been neglected. I am more likely to turn into a Lady Macbeth than a devotee, said she, coldly, with the same painful smile. I found myself last night sitting up in my bed, talking in the dark about it. There was a silence for a time, and Rachel said, "It is growing late, Dorcas." "But you must not go, Rachel. You must stay and keep me company. You must, indeed, Rady," said Dorcas. "So I will," she answered, "but I must send a line to old Tamar, and I promised Dolly to go down to her tonight, if that darling little boy should be worse. I am very unhappy about him." "And is he in danger, the handsome little fellow?" said Dorcas. "Very great danger, I fear," said Rachel. "Dr. Buddle has been very kind, but he is, I'm afraid, more desponding than poor William or Dolly imagines. Heaven help them. But children recover wonderfully. What is his ailment?" "Gastric fever, the doctor says. I had a foreboding of evil in the moment I saw him, before the poor little man was put to his bed." Dorcas rang the bell. "Now, Rady, if you wish to write, sit down here, or if you prefer a message, Thomas can take one very accurately, and he shall call at the vicar's, and see Dolly, and bring us word how the dear little boy is. And don't fancy, darling, I have forgotten what you said to me about duty, though I would call it differently, only I feel so wild I can think of nothing clearly yet. But I am making up my mind to a great and bold step, and when I am better able, I will talk it over with you, my only friend, Rachel." And she kissed her. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of The Wildest Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Wildest Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 67. Mr. Larkin is vis-a-vis with a concealed companion. The time had now arrived when our friend Jos Larkin was to refresh the village of Gillingden with his presence. He had pushed matters forward with a wonderful dispatch. The deeds, with their blue and silver stamps, were handsomely engrossed, having been approved in draft by Crompton S. Coos, the eminent Queen's Counsel, on a case furnished by Jos Larkin, Esquire, the Lodge, Brenden Manor, Gillingden, on behalf of his client, the Reverend William Wylder, and in like manner on behalf of Stanley Williams Brenden Lake, of Brenden Hall, in the county of Esquire. In neither draft did Jos Larkin figure as the purchaser by name. He did not care for advice on any difficulty depending on his special relations to the vendors in both these cases. He wished, as was his custom, everything above board, and such an opinion as might be published by either client in the Times next day if he pleased it. Besides these matters of Wylder and of Lake, he had also a clause to insert in a private act on behalf of the trustees of the Baptist Chapel at Naunton Friars, a short deed to be consulted upon on behalf of his client, Potter Swinfen, Esquire, of Swinfen Grange, in the same county, and a deed to be executed at Shillingsworth, which he would take en route for Gillingden, stopping there for that night, and going on by next morning's train. Those little trips to town paid very fairly. In this particular case his entire expenses reached exactly £5 3s, and what do you suppose was the good man's profit upon that small item? Precisely £62 7s. The process is simple. Jos Larkin made his own handsome estimate of his expenses and the value of his time to and from London, and then he charged this in its entirety, shall we say integrity, to each client separately. In this little excursion he was concerned for no less than 5. His expenses, I say, reached exactly £5 3s, but he had a right to go to Dondale's if he pleased, instead of that cheap hostelry near Covent Garden. He had a right to a handsome lunch and a handsome dinner, instead of that economical fusion of both meals into one, at a cheap eating-house in an out-of-the-way quarter. He had a right to his pint of high-priced wine, and to accomplish his wanderings in a cab instead of, as the Italians say, partly on foot and partly walking. Therefore, and on this principle, Mr. Jos Larkin had no difficulty in acting. His savings, if the good man chose to practice self-denial, were his own, and it was a sort of problem while he stayed, and interested him curiously, keeping down his bill in matters which he would not have dreamt of denying himself at home. The only client among his wealthy supporters who ever went in a grudging spirit into one of these little bills of Jos Larkin's was old Sir Mulgrave Bragton, the defunct parent of the Sir Harry with whom we are acquainted. "Don't you think, Mr. Larkin, you could perhaps reduce this just a little?" "Ah, the expenses?" "Well, yes." Mr. Jos Larkin smiled. The smile said plainly, "What would he have me live upon, and where?" We do meet persons of this sort, who would fain fill our bellies with the husks that swine digest. What of that? We must remember who we are, gentlemen, and answer this sort of shabbiness, and every other endurable annoyance, as Lord Chesterfield did, with a bow and a smile. "I think so," said the baronet, in a bluff, firm way. "Well, the fact is, when I represent a client, Sir Mulgrave Bragton, of a certain rank and position, I make it a principle, and as a man of business I find it tells, to present myself in a style that is suitably handsome." "Oh, an expensive house! Where was this, now?" "Oh, Sir Mulgrave, pray don't think of it. I'm only too happy. Pray draw your pen across the entire thing." "I think so," said the baronet unexpectedly. "Don't you think if we said £1 a day and your travelling expenses?" "Certainly. Anything, whatever you please, sir." And the attorney waved his long hand a little, and smiled almost compassionately, and the little alteration was made, and henceforward he spoke of Sir Mulgrave as not quite a pleasant man to deal with in money matters, and his confidential friends knew that in a transaction in which he had paid money out of his own pocket for Sir Mulgrave, he had never got back more than 7 and 6pence in the pound. And, what made it worse, it was a matter connected with the death of poor Lady Bragton, and he never lost an opportunity of conveying his opinion of Sir Mulgrave, sometimes in distinct and confidential sentences, and sometimes only by a sad shake of his head, or by awfully declining to speak upon the subject. In the present instance, Jos Larkin was returning in a heavenly frame of mind to the lodge, Brenden Manor, Gillingden. Whenever he was away, he interpolated Brenden Manor, and stuck it on his valise and hat-case, and liked to call aloud to the porters tumbling among the luggage, "Jos Larkin, Esquire, Brenden Manor, if you please," and to see the people read the inscription in the hall of his dingy hostelry. Well might the good man glow with the happy consciousness of a blessing. In small things, as in great, he was prosperous. This little excursion to London would cost him, as I said, exactly £5 3s. It might have cost him £13 10s, and at that sum his expenses figured in his ledger, and as he had 5 clients on this occasion, the total reached £67 10s, leaving a clear profit, as I have mentioned, of £62 7s on this item. But what was this little tip from fortune compared with the splendid pieces of scrivenery in his dispatch box? The white parchment, the blue and silver stamps in the corner, the German text and flourishes at the top, and those broad, horizontal lines of recital, habendum, and so forth, marshalled like an army in procession behind his march of triumph into Five Oaks, to take the place of its deposed prince. From the captain's deed to the vicar's his mind glanced fondly. He would yet stand the highest man in his county. He had found time for a visit to the King-at-Arms at the Herald's office. He would have his pictures and his pedigree. His grandmother had been a Howard. Her branch, indeed, was a little under a cloud, keeping a small provision shop in the town of Dwiddleston. But this circumstance need not be in prominence. She was a Howard. That was the fact he relied on. No mortal could gainsay it. And he would be, first, J. Howard Larkin, then Howard Larkin, simply, then Howard Larkin Howard, and the Five Oaks Howards would come to be very great people indeed. And the Brendens had intermarried with other Howards, and Five Oaks would naturally, therefore, go to Howards, and so he and his, with clever management, would be anything but novi homines in the county. He shall be like a tree planted by the waterside, that will bring forth his fruit in due season. His leaf also shall not wither, so thought this good man complacently. He liked these fine consolations of the Jewish dispensation, actual milk and honey, and the land of promise on which he could set his foot. Jos Larkin, Esquire, was as punctual as the clock at the terminus. He did not come a minute too soon or too late, but precisely at the moment which enabled him, without fuss and without a tiresome wait, to proceed to the details of ticket, luggage, selection of place, and ultimate ascension thereto. So now, having taken all measures, gliding among the portmanteaus, hand-barrows, and porters, and the clangorous bell ringing, he mounted, lithe and lank, into his place. There was a pleasant evening light still, and the glass lamps made a purplish glow against it. The little butter cooler of a glass lamp glimmered from the roof. Mr. Larkin established himself and adjusted his rug and mufflers about him, for, notwithstanding the season, there had been some cold, rainy weather, and the evening was sharp, and he set his 2 newspapers, his shilling book, and other triumphs of cheap literature in sundry shapes in the vacant seat at his left hand, and made everything handsome about him. He glanced to the other end of the carriage, where sat his solitary fellow passenger. This gentleman was simply a mass of cloaks and capes, culminating in a queer battered felt hat. His shoulders were nestled into the corner, and his face buried among his loose mufflers. They sat at corners diagonally opposed, and were, therefore, as far apart as was practicable, an arrangement not sociable, to be sure, but on the whole very comfortable, and which neither seemed disposed to disturb. Mr. Larkin had a word to say to the porter from the window, and bought 1 more newspaper, and then looked out on the lamp-lit platform, and saw the officials loitering off to the clang of the carriage doors. Then came the whistle, and then the clank and jerk of the start. And so the brick walls and lamps began to glide backward, and the train was off. Jos Larkin tried his newspaper, and read for 10 minutes or so, pretty diligently, and then looked for a while from the window upon receding hedgerows and farmsteads, and the level and spacious landscape, and then he leaned back luxuriously, his newspaper listlessly on his knees, and began to read, instead, at his ease, the shapeless, wrapped-up figure diagonally opposite. The quietude of the gentleman in the far corner was quite singular. He produced neither tract, nor newspaper, nor volume, not even a pocket-book or a letter. He brought forth no cigar-case with the stereotyped "Have you any objection to my smoking a cigar?" He did not even change his attitude ever so little. A burly roll of cloaks, rugs, capes, and loose wrappers, placed in the corner, and tanquam cadaver, passive and motionless. I have sometimes in my travels lighted on a strangely shaped mountain, whose huge curves and sombre colouring have interested me indefinably. In the rude mass at the far angle, Mr. Jos Larkin, I fancy, found some such subject of contemplation, and the more he looked, the more he felt disposed to look. As they got on, there was more night fog, and the little lamp at top shone through a halo. The fellow passenger at the opposite angle lay back, all cloaks and mufflers, with nothing distinct emerging but the felt hat at top and the tip, it was only the tip now, of the shining shoe on the floor. The gentleman was absolutely motionless and silent, and Mr. Larkin, though his mind was pretty universally of the inquisitive order, began in this particular case to feel a special curiosity. It was partly the monotony and their occupying the carriage all to themselves, as the two uncommunicative seamen did the Eddystone lighthouse, but there was, beside, an indistinct feeling that, in spite of all these wrappers and swathings, he knew the outlines of that figure, and yet the likeness must have been of the rudest possible sort. He could not say that he recognized anything distinctly, only he fancied that someone he knew was sitting there, unrevealed, inside that mass of clothing, and he felt, moreover, as if he ought to be able to guess who he was. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 68. The companion discloses himself. But this sort of musing and wonderment leads to nothing, and Mr. Jos Larkin, being an active-minded man, and practical withal, in a little while shook it off, and from his breast-pocket took a tiny treasure of a pocket-book, in which were some bank-notes, precious memoranda in pencil, and half a dozen notes and letters, bearing upon cases and negotiations on which, at this juncture, he was working. Into these he got, and now and then brought out a letter, bearing on some point of speculation, and read it through, and then closed his eyes for 3 minutes at a time, and thought. But he had not his tin boxes there, and with a man of his stamp, speculation, which goes upon guess as to dates and quantities, which are all ascertainable by reference to black and white, soon loses its interest. And the evidence in his pocket being pretty soon exhausted, he glanced again at his companion over the way. He had not moved all this while. He had a high stand-up collar to the cape he wore, which covered his cheeks and nose, and outside was loosely swathed a large cream-colored cashmere handkerchief. The battered felt hat covered his forehead and eyebrows, and left, in fact, but a narrow streak of separation between. Through this, however, for the first time, Jos Larkin now saw the glitter of a pair of eyes gazing at him, he fancied. At all events, there was the glitter, and the gentleman was awake. Jos returned the gentleman's gaze. It was his lofty, aristocratic stare, and he expected to see the glittering lights that peeped through the dark chink between brim and collar shut up under its rebuke. But nothing of the kind took place, and the ocular exercises of the attorney were totally ineffectual. If the fellow knew that his fixed stare was observed through his narrow embrasure, and Larkin thought he could hardly be insensible to the reproof of his return fire, he must be a particularly impertinent person. It would be ridiculous, however, to continue a contest of this kind, so the attorney lowered the window and looked out. Then he pulled it up and took to his newspaper again, and read the police cases, and a very curious letter from a poorhouse doctor describing a boy who was quite blind in daylight, but could see very fairly by gas or candlelight. And then he lighted upon a very odd story, and said to be undergoing special sifting at the hands of Sir Samuel Squales, of a policeman on a certain beat in Fleet Street, not far from Temple Bar, who every night saw, at or about the same hour, a certain suspicious-looking figure walk along the flagway, and enter a passage. Night after night he pursued this figure, but always lost it in the same passage. On the last occasion, however, he succeeded in keeping him in view, and came up with him in a court, when he was rewarded with the sight of such a face as caused him to fall to the ground in a fit. This was the Clamp Court ghost, and I believe he was left in that debatable state, and never after either exploded or confirmed. So, having ended all these studies, the attorney lifted up his eyes again as he lowered his newspaper, and beheld the same glittering gaze fixed upon him through the same horizontal cranny. He fancied the eyes were laughing. He could not be sure, of course, but at all events the persistent stare was extremely, and perhaps determinedly, impertinent. Forgetting the constitutional canon, through which breathes the genuine spirit of British liberty, he felt for a moment that he was such a king as that cat had no business to look at, and he might, perhaps, have politely intimated something of the kind, had not the enveloped offender made a slight and lazy turn which, burying his chin still deeper in his breast, altogether concealed his eyes, and so closed the offensive scrutiny. In making this change in his position, slight as it was, the gentleman in the superfluous clothing reminded Mr. George Larkin very sharply for an instant of somebody. There was the rub. Who could it be? The figure was once more a mere mountain of rug. What was the peculiarity in that slight movement? Something in the knee? Something in the elbow? Something in the general character? Why had he not spoken to him? The opportunity for the present was past. But he was now sure that his fellow traveller was an acquaintance who had probably recognized him. Larkin, except when making a mysterious trip at election times, or in an emergency, in a critical case, was a frank, and, as he believed, could be a fascinating compagnon de voyage, such and so great was his urbanity on a journey. He rather liked talking with people. He sometimes heard things not wholly valueless, and once or twice had gathered hints in this way, which saved him trouble or money, which is much the same thing. Therefore, upon principle, he was not averse from that direst of bores, railway conversation. And now they slackened speed, with a long, piercing whistle, and came to a standstill at East Haddon, with a jerk upon the last syllable. East Haddon, as the herald of the station declared, and Lawyer Larkin sat straight up, very alert, with a budding smile, ready to blow out into a charming radiance the moment his fellow traveller rose perpendicular, as was to be expected, and peeped from his window. But he seemed to know intuitively that Larkin intended telling him, apropos of the station, that story of the Haddon property, and Sir James Wotton's will, which, as told by the good attorney, and jumbled by the clatter, was perhaps a little dreary. At all events he did not stir, and carefully abstained from wakening, and in a few seconds more they were again in motion. They were now approaching Shillingsworth, where the attorney was to get out, and put up for the night, having a deed with him to be executed in that town, and so sweetening his journey with this small incident of profit. Now, therefore, looking at his watch, and consulting his timetable, he got his slim valise from under on top of the seat before him, together with his hat-case, dispatch-box, stick, and umbrella, and brushed off with his handkerchief some of the gritty railway dust that lay drifted in exterior folds and hollows of his coat, rebuttoned that garment with precision, arranged his shirt-collar, stuffed his muffler into his coat-pocket, and made generally that rude sacrifice to the graces with which natty men proceed their exit from the dust and ashes of this sort of sepulture. At this moment he had just 8 minutes more to go, and the glitter of the pair of eyes, staring between the muffler and the rim of the hat, met his view once more. Mr. Larkin's cigar case was open in his hand in a moment, and with such a smile as a genteel perfumer offers his wares with, he presented it toward the gentleman who was built up in the stack of garments. He merely shook his head with the slightest imaginable nod and a wave of a pudgy hand in a soiled dogskin glove, which emerged for a second from under a cape, in token that he gratefully declined the favour. Mr. Larkin smiled and shrugged regretfully, and replaced the case in his coat pocket. Hardly 5 minutes remained now. Larkin glanced round for a topic. "My journey is over for the present, sir, and perhaps you would find these little things entertaining." And he tendered with the same smile Punch, the Penny Gleaner, and Gray's Magazine in a religious serial. They were, however, similarly declined in pantomime. "He is not particularly polite, whoever he is," thought Mr. Larkin, with a sniff. However, he tried the effect of a direct observation, so getting 1 seat nearer, he said, "Wonderful place, Shillingsworth, sir. One does not really, until one has visited it 2 or 3 times over, at all comprehend its wealth and importance, and how justly high it deserves to hold its head amongst the provincial emporia of our productive industry." The shapeless traveller in the corner touched his ear with his pudgy dogskin fingers, and shook his hand and head a little, in token either that he was deaf, or the noise such as to prevent his hearing, and in the next moment the glittering eyes closed, and the pantomimist appeared to be asleep. And now again the train subsided to a standstill, and Shillingsworth resounded through the night air, and Larkin scrambled forward to the window by which sat the enveloped gentleman, and called the porter, and with many unheeded apologies pulled out his various properties close by the knees of the tranquil traveller. So Mr. Larkin was on the platform, and his belongings stowed away against the wall of the station house. He made an enquiry of the guard, with whom he was acquainted, about his companion, but the guard knew nothing of the party, neither did the porter, to whom the guard put a similar question. So as Larkin walked down the platform, the whistle sounded and the train glided forward, and as it passed him, the gentleman in the cloak and queer hat was looking out. A lamp shone full on him. Mr. Larkin's heart stood still for a moment, and then bounded up as if it would choke him. "It's him, by—" And Mr. Larkin, forgetting syntax and propriety and religion altogether, and making a frantic race to keep up with the train, shouted, "Stop it! Stop it! Hullo! Stop! Stop! Ho! Stop!" But he pleaded with the winds, and before he had reached the end of the platform, the carriage windows were flying by him with the speed of wheel spokes, and the end of the coupe, with its red lantern, sailed away through the cutting. "Forgot somewhat, sir," said the porter, touching his head. "Yes, signal, stop him, can you?" The porter only scratched his head under his cap, and smiled sheepishly after the train. Jos Larkin knew, the next moment, he had talked nonsense. Yes, I have. Have you an engine here? Express. I'll pay anything." But no, there was no engine, not nearer than the junction, and she might not be spared. "How far is the junction?" 19½ "19 miles! They'll never bring me there by horse under 2 hours. They are so cursed tedious. Why have not you a spare engine at a place like this? Shillingsworth, nice management. Are you certain? Where's the station master?" All this time he kept staring after the faint pulsations on the air that indicated the flight of the engine. But it would not do. The train, the image upon earth of the irrevocable, the irretrievable, was gone, neither to be overtaken nor recalled. The telegraph was not then, as now, whispering secrets all over England at the rate of 200 miles a second, and 5 shillings per 20 words. Larkin would have given large money for an engine to get up with a train that was now some 5 miles on its route, at triple, quadruple the common cost of such a magical appliance, but all was vain. He could only look and mutter after it wildly. Vain to conjecture for what station that traveller in the battered hat was bound. Idle speculation, mere distraction. Only that Mr. Larkin was altogether the man he was, I think he would have cursed freely. End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan and Fanu. Chapter 69. A Spectre Whom Old Tamar Saw. Little Fairy all this while continued in our church language, sick and weak. The vicar was very sorry, but not afraid. His little man was so bright and merry that he seemed to him the very spirit of life. He could not dream of his dying. It was sad, to be sure, the little man so many days in his bed, too languid to care for toy or story, quite silent except when in the night-time those weird monologues began, which showed that the fever had reached his brain. The tones of his pleasant little voice, in those sad flights of memory and fancy, busy with familiar scenes and occupations, sounded wild and plaintive in his ear. And when Wopsy was mentioned, sometimes the vicar's eyes filled, but he smiled through this with a kind of gladness at the child's affection. "It will soon be over, my darling. You will be walking with Wopsy in a week again." The sun could as soon cease from shining as little Fairy from living. The thought he would not allow near him. Dr. Buddle had been 6 miles away that evening with a patient, and looked in at the vicar's long after the candles were lighted. He was not satisfied with little Fairy, not at all satisfied. He put his hand under the clothes and felt his thin, slender limbs, thinner than ever now, dry and very hot they were, and little man babbling his nonsense about little boys and his Wopsy and toys and birds and the mill stream and the churchyard, of which, with so strange a fatality, children, not in romance only, but reality, so often prattle in their feverish wanderings. He felt his pulse. He questioned his mamma and cross-examined the nurse, and looked grave and very much annoyed, and then bethought him of something to be tried, and having given his directions to the maid, he went home in haste, and returned in half an hour with the something in a phial, a few drops in water, and little man sat up, leaning on his Wopsy's arm, and took it very good, his nurse said approvingly, and he looked at them all wonderingly, for 2 or 3 moments, and so tired, and they laid him down again, and then his spoken dreams began once more. Dr. Buddle was dark and short in his answers to voluble little Mrs. Wylder, though of course quite respectful, and the vicar saw him down the narrow stairs, and they turned into the study for a moment, and, said Buddle in an undertone, "He's very ill, I can say nothing else." And there was a pause. The little colour he had receded from the vicar's face, for the looks and tones of good-natured Buddle were not to be mistaken. He was reading little Fairy's death warrant. "I see, doctor, I see. You think he'll die?" said the vicar, staring at him. "Oh, doctor, my little Fairy?" The doctor knew something of the poor vicar's troubles. Of course, in a village most things of the kind are known, and often in his brisk, rough way he thought as, with a nod and word, he passed the lank cleric, under the trees or across the common, with his bright, prattling, sunny-haired little boy by the hand, or encountered them telling stories on the stile near the castle meadow, what a gleam of sunshine was always dancing about his path in that smiling, wayward, loving little fellow. And now a long Icelandic winter was coming, and his path was to know that light no more. With children, you know, I always say there's a chance, but you are right to look that thing in the face. And I'll be here the first call in the morning, and you know where to find me in the meantime." And the doctor shook hands very hard with the vicar at the hall door, and made his way homeward, the vicar's eyes following him till he was out of sight. Then William Wylder shut the hall door and turned about. Little Fairy's drum was hanging from a peg on the hat stand. the drum that was to sound no more in the garden or up and down the hall with a bright-haired little drummer's song. There would be no more interruption now. The vicar would write his sermons undisturbed. No more consolations claimed. No more broken toys to be mended. Some of the innocent little rubbish lay in the study. It should never move from that, nor his drum, nor that little hat and cape hanging on their peg with the tiny boots underneath. No more prattling at unseasonable times. No more crying, no more singing, no more laughing. All these interruptions were quiet now and altogether gone. Little man, little fairy? Oh, is it possible? But memory would call up the vicar from his half-written sermon. He would miss his troublesome little man when the sun shone out that he used to welcome, when the birds hopped on the window-stone to find the crumbs that little man used to strew there, and when his own little canary, Birdie he used to call him, would sing and twitter in his cage, and the time came to walk out on his lonely visits. He must walk alone by the shop doors, where the little man was so admired, and up the mill road and in the castle meadow, and over the stile where they used to sit. Poor Dolly! Her Willie would not tell her yet. He kneeled down in the study. Little man's top and some cut paper nondescripts were lying where he had left them at his elbow, and he tried to pray, and then he remembered that his darling ought to know that he was going into the presence of his Maker. Yes, he would tell poor Dolly first, and then his little man. He would repeat his hymn with him and pray, and so he went up the nursery stairs. Poor Dolly, very tired, had gone to lie down for a little. He would not disturb her. No, let her enjoy for an hour more her happy illusion. When he went into the nursery, little Fairy was sitting up taking his medicine, the nurse's arm round his thin shoulders. He sat down beside him, weeping gently, his thin face turned a little away, and his hand on the coverlet. Little man looked wonderingly from his tired eyes on Wopsy, and his thin fingers crept on his hand, and Wopsy turned about, drying his eyes, and said, "Little man, my darling." "He's like himself, sir, while he's sitting up, his little head quite right again." "My head's quite right, Wopsy," the little man whispered sadly. "Thank God, my darling," said the vicar. The tears were running down his cheeks while he parted little Fairy's golden hair with his fingers. "When I am quite well again," whispered the little man, "won't you bring me to the castle meadow where the wee river is, and we'll float races with daisies and buttercups the way you did on my birthday? They say that little Mannikin—" Suddenly the vicar stopped. "They say that little Mannikin won't get well." "And am I always to be sick here in my little bed, Wopsy?" whispered little Fairy in his dreamy, earnest way that was new to him. "No, darling, not always sick. You'll be happier than ever, but not here. Little man will be taken by his Savior that loves him best of all, and he'll be in heaven, and only have a short time to wait, and maybe his poor Wopsy will come to him, please God, and his darling mamma, and we'll all be happy together forever, and never be sick or sorry any more. My treasure, my little Fairy, my darling." And little man looked on him with his tired eyes, not quite understanding what it meant, nor why Wopsy was crying, and the nurse said, "He'd like to be a-dozin', sir, he's so tired, please." So down the poor little fellow lay, his Wopsy praying by his bedside. When, in a little time, poor Dolly returned, her Willie took her round the waist, as on the day when she accepted him, and led her tenderly into the other room and told her all, and they hugged and wept together. "Oh, Dolly, Dolly! Oh, Willie, darling, oh, Willie, our precious treasure, our only one!" And so they walked up and down that room, his arm round her waist, and in that sorrowful embrace, murmuring amid their sobs to one another, their thoughts and remembrances of little man. How soon the treasure grows a retrospect. Then Dolly bethought her of her promise to Rachel. "She made me promise to send for her if he was worse. She loved him so, everyone loved him. They could not help. Oh, Willie, our bright darling! I think, Dolly, we could not live here. I'd like to go on some mission, and maybe come back in a great many years. Maybe, Dolly, when we are old. I'd like to see the place again, and the walks, but not, I think, for a long time. He was such a darling." Perhaps the vicar was thinking of the churchyard, and how he would like, when his time came, to lie beside the golden-haired little comrade of his walks. So Dolly dispatched the messenger with a lantern, and thus it was there came a knocking at the door of Redmond's farm at that unseasonable hour. For some time old Tamar heard the clatter in her sleep, disturbing and mingling with her dreams. But in a while she wakened quite, and heard the double knocks one after another in quick succession, and huddling on her clothes and muttering to herself all the way, she got into the hall, and standing a couple of yards away from the door, answered in shrill and querulous tones, and questioning the messenger in the same breath. How could she tell what it might or might not portend? Her alarms quickly subsided, however, for she knew the voice well. So the story was soon told. Poor little fairy! It was doubtful if he was to see another morning, and the maid being wanted at home, old Tamar undertook the message to Brenden Hall, where her young mistress was, and sallied forth in her cloak and bonnet under the haunted trees of Redmond's Dell. Tamar had passed the age of ghostly terrors. There are a certain sober literality and materialism in old age, which abate the illusions of the supernatural as effectually as those of love, and Tamar, though not without awe, for darkness and solitude, even were there no associations of a fearful kind in the locality, are suggestive and dismal to the last. Her route lay, as by this time my reader is well aware, by that narrow defile reached from Redmond's farm by a pathway which scales a flight of rude steps, the same which Stanley Lake and his sister had mounted on the night of Mark Wylder's disappearance. Tamar knew the path very well. It was on the upper level of it that she had held that conference with Stanley Lake, which obviously referred to that young gentleman's treatment of the vanished Mark. As she came to this platform, round which the trees receded a little so as to admit the moonlight, the old woman was tired. She would have gladly chosen another spot to rest in, but fatigue was imperious, and she sat down under the gray stone which stood perpendicularly there on what had once been the step of a stile, leaning against the rude column behind her. As she sat here, she heard the clank of a step approaching measuredly from the Brenden side. It was 12 o'clock now. The chimes from the Gillingden church tower had proclaimed that in the distance some minutes before. The honest Gillingden folk seldom heard the tower chimes tell 11, and gentle and simple had of course been long in their beds. The old woman had a secret hatred of this place, and the unexpected sounds made her hold her breath. She peeped round the stone in whose shadow she was sitting. The steps were not those of a man walking briskly with a purpose. They were the desultory strides of a stroller lounging out an hour's watch. The steps approached. The figure was visible, that of a short, broadish man with a mass of cloaks, rugs, and mufflers across his arm. Carrying them with a sort of swagger, he came slowly up to the part of the pathway opposite to the pillar, where he dropped those draperies in a heap upon the grass, and availing himself of the clear moonlight, he stopped, nearly confronting her. It was the face of Mark Wylder. She knew it well, but grown fat and broader. And there was, but this she could not see distinctly, a purplish scar across his eyebrow and cheek. She quivered with terror lest he should have seen her and might be meditating some mischief. But she was seated close to the ground, several yards away, and in the sharp shadow of the old block of stone. He consulted his watch, and she sat fixed and powerless as a portion of the block on which she leaned, staring up at this, to her, terrific apparition. Mark Wylder's return boded, she believed, something tremendous. She saw the glimmer of the gold watch, and distinctly the great black whiskers, and the face pallid in the moonlight. She was afraid for a minute, during which he loitered there, that he was going to seat himself upon the cloaks which he had just thrown upon the ground, and felt that she could not possibly escape detection for many seconds more. But she was relieved, for after a short pause, leaving these still upon the ground, he turned and walked slowly, like a policeman on his beat, toward Brenden. With a gasp she began to recover herself, but she felt too faint and ill to get up and commence a retreat towards Redmond's farm. Besides, she was sure he would return. She could not tell how soon, and although the clump of alders hid her from view, she could not tell but that the next moment would disclose his figure retracing his leisurely steps and ready to pursue and overtake, if by a precipitate movement she had betrayed her presence. In due time the same figure, passing at the same rate, did emerge again, and approached just as before, only this time he was carelessly examining some small but clumsy steel instrument which glittered occasionally in the light. From Tamar's description of it, I conclude it was a revolver. He passed the pile of cloaks but a few steps, and again turned toward Brenden. So soon as he was once more concealed by the screen of underwood, old Tamar, now sufficiently recovered, crept hurriedly away in the opposite direction, half dead with terror, until she had descended the steps and was buried once more in friendly darkness. Old Tamar did not stop at Redmond's farm. She passed it and the mills, and never stopped till she reached the vicarage. In the hall she felt for a moment quite overpowered, and sitting in one of the old chairs that did duty there, she uttered a deep groan, and looked with such a gaze in the face of the maid who had admitted her that she thought the old woman was dying. Sick rooms, even when palpably doctors, nurses, friends have all ceased to hope, are not, to those who stand in the very nearest and most tender relations to the patient, altogether chambers of despair. There are those who hover about the bed and note every gleam and glow of subsiding life, and will read in sunset something of the colors of the dawn, and cling wildly to these hallucinations of love, and no one has the heart to tear them from them. Just now Dolly fancied that little man was better, the darling, the treasure. Oh, precious little man, he was coming back. So she ran down with this light of hope in her face, and saw old Tamar in the hall, and gave her a glass of the wine which Rachel had provided, and the old woman's spirit came again. She was glad, yes, very glad. She was thankful to hear the dear child was better. But there was a weight upon her soul, and a dreadful horror on her countenance still. Will you please, ma'am, write a little note? My old hand shakes so, she could hardly read my writing. To my mistress, Miss Rady, ma'am. I see pen and ink on the table there. I was not able to go up to the hall, ma'am, with the message. There's something on the road I could not pass. Something? What was it? Said Dolly, staring with round eyes in the old woman's woeful face, her curiosity aroused for a moment. Something, ma'am, a person, I can't exactly tell, above the steps in the blackberry path. It would cost my young mistress her life. For heaven's sake, ma'am, write and promise if you send for her she shall get the note. So Dolly made the promise, and bringing old Tamar with her into the study, penned these odd lines from her dictation, merely adjusting the grammar. Miss Rady, dear, if coming down tonight from Brenden, this is to tell you, it is as much as your life is worth to pass the blackberry walk above the steps. My old eyes have seen him there, walking back and forward, lying at catch for someone. This night, the great enemy of man, you can suppose in what shape. Your dutiful and loving servant, Tamar. So old Tamar, after a little, took her departure, and it needed a great effort to enable her to take the turn up the dark and lonely mill road leading to Redmond's farm. So much did she dread the possibility of again encountering the person she had just described. End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 70. The Meeting in the Long Pond Alley. I suppose there were few waking heads at this hour in all the wide parish of Gillingden, though many a usually idle one was now busy enough about the great political struggle which was to muster its native forces, both in borough and county, and agitate these rural regions with the roar and commotion of civil strife. But generals must sleep like other men, and even Tom Wylden was snoring in the fairyland of dreams. The night was very still. A sharp night, with a thin moon, like a scimitar, hanging bright in the sky, and a myriad of intense stars blinking in the heavens, above the steep roofs and spiral chimneys of Brenden Hall, and the ancient trees that surrounded it. It was late in the night, as we know. The family, according to their custom, had sought their slumbers early, and the great old house was perfectly still. One pair, at least, of eyes, however, were wide open, one head busy, and one person still in his daily costume. This was Mr. Larkham, the grave major domo, the bland and attached butler. He was not busy about his plate, nor balancing the cellar book, nor even perusing his Bible. He was seated in that small room or closet which he had years ago appropriated as his private apartment. It is opposite the housekeeper's room, a sequestered, philosophic retreat. He dressed in it, read his newspaper there, and there saw his select acquaintance. His wardrobe stood there. The iron safe in which he kept his keys filled one of its nooks. He had his 2 or 3 shelves of books in the recess, not that he disturbed them much, but they were a grave and gentlemanlike property, and he liked them for their binding and the impression they produced on his visitors. There was a meditative fragrance of cigars about him, and 2 or 3 Havana stumps under the grate. The fact is, he was engaged over a letter, the writing of which, considering how accomplished a gentleman he was, he had found rather laborious and tedious. The penmanship was, I am afraid, clumsy, and the spelling here and there irregular. It was finished, however, and he was now reading it over with care. It was thus expressed: "Respected Sir, in accordance with your desire, I have took my pen to say a few words. There has come a letter for a certain person this morning with a London postmark, and I do not know hand nor seal, but bad writing, which I have not seen what contains, but I may, for as you told me often, you are anxious for welfare of our family, as I know to be no more than truth. So I am anxious to askest you, sir, which my conscience is satisfied, but letter as troubled a certain person awful, who I knew was angry, and look awful put about, which do not often happen, and you may see where there is something in wind he is all day so awful peevish. You will not think worse of me, speaking plain, as you desire, there being a deal to regret for friends of the old family, I fear, in a certain recent marriage. If I should learn be chance contents of letter, I will see where write you. I remain your humble servant, John Larcom." Just as grave Mr. Larcom had ended the perusal of this bulletin, he heard a light step on the stair at the end of the passage, which made his manly heart jump unpleasantly within his fat ribs. He thrust the unfolded letter roughly into the very depths of his breeches pocket, and blew out both candles, and then listened, as still as a mouse. What frightened him was the certainty that the step, which he well knew, was Stanley Lake's. And Stanley being a wide-awake and violent person, and his measures sharp and reckless, Mr. Larcom cherished a nervous respect for him. He listened. The captain's step came lightly to the foot of the stairs, and paused. Mr. Larcom prepared to be fast asleep in the chair, in the event of the captain's making a sudden advance, and entering his sanctum, but this movement was not executed. There was a small door at the foot of the stairs. It shut with a spring lock, of which Captain Lake had a latch-key. Mr. Larcom accidentally had another, a cylindrical bit of steel, with a hinge in the end of it, and a few queer wards. Now of this little door he heard the 2 iron bolts stealthily drawn, and then the handle of the spring lock turned, and the door cautiously opened and as gently closed. Mr. Larcom's fears now naturally subsided, and curiosity as naturally supervened. He drew near his window, and it was well he had extinguished his lights, for as he did so Captain Lake's light figure, in a grey paletot and cloth cap, glided by like a spirit in the faint moonlight. This phenomenon excited the profoundest interest in the corresponding friend of the family, who, fumbling his letter between his finger and thumb in his breeches pocket, standing on tiptoe, with mouth agape and his head against the shutter, followed the receding figure with a greedy stare. Mr. Larcom had no theory whatsoever to account for this procedure on the part of his master. It must be something very extraordinary, and well worth investigating, of course for the benefit of the family, which could have evoked the apparition which had just crossed his window. With his eyes close to the window-pane, he saw his master glide swiftly along the short terrace which covers this side of the house, and disappear down the steps like a spectre sinking into the earth. "It is a meeting," thought Mr. Larcom, taking courage, for he already felt something of the confidence and superiority of possessing a secret. And as quickly as might be, the trustworthy man, with his latch-key in his pocket, softly opened the portal through which the object of his anxiety had just emerged, closed the door behind him, and stood listening intently in the recess of the entrance, where he heard the now more careless step of the captain, treading, as he thought, the broad yew-walk which turns at a right angle at the foot of the terrace step. The black yew hedge was a perfect screen. Here was obviously resented a chance of obtaining the command of a secret of greater or less importance. It was a considerable stake to play for, and well worth a trifling risk. He did not hesitate to follow, but with the soft tread of a polite butler, doing his offices over the thick carpet of a drawing-room, and it was in his mind, "Suppose he does discover me, what then? I'm as much surprised as he. Thomas Bruin, the footman, who is under notice to leave, has twice, to the captain's knowledge, played me the same trick, and stole out through the gun-room window at night, and denied it afterwards. So I sat up to detect him, and hearing the door open, and a step, I pursued, and find I've made a mistake, and beg pardon with proper humility. Supposing the master is on the same errand, what can he say? It will bring me a present, and a hint to say nothing of my having seen him in the yew-walk at this hour." Of course he did not run through all this rigmarole in detail, but the situation, the excuse, and the result were present to his mind, and filled him with a comfortable assurance. Therefore, with decision and caution, he followed Captain Lake's march, and reaching the yew-walk, he saw the slim figure in the cap and paletot turn the corner, and enter the broad walk between the two wall-like beech hedges, which led direct to the first artificial pond, a long, narrow parallelogram, round which the broad walk passed in 2 straight lines, fenced with the towering beech hedges, shorn as smooth as the walls of a nunnery. When the butler reached the point at which Captain Lake had turned, he found himself all at once within 50 steps of that eccentric gentleman, who was talking, but in so low a tone that not even the sound of the voices reached him, with a rather short, broad-shouldered person, buttoned up in a surtout, and wearing a queer, Germanesque felt hat, battered and crushed a good deal. Mr. Larkham held his breath. He was profoundly interested. After a while, with an oath, he exclaimed, "That's him!" Then after another pause he gasped another oath. "It is him!" The square-built man in the surtout had a great pair of black whiskers, and as he stood opposite Lake, conversing, with now and again an earnest gesture, he showed a profile which Mr. Larkham knew very well, and now they turned and walked slowly side by side along the broad walk by that perpendicular wall of crisp brown leaves. He recognized also a certain hitch in his shoulder, which made him swear and asseverate again. He would have given something to hear what was passing. He thought uneasily whether there might not be a side path or orifice anywhere through which he might creep so as to get to the other side of the hedge and listen. But there was no way, and he must rest content with such report as his eyes might furnish. "They're not quarrelling no-ways," murmured he. And indeed they walked together, stopping now and again, as it seemed, very amicably. Captain Lake seemed to have most to say. "He's awful cowed, he is. I never did think to see Mr. Wylder so afeard of Lake. He is afeard. Yes, he is. That he is." And indeed there was an indescribable air of subservience in the demeanour of the square-built gentleman, very different from what Mark Wylder once showed. He saw the captain take from the pocket of his paletot a square box or packet, it might be jewels or only papers, and hand them to his companion, who popped them into his left-hand surtout pocket, and kept his hand there as if the freightage were specially valuable. Then they talked earnestly a little longer, standing together by the pond, and then, side by side, they paced down the broad walk by its edge. It was a long walk. Honest Larkham would have followed if there had been any sort of cover to hide his advance, but there being nothing of the kind, he was fain to abide at its corner. Thence he beheld them come at last, slowly, to a standstill, talk evidently a little more, and finally they shook hands, an indefinable something still of superiority in Lake's air, and parted. The captain was now all at once walking at a swift pace, alone, towards Larkham's post of observation, and his secret confederate nearly as rapidly in an opposite direction. It would not do for the butler to be taken or even seen by Lake, nor yet to be left at the outside of the door and barred out. So the captain had hardly commenced his homeward walk, when Larkham, though no great runner, threw himself into an agitated amble, and reached and entered the little door just in time to escape observation. He had not been 2 minutes in his apartment again, when he once more beheld the figure of his master cross the window, and heard the small door softly opened and closed, and the bolts slowly and cautiously drawn again into their places. Then there was a pause. Lake was listening to ascertain whether anyone was stirring, and being satisfied, reascended the stairs, leaving the stout and courteous butler ample matter for romantic speculation. It was now the butler's turn to listen, which he did at the half-opened door of his room. When he was quite assured that all was quiet, he shut and bolted his door, closed the window-shutters, and relighted his pair of wax candles. Mr. Larkham was a good deal excited. He had seen strange things that night. He was a good deal blown and heated by his run, and a little wild and scared at the closeness of the captain's unconscious pursuit. His head, beside, was full of amazing conjectures. After a while he took his crumpled letter from his pocket, unfolded and smoothed it, and wrote upon a blank half-page, Respected Sir, since the above I have a much to tell most surprisin'. The gentleman you were anxious of tiding, Mr. M.W., is come private, and him and master met to-night near 2 in morning in the Long Pond alley, so is near home than we supposed. No more at present, sir, from your humble servant, John Larcom. I shall go to Dollington day arter to-morrow by 11 o'clock train, if you are goin', sir. When the attorney returned, between 11 and 12 o'clock next morning, this letter awaited him. It did not, of course, surprise him, but it conclusively corroborated all his inferences. Here had been Mark Wylder. He had stopped at Dollington, as the attorney suspected he would, and he had kept tryst in the Brenden grounds with sly Captain Lake, whose relations with him it became now more difficult than ever clearly to comprehend. Wylder was plainly under no physical coercion. He had come and gone unattended. For one reason or other, he was at least as strongly interested as Lake in maintaining secrecy. That Mark Wylder was living was the grand fact with which he had just then to do. How near he had been to purchasing the vicar's reversion! The engrossed deeds lay in the black box there. And yet it might be all true about Mark's secret marriage. At that moment there might be a whole rosary of sons, small and great, to intercept the inheritance, and the Reverend William Wylder might have no more chance of the estates than he had of the crown. What a deliverance for the good attorney! His money was quite safe. The excellent man's religion was, we know, a little Jewish, and rested upon temporal rewards and comforts. He thought, I am sure, that a competent staff of angels were placed specially in charge of the interests of Josiah Larkin, Esquire, who attended so many services and sermons on Sundays, and led a life of such ascetic propriety. He felt quite grateful to them in his priggish way. Their management in this matter had been so eminently satisfactory. He regretted that he had not an opportunity of telling them so personally. I don't say that he would have expressed it in these literal terms, but it was fixed in his mind that the carriage of his business was supernaturally arranged. Perhaps he was right, and he was at once elated and purified, and his looks and manner that afternoon were more than usually meek and celestial. End of chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 71. Sir Harry Bracton's Invasion of Gillingden. Jim Dutton had not turned up since, and his letter was one of those mare's nests of which gentlemen in Mr. Larkin's line of business have so large an experience. Of Mark Wylder not a trace was discoverable. His enquiries on this point were, of course, conducted with caution and remoteness. Gillingden, however, was one of those places which, if it knows anything, is sure to find a way of telling it, and the attorney was soon satisfied that Mark's secret visit had been conducted with sufficient caution to baffle the eyes and ears of the good folk of the town. Well, one thing was plain. The purchase of the reversion was to wait, and fraudulent as was the price at which he had proposed to buy it, he was now resolved to get it for less than half that sum, and he wrote a short note to the vicar, which he forthwith dispatched. In the meantime, there was not a moment to be lost in clenching the purchase of 5 Oaks, and Mr. Josiah Larkin, with one of his young men with him in the tax cart, reached Brenden Hall in a marvelously short time after his arrival at home. Josiah Larkin, his clerk in the despatch box, had a short wait in the Dutch room before his admission to the library, where an animated debate was audible. The tremendous contest impending over the county was, of course, the theme. In the Dutch room where they waited there was a large table with a pyramid of blank envelopes in the middle, and ever so many cubic feet of canvassing circulars, 6 chairs, and pens and ink. The clerks were in the housekeeper's room at that moment, partaking of refreshment. There was a gig in the courtyard, with a groom at the horse's head, and Larkin, as he drew up, saw a chaise driving round to the stable-yard. People of all sorts were coming and going, and Brenden Hall was already growing like an inn. "How do you do, dear Larkin?" said Captain Brenden Stanley Lake, the hero of all this debate and commotion, smiling his customary sly greeting, and extending his slim hand across the arm of his chair. "I'm so sorry you were away. This thing has come after all so suddenly. We are getting on famously, though, but I'm awfully fagged." And indeed he looked pale and tired, though smiling. "I've a lot of fellows with me. They've just run in to luncheon. Won't you take something?" But Josiah Larkin, smiling after his sort, excused himself. He was glad they had a moment to themselves. He had brought the money, which he knew would be acceptable at such a moment, and he thought it would be desirable to sign and seal forthwith, to which the captain a little anxiously agreed. So he got in one of the clerks who were directing the canvassing circulars, and gave him the draft, approved by his counsel, to read aloud, while he followed with his eye upon the engrossed deed. The attorney told down the money in bank bills. He fancied that exception might be taken to his check for so large a sum, and was eager to avoid delay, and came from London so provided. The captain was not sorry, for in truth he was in rather imminent jeopardy just then. He had spoken truth, strangely enough, when he mentioned his gambling debts as an incentive to his marriage with the heiress of Brenden in that Sunday walk with Rachel in the park. And hardly 10 minutes had passed when Melton Hervey, trustiest of aides-de-camps, was on his way to Dollington to make a large lodgment to the captain's credit in the county bank, and to procure a letter of credit for a stupendous sum in favor of Messrs. Hiram and Jacobs, transmitted under cover to Captain Lake's town solicitor. The captain had signed, sealed, and delivered, murmuring that formula about hand and seal and act and deed, and Dorkas glided in like a ghost, and merely whispering an inquiry to Lake, did likewise, the clerk deferentially putting the query, "This is your hand and seal," and so on, and Josiah Larkin drawing a step or two backward. Of course the lady saw that lank and sinister man of God quite distinctly, but she did not choose to do so, and Larkin, with a grand sort of prescience, foresaw a county feud between the houses of Five Oaks and Brenden, and now the lady had vanished. The money, carefully counted, was rolled in Lake's pocketbook, and the bright new deed, which made Josiah Larkin of the Lodge, Esquire, master of Five Oaks, was safely locked into the box under his long arm, and the attorney vanished, bowing very much, and concealing his elation under a solemn sort of nonchalance. The note, which by this time the vicar had received, though short, was on the whole tremendous. It said, "Private. Reverend and dear Sir, I have this moment arrived from London, where I deeply regret to state the negotiation on which we both relied to carry you comfortably over your present difficulties has fallen through, in consequence of what I cannot but regard as the inexcusable caprice of the intending purchaser. He declines stating any reason for his withdrawal. I fear that the articles were so artfully framed by his solicitors in one particular which it never entered into my mind to refer to anything like trick or design, that we shall find it impossible to compel him to carry out what, in the strongest terms, I have represented to Messrs. Burlington and Smith as a bargain irrevocably concluded in point of honor and morality. The refusal of their own client to make the proposed investment has alarmed those gentlemen, I regret to add, for the safety of their costs, which, as I before apprised you, are, though I cannot say excessive, certainly very heavy, and I fear we must be prepared for extreme measures upon their part. I have carefully reconsidered the very handsome proposal which Miss Lake was so good as to submit, but the result is that partly on technical and partly on other grounds, I continue of the clear opinion that the idea is absolutely impracticable and must be peremptorily laid aside in attempting to arrive at an estimate of any resources which you may be conscious of commanding. If, under these deplorably untoward circumstances, you still think I can be of any use to you, may I beg that you will not hesitate to say how. I remain, my dear and reverend sir, with profound regrets and sympathy, yours very sincerely, Josiah H. Larkin." He had already imported the H, which was to germinate in a little while into Howard. When Josiah Larkin wanted to get a man's property a bargain, and he had made 2 or 3 excellent hits, though comparatively on a very small scale, he liked so to contrive matters as to bring his client to his knees, begging him to purchase on the terms he wished, and then Josiah Larkin came forward in the interests of humanity, and unable to resist the importunities of a party whom he respected, he did what at the time appeared a very risky thing, although it has turned out tolerably safe in the long run. The screw was now twisted pretty well home upon the poor vicar, who, if he had any sense at all, would, remembering Larkin's expressions only a week before, suggest his buying, and so the correspondence would disclose, in a manner most honorable to the attorney, the history of the purchase. But the clouds had begun to break and the sky to clear over the good vicar, just at the point where they had been darkest and most menacing. Little Fairy, after all, was better. Good-natured Buttle had been there at 9, quite amazed at his being so well, still reserved and cautious and afraid of raising hopes. But when he came back at 11 and had completed his examination, he told them frankly that there was a decided change. In fact, that the little man, with of course great care, might do very well and ought to recover if nothing went wrong. Honest Buttle was delighted. He chuckled over the little man's bed. He could not suppress his grins. He was a miracle of a child, a prodigy. By George, it was the most extraordinary case he had ever met with. It was all that bottle and that miraculous child. They seemed made for one another. From 2 o'clock last night, the action of his skin has commenced and never ceased since. When he was here last night, the little fellow's pulse was 144, and now down to 97. The doctor grew jocular, and who can resist a doctor's jokes when they garnish such tidings as he was telling? Was ever so pleasant a doctor? Laughter through tears greeted these pleasantries, and oh, such transports of gratitude broke forth when he was gone. It was well for Driver, the postmaster, and his daughters that all the circulars made up that day in Brenden Hall were not dispatched to the Gillingden post office. It was amazing how so many voters could find room to one county. Next day it was resolved the captain's personal canvass was to commence. The invaluable Wylder had run through the list of his tomorrow's visits and given him an inkling of the idiosyncrasies, the feuds, and the likings of each elector in the catalogue. "Busy times, sir," Tom Wylder used to remark with a chuckle from time to time, in the thick of the fuss and conspiration which was the breath of his nostrils. And doubtless so they are, and were, and ever will be until the time-honored machinery of our election system has been overhauled and adapted to the civilization of these days. Captain Brenden Lake was as much as possible at headquarters in these critical times, and suddenly Mr. Crump, the baker, and John Thomas of the Delft ironmongery, sponge, and umbrella shop at the corner of Church Street in Gillingden were announced by the fatigued servant. They bowed and stood grinning near the door, and the urbane and cordial captain, with all a candidate's good fellowship, shook them both by the hands and heard their story, and an exciting one it was. Sir Harry Bracton had actually invaded the town of Gillingden. There was a rabble of the Wrath at Queen's Bracton along with him. He, with 2 or 3 young swells by him, had made a speech from his barouche outside the Silver Lion near the Green, and he was now haranguing from the steps of the courthouse. They had a couple of flags and some music. It was a regular planned thing, for the Queen's Bracton people had been dropping in an hour before. The shopkeepers were shutting their windows. Sir Harry was chaffing the captain and hitting him very hard for a hupstart. And in fact, Crump was more particular in reporting the worthy baronet's language than was absolutely necessary, and it was thought that Sir Harry was going to canvass the town. The captain was very much obliged indeed, and begged they would go into the parlor and take luncheon, and forthwith Wylder took the command. The gamekeepers, the 50 haymakers in the great meadow, they were to enter the town from the top of Church Street, where they were to gather all the boys and blackguards they could. The men from the gasworks, the masons and blacksmiths, were to be marched in by Luke Samways. Tom Wylder would himself, in passing, give the men at the coal works a hint. Sir Harry's invasion was the most audacious thing on record, and it was incumbent on Gillingden to make his defeat memorably disgraceful and disastrous. His barouche was to be smashed and burnt on the Green. His white topcoat and hat were to clothe the effigy which was to swing over the bonfire. The captured Bracton banners were to hang in the coffee room of the Silver Lion to inspire the roughs. What was to become of the human portion of the hostile pageant, Tom, being an official person, did not choose to hint. All these and 50 minor measures were ordered by the fertile Wylder in a minute, and suitable messengers on the wing to see after them. The captain, accompanied by Mr. Jekyll, myself, and a couple of the grave scriveners from the next room, were to go by the back approach in Redmond's Dell to the assembly rooms, which Crump and Thomas, already on their way in the fly, undertook to have open for their reception, and furnished with some serious politicians from the vicinity. From the windows, the captain, thus supported, was to make his maiden speech, one point in which Tom Wylder insisted upon, and that was an injunction to the men of Gillingden on no account to break the peace. Take care to say it, and we'll have it well reported in the Chronicle, and our lads won't mind it, nor hear it, neither, for that matter. So there was mounting in hot haste in the courtyard of old Brenden, and a rather ponderous selection of walking sticks by the politicians, of whom I was one, intended for the windows of the assembly room. Lake Road, Tom Wylder, myself, and 2 scriveners squeezed into the dog cart, which was driven by Jekyll, and away we went. It was a pleasant drive under the noble old trees, but we were in no mood for the picturesque. A few minutes brought us into the Blackberry Hollow, which debouches into Redmond's Dell. Here, the road being both steep and rugged, our speed abated. The precipitous banks shut out the sunlight except at noon, and the road through this defile, overhung by towering trees and rocks, was even now in solemn shadow. The cart road, leading down to Redmond's Dell and passing the mills near Redmond's farm, diverges from the footpath with which we are so well acquainted, near that perpendicular block of stone which stands a little above the steps which the footpath here descends. End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 72. Mark Wylder's Hand. Just at the darkest point of the road, a little above the rude column which I have mentioned, Lake's horse, a young one, shied, stopped short, recoiling on its haunches, and snorted fiercely into the air. At the same time, the 2 dogs which had accompanied us began to bark furiously beneath in the ravine. The tall form of Uncle Lorne was leaning against a tree at the edge of the ravine, with his left hand extended towards us, and his right pointing down the precipice. Perhaps it was this odd apparition that startled Lake's horse. "I told you he was coming up. Lend him a hand," yelled Uncle Lorne in great excitement. No one at such a moment minded his maunderings, but many people afterwards thought that the crazed old man, in one of his night rambles, had seen that which till now no one had imagined, and that Captain Lake himself, whose dislike of him was hardly disguised, suspected him at times of that alarming knowledge. Lake plunged the spurs into his beast, which reared so straight that she toppled backward toward the edge of the ravine. "Strike her on the head! Jump off!" shouted Wylder, but he did neither. "Damn it! Put her head down! Lean forward!" bellowed Wylder again. But it would not do. With a crash among briars and a heavy thump from beneath that shook the earth, the mare and her rider went over. A shout of horror broke from us all, and Jekyll, watching the catastrophe, was very near pulling our horse over the edge and launching us all together, like the captain, into the defile. In a moment more we were all on the ground, and scrambling down the side of the ravine, among rocks, boughs, brambles, and ferns, in the deep shadows of the gorge, the dogs still yelling furiously from below. "Here he is!" cried Jekyll. "How are you, Lake? Much hurt, old boy?" "By Jove, he's killed, I think." Lake groaned. He lay about 12 feet below the edge. The mare, now lying near the bottom of the gorge, had, I believe, fallen upon him, and then tumbled over. Strange to say, Lake was conscious, and in a few seconds he said, in reply to the horrified questions of his friend, "I'm all smashed. Don't move me." And in a minute more, "Don't mind that damned brute. She's killed. Let her lie." It appeared very odd, but so it was. He appeared eager upon this point, and faint as he was, almost savage. "Tell him to let her lie there." Wylder and I, however, scrambled down the bank. He was right. The mare lay stone dead on her side at the bottom. He lifted her head by the ear and let it fall back. In the meantime, the dogs continued their unaccountable yelling close by. "What the devil's that?" said Wylder. Something like a stunted, blackened branch was sticking out of the peat, ending in a set of short, thickish twigs. This is what it seemed. The dogs were barking at it. It was really a human hand and arm, disclosed by the slipping of the bank, undermined by the brook which was swollen by the recent rains. The dogs were sniffing and yelping about it. "It's a hand!" cried Wylder with an oath. "A hand?" I echoed. We were both peering at it, having drawn near, stooping and hesitating as men do in a curious horror. It was indeed a human hand and arm, disclosed from about the elbow, enveloped in a discoloured coat-sleeve which fell back from the limb, and the fingers, like it, black, were extended in the air. Nothing more of the body to which it belonged, except the point of a knee, in stained and muddy trousers, protruding from the peat, was visible. It must have lain there a considerable time, for, notwithstanding the antiseptic properties of that sort of soil, mixed with the decayed bark and fibre of trees, a portion of the flesh of the hand was decomposed, and the naked bone disclosed. On the little finger something glimmered dully. In this livid hand, rising from the earth, there was a character both of menace and appeal, and on the finger, as I afterwards saw at the inquest, glimmered the talismanic legend Resurgam, I will rise again. It was the corpse of Mark Wylder, which had lain buried here undiscovered for many months. A horrible odour loaded the air. Perhaps it was this smell of carrion, from which horses sometimes recoil with a special terror, that caused the swerving and rearing which had ended so fatally. At that moment we heard a voice calling, and raising our eyes, saw Uncle Lorne looking down from the rock with an agitated scowl. "I've done with him now, emeritus, he touches me no more. Take him by the hand, merciful lads, or they'll draw him down again." And with these words Uncle Lorne receded, and I saw him no more. As yet we had no suspicion whose was the body thus unexpectedly discovered. We beat off the dogs, and on returning to Lake found Jekyll trying to raise him a little against a tree. We were not far from Redmond's farm, and it was agreed on hasty consultation that our best course would be to carry Lake thither at once by the footpath, and that one of us, Wylden undertook this, should drive the carriage on, and apprising Rachel on the way of the accident which had happened, and that her brother was on his way thither, should drive on to Buttle's house, sending assistance to us from the town. It was plain that Stanley Lake's canvass was pretty well over. There was not one of us who looked at him that did not feel convinced that he was mortally hurt. I don't think he believed so himself then, but we could not move him from the place where he lay without inflicting so much pain that we were obliged to wait for assistance. "Damn the dogs! What are they barking for?" said Lake faintly. He seemed distressed by the noise. "There's a dead body partly disclosed down there, someone murdered and buried, but one of Mr. Jukes' young men is keeping them off." Lake made an effort to raise himself, but with a grin and a suppressed moan he abandoned it. "Is there no doctor?" "I'm very much hurt," said Lake faintly after a minute's silence. We told him that Buttle had been sent for, and that we only awaited help to get him down to Redmond's farm. When Rachel heard the clang of hoofs and the rattle of the tax cart driving down the mill road at a pace so unusual, a vague augury of evil smote her. She was standing in the porch of her tiny house, and old Tamar was sitting knitting on the bench close by. "Tamar, they are galloping down the road, I think. What can it mean?" exclaimed the young lady, scared she could not tell why, and old Tamar stood up and shaded her eyes with her shrunken hand. Tom Wylden pulled up at the little wicket. He was pale. He had lost his hat, too, among the thickets, and could not take time to recover it. Altogether he looked wild. He put his hand to where his hat should have been in token of salutation, and said "I beg pardon, Miss Lake, ma'am, but I'm sorry to say your brother, the captain's badly hurt, and maybe you could have a shakedown in the parlour ready for him by the time I come back with the doctor, ma'am." Rachel, she did not know how, was close by the wheel of the vehicle by this time. "Is it Sir Harry Bracton? He's in the town, I know. Is Stanley shot?" "Not shot, only thrown, miss, into the dell. His mare shied at a dead body that's there. You'd better stay where you are, miss, but if you could send up some water, I think he'd like it. Going for the doctor, ma'am. Good-bye, Miss Lake." And away went Wylden, wild, pale, and hatless, like a man pursued by robbers. "Oh, Tamar, he's killed. Stanley's killed. I'm sure he's killed, and all's discovered." And Rachel ran wildly up the hill a few steps, but stopped and returned as swiftly. "Thank God, miss," said old Tamar, lifting up her trembling fingers and white eyes to heaven. "Better dead, miss, than living on in sin and sorrow. Better discovered than hid by daily falsehood and cruelty. Old Tamar's tired of life. She's willing to go, and wishing for death this many a day. Oh, Master Stanley, my child!" Rachel went into the parlour and kneeled down, with white upturned face and clasped hands. But she could not pray. She could only look her wild supplication, deliverance, an issue out of the terrors that beset her. And oh, poor miserable lost Stanley! It was just a look and an inarticulate cry for mercy. An hour after, Captain Stanley Brenden Lake, whose election address was figuring that evening in the Dollington Courier and in the County Chronicle, lay with his clothes still on in the little drawing-room of Redmond's farm, his injuries ascertained, his thigh broken near the hip, and his spine fractured. No hope, no possibility of a physical reascension this time. Meanwhile, in the Blackberry Dell, Dr. Buddle was assisting at a different sort of inquisition. The two policemen who constituted the civil force of Gillingden, two justices of the peace, the doctor, and a crowd of amateurs, among whom I rank myself, were grouped in the dismal gorge, a little to windward of the dead body which fate had brought to light, while 3 men were now employed in cautiously disinterring it. When the operation was completed, there remained no doubt whatever on my mind. Discoloured and disfigured as were both clothes and body, I was sure that the dead man was no other than Mark Wylder. When the clay with which it was clotted was a little removed, it became indubitable. The great whiskers, the teeth so white and even, and oddly enough, one black lock of hair which he wore twisted in a formal curl, flat on his forehead, remained undisturbed in its position, as it was fixed there at his last toilet for Brandon Hall. In the rude and shallow grave in which he lay, his purse was found, and some loose silver mixed in the mould. The left hand, on which was the ring of the Persian magician, was bare, the right gloved, with the glove of the other hand clutched firmly in it. The body was got up in a sheet to a sort of spring-cart which awaited it, and so conveyed to the Silver Lion in Gillingden, where it was placed in a disused coach-house to await the inquest. There the examination was continued, and his watch, the chain broken, found in his waistcoat pocket. In his coat pocket were found, of course in no very presentable condition, his cigar case, his initials stamped on it, for Mark had in his day a keen sense of property, his handkerchief also marked, a pocket-book with some entries nearly effaced, and a letter unopened and sealed with Lord Chelford's seal. The writing was nearly washed away, but the letters Ilwich or Twitch were still legible near the corner, and it turned out to be a letter to Dulwich, which Mark Wylder had undertaken to put in the Gillingden post office on the last night on which he appeared at Brenden. The whole town was in a ferment that night. Great debate and conjecture in the reading-room, and even on the benches of the billiard-room. The Silver Lion did a great business that night. Mine host might have turned a good round sum only by showing the body, were it not that Edwards, the chief policeman, had the keys of the coach-house. Much toing and froing there was between the town and Redmond's farm, the respectable inhabitants all sending or going up to inquire how the captain was doing. At last Dr. Buddle officially interfered. The constant bustle was injurious to his patient. An hourly bulletin up to 12 o'clock should be in the hall of the Brandon Arms, and Redmond's Dell grew quiet once more. When William Wylder heard the news, he fainted, not altogether through horror or grief, though he felt both, but the change in his circumstances was so amazing and momentous. It was a strange shock, immense relief, immense horror, quite overwhelming. Mark had done some good-natured things for him in a small 5-pound way. He had promised him that loan, too, which would have lifted him out of his slough of despond, and he clung with an affectionate gratitude to these exhibitions of brotherly love. Besides, he had accustomed himself, the organ of veneration standing prominent on the top of the vicar's head, to regard Mark in the light of a great practical genius, natus rebus agendus. He knew men so thoroughly, he understood the world so marvellously. The vicar was not in the least surprised when Mark came in for a fortune. He had always predicted that Mark must become very rich, and that nothing but indolence could prevent his ultimately becoming a very great man. The sudden and total disappearance of so colossal an object was itself amazing. There was another person very strongly, though differently, affected by the news. Under pretext of business at Naunton, Josiah Larkin had driven off early to 5 Oaks, to make inspection of his purchase. He dined like a king in disguise at the humble little hostelry of Naunton Friars, and returned in the twilight to the lodge which he would make the dower house of 5 Oaks, with the Howard shield over the door. He was gracious to his domestics, but the distance was increased. He was nearer to the clouds, and they looked smaller. "Well, Mrs. Smithers," said he, encouragingly, his long feet on the fender, for the evening was sharp, and Mrs. S. knew that he liked a bit of fire at his tea. "Any letters, any calls, any news stirring?" "No letters, no calls, sir, please, except the butcher's book. I suppose, sir, you were viewing the body." "What body?" "Mr. Wylder's, please, sir." "The vicar!" exclaimed Mr. Larkin, his smile of condescension suddenly vanishing. "No, sir, Mr. Mark Wylder, please. The gentleman, sir, as was to have married Miss Brenden." "What the devil do you mean, woman?" ejaculated the attorney, his back to the fire, standing erect, and a black shadow over his amazed and offended countenance. The devil in such a mouth was so appalling and so amazing that the worthy woman gazed, thunderstruck, upon him for a moment. "Beg your pardon, sir, but his body's been found, sir." You mean Mr. Mark? Yes, please, sir, in a hole near the mill road. It's up in the Silver Lion now, sir. It must be the vicar's. It must, said Josiah Larkin, getting his hat on sternly, and thinking how likely he was to throw himself into the mill race, and impossible it was that Mark, whom he and Larkham had both seen alive and well last night, the latter, indeed, this morning, could possibly be the man. And thus, comforting himself, he met old Major Jackson on the green, and that gentleman's statement ended with the words, "and in an advanced stage of decomposition." "That settles the matter," said Larkin, breathing again, and with a toss of his head, and almost a smile of disdain, "for I saw Mr. Mark Wylder late last night at Shillingsworth." Leaving Major Jackson in considerable surprise, Mr. Larkin walked off to Edward's dwelling at the top of Church Street, and found that active policeman at home. In his cool, grand, official way, Mr. Larkin requested Mr. Edwards to accompany him to the Silver Lion, where in the same calm and commanding way he desired him to attend him to view the corpse. In virtue of his relation to Mark Wylder, and of his position as sole resident and legal practitioner, he was obeyed. The odious spectacle occupied him for some minutes. He did not speak while they remained in the room. On coming out there was a black cloud upon the attorney's features, and he said sulkily to Edwards, who had turned the key in the lock, and now touched his hat as he listened, "Yes, there is a resemblance, but it is all a mistake. I travelled as far as Shillingsworth last night with Mr. Mark Wylder. He was perfectly well. This can't be he." But there was a terrible impression on Mr. Josiah Larkin's mind that this certainly was he, and with a sulky nod to the policeman, he walked darkly down to the vicar's house. The vicar had been sent for to Naunton to pray with a dying person, and Mr. Larkin, disappointed, left a note to state that in writing that morning, as he had done, in reference to the purchase of the reversion through Messrs. Burlington and Smith, he had simply expressed his own surmises as to the probable withdrawal of the intending purchaser, but had received no formal, nor indeed any authentic information from either the party or the solicitors referred to that effect. That he mentioned this, lest misapprehension should arise, but not as attaching any importance to the supposed discovery which seemed to imply Mr. Mark Wylder's death. That gentleman, on the contrary, he had seen alive and well at Shillingsworth on the night previous, and he had been seen in conference with Captain Lake at a subsequent hour at Brenden. From all this the reader may suppose that Mr. Josiah Larkin was not quite in a comfortable state, and he resolved to get the deeds, and go down again to the vicar's, and persuade him to execute them. He could make William Wylder, of course, do whatever he pleased. There were a good many drunken fellows about the town, but there was an end of election demonstrations in the Brenden interest. Captain Lake was not going in for that race. He would be on another errand by the time the writ came down. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 73. The Mask Falls. There was a stop press that evening in the county paper. We have just learned that a body has been disinterred early this afternoon under very strange circumstances in the neighbourhood of Gillingden, and if the surmises which are afloat prove well-founded, the discovery will set at rest the speculations which have been busy respecting the whereabouts of a certain gentleman of large property and ancient lineage, who some time since mysteriously disappeared, and will no doubt throw this county into a state of very unusual excitement. We can state upon authority that the coroner will hold his inquest on the body tomorrow at 12 o'clock in the town of Gillingden. There was also an allusion to Captain Lake's accident, with the expression of a hope that it would prove but a trifling one, and an assurance that his canvass would not be prevented by it, although for a few days it might not be a personal one. But his friends might rely on seeing him at the hustings, and hearing him too, when the proper time arrived. It was quite well known, however, in Gillingden by this time, that Captain Lake was not to see the hustings, that his spine was smashed, that he was lying on an extemporized bed, still in his clothes, in the little parlour of Redmond's farm, cursing the dead mare in gasps, railing at everybody, shuddering whenever they attempted to remove his clothes, hoping in broken sentences that his people would give Bracton a good licking. Bracton's outrage was the cause of the entire thing, and so help him heaven, so soon as he should be on his legs again, he would make him feel it one way or other. Buttle thought he was in so highly excited a state that his brain must have sustained some injury also. He asked Buttle about 10 o'clock, having waked up from a sort of stupor, what about Jim Dutton, and then whether there was not some talk about a body they had found, and what it was. So Buttle told him all that was yet known, and he listened very attentively. "But Larkin has been corresponding with Mark Wylder up to a very late day, and if this body has been so long buried, how the devil can it be he? And if it be as bodies usually are after such a time, how can anybody pretend to identify it? And I happen to know that Mark Wylder is living," he added suddenly. The doctor told him not to tire himself talking, and offered, if he wished to make a statement before a magistrate, to arrange that one should attend and receive it. "I rather dislike it, because Mark wants to keep it quiet, but if on public grounds it is desirable, I will make it, of course. You'll use your discretion in mentioning the subject." So the captain was now prepared to acknowledge the secret meeting of the night before, and to corroborate the testimony of his attorney and his butler. Stanley Lake had now no idea that his injuries were dangerous. He said he had a bad bruise under his ribs and a sprained wrist, and was a little bit shaken, and he talked of his electioneering as only suspended for a day or two. Buttle, however, thought the case so imminent that on his way to the Brenden Arms, meeting Larkin, going, attended by his clerk, again to the vicar's house, he stopped him for a moment, and told him what had passed, adding that Lake was so frightfully injured that he might begin to sink at any moment, and that by next evening, at all events, he might not be in a condition to make a deposition. "It is odd enough." "Very odd," said Larkin. "It was only an hour since, in conversation with our policeman, Edwards, that I mentioned the fact of my having myself travelled from London to Shillingsworth last night with Mr. Mark Wylder, who went on by train in this direction, I presume, to meet our unfortunate friend Captain Lake by appointment. Thomas Sledden of Wadding Hall, at this moment in the Brenden Arms, is just the man. If you mention it to him, he'll go up with you to Redmond's farm and take the deposition. Let it be a deposition, do you mind? A statement is mere hearsay." Comforted somewhat, reassured in a certain way, and in strong hopes that at all events such a muddle would be established as to bewilder the jury, Mr. Josiah Larkin, with still an awful foreboding weighing at his heart, knocked at the vicar's door, and was shown into the study. A solitary candle being placed to make things bright and pleasant for the visitor, who did not look so himself, the vicar, very pale, and appearing to have grown even thinner since he last saw him, entered, and shook his hand with an anxious attempt at a smile, which faded almost instantly. "I am so delighted that you have come. I have passed a day of such dreadful agitation. Poor Mark! There is no doubt, sir, whatsoever that he is perfectly well. 3 different persons, unexceptionable witnesses, can depose to having seen him last night, and he had a long conference with Captain Lake, who is by this time making his deposition. It is with respect to the other little matter, the execution of the deed of conveyance to Messrs. Burlington and Smith's clients. You know my feeling about the note I wrote this morning a little, I will not say incautiously, because with a client of your known character and honour, no idea of the sort can find place, but I will say thoughtlessly. If there be any hanging back or appearance of it, it may call down unpleasant, indeed, to be quite frank, ruinous consequences, which I think, in the interest of your family, you would hardly be justified in invoking upon the mere speculation of your respected brother's death." There was a sound of voices at the door. "Do come in, pray do," was heard in Dolly's voice. "Won't you excuse me, but pray do. Willie, darling, don't you wish him to come in?" "Most particularly. Do beg of him in my name, and I know Mr. Larkin would wish it so much." And so Lord Chelford, with a look which at another time would have been an amused one, quite conscious of the oddity of his introduction, came in and slightly saluted Mr. Larkin, who was for a few seconds pretty obviously confounded, and with a pink flush all over his bald forehead, tried to smile, while his hungry little eyes searched the Viscount with fear and suspicion. Larkin's tone was now much moderated. Any sort of dealing was good enough for the simple vicar, but here was the quiet, sagacious peer who had shown himself on 2 remarkable committees, so quick and able a man of business, and the picture of the vicar's situation and of the powers and terrors of Messrs. Burlington and Smith were to be drawn with an exacter pencil and far more delicate colouring. Lord Chelford listened so quietly that the tall attorney felt he was making way with him, and concluded his persuasion by appealing to him for an opinion. "That is precisely as I said. I knew my friend Mr. Larkin would be only too glad of an opinion in this difficulty from you," threw in the vicar. The opinion came, very clear, very quiet, very unpleasant, dead against Mr. Larkin's view, and concluding with the remark that he thought there was more in the affair than had yet come to light. "I don't see exactly how, my lord," said Mr. Larkin a little loftily, and redder than usual. "Nor do I, Mr. Larkin, at present, but the sum offered is much too small, and the amount of costs and other drawbacks utterly monstrous, and the result is, after deducting all these claims, including your costs, Mr. Larkin—" Here Mr. Larkin threw up his chin a little, smiling, and waving his long hand, and saying, "Oh, as to mine," in a way that plainly expressed they are merely put down for form's sake, it is playing at costs. You know Josiah Larkin, he never so much as dreamed of looking for them. There remain hardly £950 applicable to the payment of the Reverend Mr. Wylder's debts, a sum which would have been ample before this extraordinary negotiation was commenced to have extricated him from all his pressing difficulties, and which I would have been only too happy at being permitted to advance, and which, and a great deal more, Miss Lake, whose conduct has been more than kind, quite noble, wished to place in your client's hands." "That," said the attorney, flushing a little, "I believe to have been technically impossible, and it was accompanied by a proposition which was on other grounds untenable." "You mean Miss Lake's proposed residence here, an arrangement, it appears to me, every way most desirable." "I objected to it on, I will say, moral grounds, my lord. It is painful to me to disclose what I know, but that young lady accompanied Mr. Mark Wylder, my lord, in his midnight flight from Dollington, and remained in London under, I presume, his protection for some time. That statement, sir, is, I happen to know, utterly contrary to fact. The young lady you mention never even saw Mr. Mark Wylder since she took leave of him in the drawing-room at Brenden, and I state this not in vindication of her, but to lend weight to the caution I give you against ever again presuming to connect her name with your surmises." The peer's countenance was so inexpressibly stern, and his eyes poured such a stream of fire upon the attorney, that he shrank a little, and looked down upon his great fingers, which were drumming, let us hope, some sacred music upon the table. "I am truly rejoiced, my lord, to hear you say so. Except to the young party herself, and in this presence, I have never mentioned it, and I can show you the evidence on which my conclusions rested." "Thank you. No, sir, my evidence is conclusive." I don't know what Mr. Larkin would have thought of it. It was simply Rachel's letter to her friend Dolly Wylder on the subject of the attorney's conference with her at Redmond's farm. It was a frank and passionate denial of the slander, breathing undefinably but irresistibly the spirit of truth. "Then am I to understand, in conclusion," said the attorney, "that defying all consequences the Reverend Mr. Wylder refuses to execute the deed of sale?" "Certainly," said Lord Chelford, taking this reply upon himself. "You know, my dear Mr. Wylder, I told you from the first that Messrs. Burlington and Smith were in fact a very sharp house, and I fear they will execute any powers they possess in the most summary manner." The attorney's eye was upon the vicar as he spoke, but Lord Chelford answered, "The powers you speak of are quite without parallel in a negotiation to purchase, and in the event of their hazarding such a measure, the Reverend Mr. Wylder will apply to a court of equity to arrest their proceedings. My own solicitor is retained in the case." Mr. Larkin's countenance darkened and lengthened visibly, and his eyes assumed their most unpleasant expression, and there was a little pause, during which, forgetting his lofty ways, he bit his thumb-nail rather viciously. "Then I am to understand, my lord, that I am superseded in the management of this case," said the attorney at last, in a measured way, which seemed to say, "You had better think twice on this point." "Certainly, Mr. Larkin," said the Viscount. "I am not the least bit surprised, knowing, I am sorry to say, a good deal of the ways of the world, and expecting very little gratitude for either good-will or services." This was accompanied with a melancholy sneer directed full upon the poor vicar, who did not half understand the situation, and looked rather guilty and frightened. "The Reverend Mr. Wylder very well knows with what reluctance I touched the case, a nasty case, and I must be permitted to add that I am very happy to be quite rid of it, and only regret the manner in which my wish has been anticipated, a discourtesy which I attribute, however, to female influence." The concluding sentence was spoken with a vile sneer and a measured emphasis directed at Lord Chelford, who coloured with a sudden access of indignation, and stood stern and menacing as the attorney, with a general bow to the company and a lofty nonchalance, made his exit from the apartment. Captain Lake was sinking very fast next morning. He made a statement to Chelford, who was a magistrate for the county, I suppose to assist the coroner's inquest. He said that on the night of Mark Wylder's last visit to Brenden, he had accompanied him from the Hall, that Mark had seen someone in the neighbourhood of Gillingden, a person pretending to be his wife, or some near relative of hers, as well as he, Captain Lake, could understand, and was resolved to go to London privately, and have the matter arranged there. He waited near the White House, while he, Stanley Lake, went to Gillingden and got his tax card at his desire. He could give particulars as to that. Captain Lake overtook him, and he got in and was driven to Dollington, where he took the up train. That some weeks afterwards he saw him at Brighton, and the night before last by appointment in the grounds of Brenden, and that he understood Larkin had some lights to throw upon the same subject. The jury were not sworn until 2 o'clock. The circumstances of the discovery of the body were soon established, but the question which next arose was very perplexed. Was the body that of Mr. Mark Wylder? There could be no doubt as to a general resemblance, but though marvellously preserved, in its then state certainty was hardly attainable. But there was a perfectly satisfactory identification of the dress and properties of the corpse as those of Mr. Mark Wylder. On the other hand, there was the testimony of Lord Chelford, who put Captain Lake's deposition in evidence, as also the testimony of Larkin, and the equally precise evidence of Larkham, the butler. The proceedings had reached this point when an occurrence took place which startled Lord Chelford, Larkin, Larkham, and everyone in the room who was familiar with Mark Wylder's appearance. A man pushed his way to the front of the crowd, and for a moment it seemed that Mark Wylder stood living before them. "Who are you?" said Lord Chelford. "Jim Dutton, sir. I come by reason of what I read in the Chronicle overnight about Mr. Mark Wylder being found." "Do you know anything of him?" asked the coroner. "Nowt," answered the man bluffly, "only I writ to Mr. Larkin there as I wanted to see him. I remember him well when I was a boy. I seed him in the train from Lunnon t'other night, and he seed me on the Shillingsworth platform, and I think he took me for someone else. I was comin' down to see the captain at Brenden, and seed him the same night." "Why have you come here?" asked the coroner. "Thinking I might be mistook," answered the man. "I was twice here in England, and 3 times abroad." "For whom?" "Mr. Mark Wylder," answered he. "It is a wonderful likeness," said Lord Chelford. Larkin stared at him with his worst expression, and Larkham, I think, thought he was the devil. I was as much surprised as any for a few seconds, but there were points of difference. Jim Dutton was rather a taller and every way a larger man than Mark Wylder. His face, too, was broader and coarser, but in features and limbs the relative proportions were wonderfully preserved. It was such an exaggerated portrait as a rustic genius might have executed upon a signboard. He had the same black curly hair and thick black whiskers, and the style of his dress being the same helped the illusion. In fact, it was a rough but powerful likeness, startling at the moment, unexceptionable at a little distance, but which failed on a nearer and exacter examination. There was, beside, a scar, which, however, was not a very glaring inconsistency, although it was plainly of a much older standing than the date of Mark's disappearance. All that could be got from Jim Dutton was that he thought he might be mistook, and so attended. But respecting Mr. Mark Wylder he could say nowt. He knew nowt. Lord Chelford was called away at this moment by an urgent note. It was to request his immediate attendance at Redmond's farm, to see Captain Lake, who was in a most alarming state. The hand was Dorkas's, and Lord Chelford jumped into the little pony carriage which awaited him at the door of the Silver Lion. When he reached Redmond's farm, Captain Lake could not exert himself sufficiently to speak for nearly half an hour. At the end of that time he was admitted into the tiny drawing-room in which the captain lay. He was speaking with difficulty. "Did you see Buddle just now?" "No, not since morning." "He seems to have changed. Bad opinion. Unless he has a law object. Those damned doctors never can know. Dorkas thinks I'll do no good. Don't you think he may have an object, and not believe I'm in much danger? You don't?" Lake's hand, with which he clutched and pulled Chelford's, was trembling. "You must reflect, my dear Lake, how very severe are the injuries you have sustained. You certainly are in danger. Great danger." Lake became indescribably agitated, and uttered some words, not often on his lips, that sounded like desperate words of supplication. Not that seaworthy faith which floats the spirit through the storm, but fragments of its long-buried wreck rolled up from the depths and flung madly on the howling shore. "I'd like to see Rachel at last," he said, holding Chelford's hand in both his, very hard. "She's clever, and I don't think she gives me up yet. No, a drink. And they think I'm more hurt than I really am. Buttle, you know, only an apothecary, village." And he groaned. His old friend Sir Francis Sedley, summoned by the telegraph, was now gliding from London along the rails for Dollington station, but another, a pale courier, on the sightless coursers of the air, was speeding with a different message to Captain Stanley Lake, in the small and sombre drawing-room in Redmond's Dell. I had promised Chelford to run up to Redmond's farm, and let him know if the jury arrived at a verdict during his absence. They did so, finding that the body was that of Marcus Wylder, Esquire, of Raddiston, and that he had come by his death in consequence of 2 wounds inflicted with a sharp instrument in the region of the heart, by some person or persons unknown, at a period of 4 weeks since or upwards. Chelford was engaged in the sick-room, as I understood, in conference with the patient. It was well to have heard without procrastination what he had to say, for next morning at a little past 4 o'clock he died. A nurse who had been called in from the county infirmary said he made a very happy ending. He mumbled to himself in his drowsy state, as she was quite sure, in prayer, and he made a very pretty corpse when he was laid out, and his golden hair looked so nice, and he was all so slim and shapely. Rachel and Dorcas were sitting in the room with him, not expecting the catastrophe then, both tired, both silent, the nurse dozing a little in her chair near the bed's head, and Lake said, in his clear, low tone, on a sudden, just as he spoke when perfectly well, "Quite a mistake, upon my honour." As a clear-voiced sentence sometimes speaks out in sleep, followed by silence, so no more was heard after this, no more for ever. The nurse was the first to perceive the change. "There's a change, ma'am," and there was a pause. "I'm afraid, ma'am, he's gone," said the nurse. Both ladies in an instant were at the bedside, looking at the peaked and white countenance, which was all they were ever again to see of Stanley, the yellow eyes and open mouth. Rachel's agony broke forth in a loud, wild cry. All was forgotten and forgiven in that tremendous moment. "Oh, Stanley, Stanley! Brother, brother, oh, brother!" There was the unchanged face, gaping its awful farewell of earth, all over, never to stir more. "Is he dead?" said Dorcas with the peculiar sternness of agony. There could be no doubt. It was a sight too familiar to deceive the nurse. And Dorcas closed those strange wild eyes that had so fatally fascinated her, and then she trembled, without speaking or shedding a tear. Her looks alarmed the nurse, who, with Rachel's help, persuaded her to leave the room. And then came one of those wild scenes which close such tragedies, paroxysms of despair and frantic love, over that worthless young man who lay dead below stairs, such as strike us sometimes with a desolate scepticism, and make us fancy that all affection is illusion, and perishable with the deceits and vanities of earth. End of chapter 73.
Chapter 74 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 74. We Take Leave of Our Friends. The story which, in his last interview with Lord Chelford, Stanley Lake had related, was, probably, as near the truth as he was capable of telling. On the night when Mark Wylder had left Brenden in his company, they had some angry talk, Lake's object being to induce Mark to abandon his engagement with Dorcas Brenden. He told Stanley that he would not give up Dorcas, but that he, Lake, must fight him, and go to Boulogne for the purpose, and they should arrange matters so that one or other must fall. Lake laughed quietly at the proposition, and Mark retorted by telling him he would so insult him, if he declined, as to compel a meeting. When they reached that lonely path near the flight of stone steps, Stanley distinctly threatened his companion with a disclosure of the scandalous incident in the card-room of the club, which he afterwards related, substantially as it had happened, to Joss Larkin. When he took this decisive step, Lake's nerves were strung, I dare say, to a high pitch of excitement. Mark Wylder, he knew, carried pistols, and, all things considered, he thought it just possible he might use them. He did not, but he struck Lake with the back of his hand in the face, and Lake, who walked by his side, with his fingers on the handle of a dagger in his coat pocket, instantly retorted with a stab, which he repeated as Mark fell. He solemnly averred that he never meant to have used the dagger except to defend his life. That he struck in a state of utter confusion, and when he saw Mark dead, with his feet on the path, and his head lying over the edge, he would have given a limb almost to bring him back. The terror of discovery and ruin instantly supervened. He propped the body against the bank and tried to stanch the bleeding, but there could be no doubt that he was actually dead. He got the body easily down the nearly precipitous declivity. Lake was naturally by no means wanting in resource, and a certain sort of coolness which supervened when the momentary distraction was over. He knew it would not do to leave the body so among the rocks and brambles. He recollected that only 50 yards back they had passed a spade and pick, lying, with some other tools, by the side of the path, near that bit of old wall which was being removed. Like a man doing things in a dream, without thought or trouble, only waiting and listening for a moment before he disturbed them, he took away the implements which he required, and when about to descend, a sort of panic and insurmountable disgust seized him, and in a state of supernatural dismay, he felt for a while disposed to kill himself. In that state it was he reached Redmond's farm, and his interview with Rachel occurred. It was the accidental disclosure of the blood, in which his shirt sleeve was soaked, that first opened Rachel's eyes to the frightful truth. After her first shock, all her terrors were concentrated on the one point, Stanley's imminent danger. He must be saved. She made him return. She even accompanied him as far as the top of the rude flight of steps I have mentioned so often, and there awaited his return. The condition imposed by his cowardice, and made more dreadful by the circumstance that they had heard retreating footsteps along the walk, and Stanley saw the tall figure of Uncle Julius, or Lorne, as he called himself, turning the far corner. There was a long wait here, lest he should return, but he did not appear, and Stanley, though I now believe observed by this strange being, executed his horrible task, replaced the implements, and returned to Rachel, and with her to Redmond's farm, where, his cool cunning once more ascendant, he penned those forgeries, closing them with Mark Wylder's seal, which he compelled his sister, quite unconscious of all but that their dispatch by post, at the periods penciled upon them, was essential to her wretched brother's escape. It was the success of this, his first stratagem, which suggested that long series of frauds which, with the aid of Jim Dutton, selected for his striking points of resemblance to Mark Wylder, had been carried on for so long, with such consummate art, in a different field. It was Lake's ungoverned fury when Larkin discovered the mistake in posting the letters in wrong succession, which so nearly exploded his ingenious system. He wrote in terms which roused Jim Dutton's wrath. Jim had been spinning theories about the reasons of his mysterious, though very agreeable, occupation, and announced them broadly in his letter to Larkin. But he had cooled by the time he reached London, and the letter from Lake, received at his mother's and appointing the meeting at Brenden, quieted that mutiny. I never heard that Jim gave any member of the family the least trouble afterward. He handed to Lord Chelford a parcel of those clever and elaborate forgeries with which Lake had last furnished him, with a penciled note on each, directing the date and town at which it was to be dispatched. Years after, when Jim was emigrating, I believe Lord Chelford gave him a handsome present. Lord Chelford was advised by the friend whom he consulted that he need not make those painful particulars public, affecting only a dead man, and leading to no result. Lake admitted that Rachel had posted the letters in London, believing them to be genuine, for he pretended that they were Wylder's. It is easy to look grave over poor Rachel's slight and partly unconscious share in the business of the tragedy. But what girl of energy and strong affections would have had the melancholy courage to surrender her brother to public justice under the circumstances? Lord Chelford, who knew all, says that she acted nobly. Now Joseph, being a just man, was minded to put her away privily. The law being what? That she was to be publicly stigmatized and punished. His justice being what? Simply that he would have her to be neither, but screened and parted with privily. Let the Pharisees, who would have summoned justice against their neighbors, remember that God regards the tender and compassionate who forbears, on occasion, to put the law in motion as the just man. The good vicar is a great territorial magnate now, but his pleasures and all his ways are still simple. He never would enter Brenden as its master, and never will during Dorkas Branden's lifetime. And although with her friend Rachel Lake she lives abroad, chiefly in Italy and Switzerland, Brenden Hall, by the command of its proprietor, lies always at her disposal. I don't know whether Rachel Lake will ever marry. The tragic shadow of her life has not chilled Lord Chelford's strong affection. Neither does the world know or suspect anything of the matter. Old Tamar died 3 years since, and lies in the pretty little churchyard of Gylingden, and Mark's death is, by this time, a nearly forgotten mystery. Joss Larkin's speculations have not turned out luckily. The trustees of Wylder, a minor, tried, as they were advised they must, his title to 5 Oaks by ejectment. A point had been overlooked, as sometimes happens, and Joss Larkin was found to have taken but an estate for the life of Mark Wylder, which terminated at his decease. The point was carried on to the House of Lords, but the decision of the court below was ultimately affirmed. The flexible and angry Joss Larkin then sought to recoup himself out of the assets of the deceased captain, but here he failed. In his cleverness, lest the inadequate purchase money should upset his bargain, he omitted the usual covenant guaranteeing the vendor's title to sell the fee simple, and recited, moreover, that, grave doubts existing on the point, it was agreed that the sum paid should not exceed 12 years' purchase. Joss could then only go upon the point that it was known to Lake at the period of the sale that Mark Wylder was dead. Unluckily, however, for Joss's case, one of his clever letters, written during the negotiation, turned up, and was put in evidence, in which he pressed Captain Lake with the fact that he, the purchaser, was actually in possession of information to the effect that Mark was dead, and that he was, therefore, buying under a liability of having his title litigated, with a doubtful result, the moment he should enter into possession. This shut up the admirable man, who next tried a rather bold measure, directed against the Reverend William Wylder. A bill was filed by Messrs. Burlington and Smith to compel him to execute a conveyance to their client on the terms of the agreement. The step was evidently taken on the calculation that he would strike and offer a handsome compromise, but Lord Chelford was at his elbow. The suit was resisted. Messrs. Burlington and Smith did not care to run the awful risk which Mr. Larkin, behind the scenes, invited them to accept for his sake. There was first a faltering, then a bold renunciation and exposure of Mr. Joss Larkin by the firm, who, though rather lamely, exonerated themselves as having been quite taken in by the Gylingden attorney. Mr. Joss Larkin had a holy reliance upon his religious reputation, which had always stood him in stead. But a worldly judge will sometimes disappoint the expectations of the Christian suitor, and the language of the court, in commenting upon Mr. Joss Larkin, was, I am sorry to say, in the highest degree offensive. Flagitious, fraudulent, and kindred epithets were launched against that tall, bald head in a storm that darkened the air and obliterated the halo that usually encircled it. He was dismissed in a tempest with costs. He vanished from court like an evil spirit into the torture chamber of taxation. The whole structure of rapine and duplicity had fallen through with a dismal crash. Shrewd fellows wondered, as they always do, when a rash game breaks down, at the infatuation of the performer. But the cup of his tribulation was not yet quite full. Joss Larkin's name was ultimately struck from the roll of solicitors and attorneys, and there were minute and merciless essays in the papers, surrounding his disgrace with a dreadful glare. People say he has not enough left to go on with. He had lodgings somewhere near Richmond, as Howard Larkin, Esquire, and is still a religious character. I am told that he shifts his place of residence about once in 6 months, and that he has never paid 1 shilling of rent for any, and has sometimes positively received money for vacating his abode. So substantially valuable is a thorough acquaintance with the capabilities of the law. I saw honest Tom Wylder about a fortnight ago, grown stouter and somewhat more phlegmatic by time, but still the same in good nature and inquisitiveness. From him I learned that Joss Larkin is likely to figure once more in the courts about some very ugly defalcations in the cash of the Penningstall Mining Company, and that this time the persecutions of that eminent Christian are likely to take a different turn, and, as Tom said, with a gloomy shrewdness, to end in 10 years penal. Some summers ago I was, for a few days, in the wondrous city of Venice. Everyone knows something of the enchantment of the Italian moon, the expanse of dark and flashing blue, and the phantasmal city, rising like a beautiful spirit from the waters. Gliding near the Lido, where so many rings of doges lie lost beneath the waves, I heard the pleasant sound of female voices upon the water, and then, with a sudden glory, rose a sad wild hymn like the musical wail of the forsaken sea. The spouseless Adriatic mourns her lord. The song ceased. The gondola which bore the musicians floated by. A slender hand over the gunwale trailed its fingers in the water. Unseen, I saw Rachel and Dorkas, beautiful in the sad moonlight, pass so near we could have spoken, past me like spirits, never more, it may be, to cross my sight in life. End of Chapter 74. Recording by Rosie. End of Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Fanu.